Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer. It is the final day of this week, and I am joined by the Ox as we get into our first series of the day. Very exciting stuff. I'm, of course, Atlas, if you don't remember. Forgot to introduce myself.
Yeah,
Too busy thinking about Oxen.
Oh, yeah.
This has been done to death. We often just call you Ox, and I think this is in the Challenger chat that we normally talk about the Ox.
Yeah.
Because people spam it. It's weird.
You know,
His name's Ox.
if people enjoy it, then do it. Go ahead. I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm
Are you happy about today's video games as well?
I'm pretty happy about today. I think the first match we have Liv Sandbox going up against KT. You know, we've seen these teams match up before. They went too far away from each other in the standings last season, so, you know, could be an impactful match.
True. They are relatively far away from one another in the standings here, but as you can see, 7th and 3rd, there are, you know, because there's not a lot of games played, honestly, if Liv Sandbox wins 2-0, then they actually even out the scoreline with KT, which is kind of crazy. Liv Sandbox, let's see whether they can do it. They did recently lose to T1, but that's to be expected, right?
Yeah. I mean, they have had some hard matchups, which is fair, but this match I think is really important because a lot of people are favoring KT, understandably, but a win here, as you said, could bring them in line with them, whereas a loss would put them down towards where Brion is, really low in the ladder, which is obviously something you'd like to avoid.
Absolutely. Having a look here, it was a trade of victories in the regular season in spring, but then KT was able to overcome Liv Sandbox, causing them to finish the season in 6th place. As far as playoffs were concerned, then went on to that 5-game series against T1, all of that fun stuff, and of course KT looking very, very strong this season, losing to Gen G, but there was a thing that happened in that particular best of 3 that I don't want to talk about anymore. So honestly, KT just looking like they're going from strength to strength here, and they've been winning really quickly as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, there's
that.
No messing around. Even the teams who are at the top of the table, even the likes of Gen G, even the likes of T1, have had some games where it feels like, you know, it's a little bit messy, it's a bit back and forth, but they win in the end. Whereas I feel like KT, in their dominant wins, it's kind of just been like, okay, they get ahead and they close out. They don't mess around. They don't take extra time. They don't make as many mistakes when it comes to those team fights.
And this is a head-to-head that we haven't seen for about a year. It was July last time that we did see Aiming versus Teddy. Of course, mainstays here in the LCK. Aiming has been not necessarily one of our top contenders, you could say, but Teddy was definitely touted as one of the best, and especially when these two players met up last time, it would have been considered that Teddy was probably the better AD carry. And we'll see whether Aiming can sort of put some of his doubters to rest, perhaps, in this particular match, especially when we zone in on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that KT has an edge in the top side of the map, which will definitely help out, but Teddy will have to do a lot of work, and I feel like he has been trying in his game so far to make that impact, to really get the wins under the belt, but definitely felt like an uphill battle so far.
Certainly is. Both of these AD carries, very interestingly, have the lowest duo proximity in the league.
The supports hate them.
Yeah, they just really don't seem to want to hang around. Kyle and Lahens just wanting to get around the map and get things done. Of course, a lot of Nautilus for both of these players. We know that Lahens is just a crazy person, so it doesn't really matter what he's playing. He could be playing Yuumi and he'd have terrible duo proximity because he's busy just running around doing whatever the heck he can. As let's introduce KT Rolster to LoL Park, as this is a squad, like, so many of these players right now are top, like, 50 in solo queue at the moment as well. Keen, I think, ranked 15 right now. They have been tearing it up all over the place. I can't find BDD's account. Just can't find it. Been looking for it. Can't find it.
He's hiding from you in particular.
Yeah, he wants to hide his Static Shiv LeBlanc from me. That's what I assume he's trying to do.
Yeah, or maybe hiding the Azir, which is definitely unexpected.
Yeah, no, we have no idea. Like, maybe BDD can play it. I've heard whispers that he might be a pretty good Azir player, but we haven't seen it so far this season. So I'm going to assume that BDD has no idea how Azir works.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption to make based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I agree. Because I like to reset my memory. The beginning of every season is how it goes. Is that baby Lahens? I think that's what Jason... I'm going to win today. It's actually very, very cute.
That's so sweet.
Okay. Well, I guess, like, his parents knew that he had a great career ahead of him. Wanted to get all of the great shots done early on.
Yeah.
In his life. as we are going to have a look at the mid lane as far as our key player matchup is concerned. Kill participation, both of these players really contributing a lot when it comes to what these teams get done in especially the mid to late game, but also being able to put out a lot of pressure early on as well. BDD's stats actually looking absolutely fantastic, and a happy BDD is honestly a happy LCK fan. That's how things tend to work out, because when BDD's happy, you're just generally in a happier situation if you like the LCK. That's the way I see it.
I think that's fair. And I think as well, you know, we've seen him picking up the Talia quite frequently. Obviously, we've talked about the Azir being something back in the meta. Definitely picks that are absolutely fantastic for him. And if he gets his hand on those, then it's going to be up to Closer to try and match up into him and deal with that.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can actually do that. Of course, Closer does want to play Azir as well. It was one of the picks that he really did enjoy last season.
An LCK mid laner likes Azir?
I know, isn't it insane?
Crazy.
There were a couple of games Closer's Azir. Like, sometimes it didn't really work out, but there were others that were absolutely fantastic. I'm trying to remember. It might have been actually a Sandbox versus KT matchup where he had that Swain versus Azir game. And I think it was Closer's Swain in that situation. So dealing with Azir, something that Closer has also been good at. But my memory might also be failing me. As I said before, it does tend to reset before every single season.
Hopefully we don't see any Corki into the Azir. We obviously saw Showmaker bring that out, and it was...
it lost, though, so that's really good.
Yeah.
He took one for the team there.
He absolutely did that. So I was happy with the outcome of that one. But yeah, I think... they build the static Shiv, and I think that's a bit of a talking point today, because yesterday LEC started.
Yeah.
Static Shiv was a big thing there. It is getting buffed next patch, but it seems like even on this patch, the item is pretty good in the hands of a lot of champions.
I enjoyed it. I tuned in just for a little bit, watched some LEC, and I was like, oh, Jarvan's meta. And then I realized it was Malrung. So Jarvan's not meta at all.
You know, I will say...
Malrung just exists.
LEC is pretty good at innovating things in terms of picks. The League of Legends itself, maybe not so hot. But, you know, you do get some interesting picks coming out there. So we'll see if there was any late night LCK players who were staying up to watch it and like, ooh, that looks interesting.
Well, Dundon's going to be playing in our second series. 11 hours ago, he apparently played Static Shiv top LeBlanc. Built Divine Sundera, did all sorts of
sounds about right
things. Nash's, what was it? It was Static Shiv, Nash's Tooth, Majai's, Void Staff, Divine Sundera. That was the build. If you guys want to copy it in solo queue, I'm sorry about your LP.
Don't do that.
Really sorry about your LP. I hope you get it back. Here we are into the draft, though, for our first game. Sejuani and Vi already banned away from Cuz. A lot of respect for the jungler here. Is Yuumi and Nico both off the board. You love to see it here. KT just not wanting to see the cat on a book. I love cats personally. I really dislike this specific cat.
Yeah, I
think that's allowed, right?
I'm a big fan of cats, and yet I sometimes just think of Yuumi as a demon, not a cat. I think the Sejuani ban makes a lot of sense. In their series against DRX, they played Renekton and Sejuani both games, and I feel like Keen and Cuz together on that combo is difficult to match. So, especially since Live Sandbox are on blue side, they're happy just to give that ban away. We do see the Milio banned. Aphelios still open, which has been one of our most popular picks on the patch, so it looks like it probably will just be that Aphelios first pick coming in. It's a very little surprise. And then over KT in Keen, even without... I mean, Sejuani still wants the Renekton.
Dude, it's going to be Renekton, Azir, Jinx. And look at BDD. He's like, all right, guys, calm down. Yes, I'm playing Azir, of course. And so the God of Shurima is back on the Emperor himself. And let's see whether Live Sandbox have a response to this one. If Closer picks Ahri, I will lose my mind.
That is LeBlanc. It's a good matchup into Azir, you know, one of the old school counters.
Oh, it's happening.
If he builds the Shiv, you have all that wave clear, it could be pretty good. So.
If he builds the Shiv, I really hope KT pauses the game.
Wait a minute. You can build that?
You're not allowed. You can't build that. We already had that problem. And we're poking some fun, obviously. Has been enabled once again. As Ornn going to be locked in as well. A classic answer to the Renekton, but doesn't necessarily put it completely down. We've seen Renektons win, but Ornn in the past has certainly been fantastic at just weathering the storm and being better.
Yeah, I'm love to see what KT bring out. I mean, you said you think it could be the Jinx. We haven't seen as much Jinx priority. Is typically good into the Aphelios. Zeri is open available. Doesn't have the pairing of the Yuumi. But it looks like KT might not be bothered about that.
They've just R3 Jinx so many times, I just kind of thought that it was going to be the case. And this forms the trio that Gen.G 2 years ago picked every single game. Of course, back then it was Rascal and BDD that were playing the Renekton Azir combination, but Keen pretty good at the Croc, as we know, and it was often Ruler that was playing Jinx. So Aiming's got some shoes to fill, I guess, as far as the classic Renekton Azir Jinx combination is concerned, but they showed in their previous series that they're very happy just to pick Jinx into Aphelios and still feeling like it's an okay matchup.
And honestly, I feel like it makes the game pretty hard for Teddy because the enemy carries are so long-ranged, are so hard to get close to, and one of the issues that Aphelios tends to have is closing the gap. So they do have Beardle on the Ornn as some form of engage, but perhaps another source of engage, whether in the jungle or support role, would do really nicely. You can see KT do ban away that Wukong, and the champion that really signifies counter-engage, that Renata, is banned away by Liv Sandbox. So you can definitely see the theme going on here. KT are like, look, we have a strong backline, we want to protect it, and Liv Sandbox are like, no.
Yeah, we will do our very best to make sure that you do not manage to do that. Of course, KT are probably... They're likely to pick a jungler at R4 and then go for the classic Lahen's counter pick. His champion pool is just so extraordinarily wide. I
feel like...
honestly, he hasn't had his support Elise game yet.
He hasn't. I hope he doesn't hear. I feel like if you're playing Jinx, you definitely don't want to be paired with a support Elise. But I think if they do take jungle on 4, which we expect, and Liv Sandbox takes something like the Nautilus, Braum would be really good in this situation into the Nautilus, but also into the Ornn as well. So definitely something I'm looking out to. They do ban away that Maokai from the jungle, so pool has been thinned quite a bit in total. We've seen 3 junglers banned by Liv Sandbox and 2 by KT. There is still the Viego open and available.
Ivern also still up and available.
Still disabled.
Oh, right. Never mind. I take it all back. Viego, like you say, going to be up. Cuz has played 1 game recently on his Rek'Sai, but no longer.
I keep hoping for it.
He lost, so not feeling good about it.
The Braum is being hovered. I felt like KT should be picking that. I don't think it's a great pick for Liv Sandbox. Maybe it's a call-out.
Yeah. Braum just going to be locked in. A denial pick, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, I can understand it, but also, we were talking about how you kind of need the engage to close the gap with KT, and Liv Sandbox have ran out that comp with Braum, who isn't the best at engaging, and Kindred, who also kind of just wants to sit back. So, an interesting take. I'm not sure I wholly
kind
agree
of
with it.
absolutely hate Kindred into Azir.
Yeah.
Because, like, you put down the ult, and Azir says, cheers for that.
Yeah.
And throws you away from it and keeps your ult for himself.
Yeah, he really does.
That's a bit sad. Rakan going to be locked in here for Lahen's, largely picked for the team fight. You could assume.
I mean, Rakan is really good into Braum because of the fact that it's very hard to stack up your passive with how mobile he is. You can kind of go in, get out before anything happens. I feel like Liv Sandbox probably should have picked up the Rakan to kind of mean that KT couldn't take the Braum in response, but in the end, we end up seeing the compositions come together. I am interested to see this LeBlanc, if it is going to be that static shift LeBlanc that we talked about. Obviously, the item has an AP ratio, greater wave clear, and side laning. But overall, I think KT pretty happy with what they got, right? Keen on the Renekton, obviously very confident on that pick, but you have BDD on Azir, aiming on Jinx, and there isn't too much engage on the opposing side to get on top of them, so maybe some challenges for Liv Sandbox in this one to deal with that backline.
I actually really love how KT's composition kind of works as well, because largely based on resets, right? Like, you've got Viego and Jinx that are very, very good at killing, like getting an advantage after a single target goes down, and Renekton very good at locking down that one target, starting off the fight on the right foot. So we'll just have to see whether Keen is going to attempt to be that initiator at least, or at least the one that's going to be locking down that first kill. And of course, Willer is going to be there to try and deny that completely. A lot of team fight power here for Liv Sandbox. They've got a lot of technical answers, you could say, to a lot of what KT is trying to do. But KT, just an honest-to-goodness team fight draft here coming out from them. The classic Gen.G special from back in the day with the Renekton, Azir, and the Jinx. We'll see how it is going to go as we hop onto the rip for Game 1. KT fans out in force here today. Extraordinarily loud. I always like to check, and yes, I am on the KT side of Lolpark, so it might just be that my ears do register a few more of their cries of joy at KT being relatively high in the standings right now.
And it does seem like we're focusing on LeBlanc, who has gone Fleet Footwork and has gone Longsword, which to me says that it is going to be that static shift LeBlanc that we saw yesterday, played by Humanoid in the LEC. It's been played a lot in solo queue. One of the weaknesses of LeBlanc, obviously, is he lacks that wave clear, and Static Shiv really helps that out. And if you aren't familiar with what they did when they sort of changed all the items, it has an AP ratio. So it's Static Shiv into like an AP build, like Luden's. It's not like you go for full AD LeBlanc. But yeah, very frustrating.
Unless you're Dundun.
Unless you're Dundun. But even then, he goes Nashes. So his is kind of hybrid, you know?
Yeah.
But I think mid lane definitely will be more of that AP, and yeah, it will just be able to one-shot the minion waves later in the game.
And also gets a fair bit of harassment with these auto attacks as well, as Close dives forward. But BDD is on his Azir. And this is the main thing about this mid lane, because it's the first time that BDD's been allowed to play it. It's been banned every single game on this patch against KT. And now BDD with his favorite champion back in his hands. 27-25, the matchup pretty good for LeBlanc, as we can see, but it's been played so many times across so many metas, and oftentimes it's actually been BDD that's in a lot of these matchups into the LeBlanc as well. BDD versus Faker seems to be one that comes to mind as far as classic Azir versus LeBlanc matchups are concerned. Right now, Closer having a good time into the Azir in the early laning phase, and this is what's kind of changed, isn't it? Like with the Azir, his early laning not necessarily as powerful as it used to be. Yeah,
the buffs did come in, that helped out a little bit, the range on the W, the Q cooldown, but still not as oppressive as before. It was basically the intention with when they changed him to try and make it so he's more of a reasonable laner, because obviously he does still scale into being a monster. But LeBlanc is a rough matchup, right? Being able to W in on you frequently, being able to trade autos. And even when you hit 6, a lot of lanes, Azir gets like a reprieve at 6 because you can threaten with a Streamer Shuffle. Not as effective into LeBlanc with how mobile she is.
Yeah, doesn't seem to worry about it too much. As Willa on his Wolves for now. See how he's going to roll the dice as far as his first mark is concerned. We're going to have those Rift Scuttlers up relatively soon. Keen shoving in the top wave, as you could expect. It is Renekton into on early on. Renekton going to be pretty happy. And then into the late game, Bertle will just be making money for the rest of his team.
Yeah. Very nice, very appreciative to have on side. See, actually, LiveSandbox trying to hold the wave here. I think KT maybe trying to go for a quick recall there, possibly, get a reset in. You can see aiming actually channeling it, but LiveSandbox are holding the wave there and trying to prevent that from happening.
Speaking of holding waves, Keen also with a bit of a bounce. Bertle wanting to stay here and get these minions to move a little bit further forward. Uses the Bellows Breath, and so Keen decides to go aggressive.
Did he win the coin flip there? I didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah, I didn't actually see it either. As,
he hasn't got a stack, so no. Lost the coin flip. Pretty unfortunate, you know, when your champion's very dependent on getting to those 4 stacks to really be relevant, and you just lose the 50-50. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah. Cuz now able to take his Raptors unperturbed as well. As we can see, gets a ward into the brush, and will be able to be ahead by about a camp at this point in time. But so far, very, very calm, cool and collected early game
panicking
here. No, not a lot of panicking. And we got a lot of cool kids. There's a lot of cool kids in this game, so I don't need to worry about it too much. I wonder how KT are as far as their cool kid factor is concerned, because we know LiveSandbox, obviously, they're cool kids that never panic. But
yeah, of course.
You don't necessarily need to be a member of LiveSandbox to be a cool kid.
Well, maybe KT are cool kids spelled with a K, so they're really cool kids, you know?
They are a bit older in general than LiveSandbox.
Because that is very dated.
That is very dated. That's like 2004.
Yeah.
That, yeah, we were saying. I remember saying it on MSN Messenger. I really should not give away my age like that.
I mean, there's going to be people watching who are like, what is MSN Messenger?
Yeah. Yeah. Classic. As Lehens not exactly very happy with his particular trade. He's going to get stunned up there by the Gravitum. And then the concussive blows are going to come through as well.
Yeah, and you know, I was saying that typically quite hard to stack up the passive on the Rakan, but the Gravitum helping out there, and Lehens taking a rough trade. But even if you do take a bad trade in this matchup, it's not super impactful. You know, there's a sustain there from the Rakan. But the big thing is that LiveSandbox do manage to find that priority and get a I think they were looking for a reset, but have opted against it. So just deciding to stay in lane for a little bit longer here. And Willa is on vision. So I think maybe have to be concerned if Post does decide to move down there.
Yeah, we've got Gromps being taken on both sides. I mean, as far as like even early games are concerned, this is the quintessential version of it. As Closer diving towards BDD, and BDD asking why, as nothing really happens. I was going to be walking over this control ward, and once again, vision is going to be established here for Live Sandbox. Lehens comes on over as well. We'll be able to clear this ward out also. A lot of Christmas theme going on here, by the way. We've got like the Santa Claus Braum, or at least the fireplace Braum, and then I think it's Mistletoe LeBlanc.
Oh, do we have the Christmas Jinx
mid-lane
skin? That's a good one. I don't know if we do.
I don't think so.
That would really bring up the theme overall. But yeah, it is the Mistletoe LeBlanc. I guess it is aiming playing Jinx, right? He's on the opposite team. It wouldn't really make sense if he was using a Christmas skin as well.
We just needed Sona top, and we needed the reindeer Cogmore.
Yeah, the Silent Night Sona.
Yeah. So
we were so
they
close.
Could sing the song together.
We were so
really
close to it happening.
I know.
What a shame.
And top Sona has been so popular recently.
Could probably build stack shift.
Yeah, probably could. So it turns any champion ever into a split point. You got Song of Celerity, that's going to make you go real quick and stuff.
Yeah.
Get out of the way of any sort of gank situations, you'd be fine. Sounds like a great top laner. Not a lot of her kit is about being around other people and buffing them up, right? No, it's all about just yourself and your personal damage.
Just have your jungler come, you know, you'd have a kindred in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Come over and help out.
Absolutely perfect. As Willa rotating over to see what he can get done on this bottom side.
It feels a bit ambitious. Again, you don't have the setup with a Braum, and it's also cleanse on aiming, so it's not like there's an easy target in this situation to really engage on. So I think just offering some cover and looking for that scuttle. But nothing really else to come for this. Still on 0 stacks, sadly. Bit of an unfortunate one for Willa. And for anyone not familiar with Kindred, which I feel like a lot of people are at this point, but 4 stacks is when you get the big range upgrade. That is when you turn into an actual champion.
Yeah, it's 4 and 7, aren't they? The big break point.
4 is the massive one, and then every 3 after that.
Yeah.
But like 4 is more significant because I think it's like you get 75 range on 4, and then additional 25 range.
And hits Closer.
That was intentional. That was aiming's like
always got to have a backup plan for your Super Mega Death Rocket.
Lines up.
As Keen underneath the turret, Bertle not really having too much of it.
That was an ambitious Q as well.
Yeah, kind of glad for Keen that missed. As Closer getting closer and closer towards his static shiv. See whether he has it here on this particular back. Very even in farm are our mid laners. As Bertle waiting here in this brush. Keen's going to get breathed on. Does have the Dominus available and is going to pop it here. So now ultimate advantage here for Bertle. And that's not like the ultimate amount of advantage, like he has his ultimate ability.
Thanks for clarifying.
That's what I needed to do.
Oh, cheeky.
Yeah, Kuz not going to be able to collect the enemy blue buff, as Bertle's Barmy Cinder helps him out with that cannon. Closer kind of wishing that he had a Barmy Cinder himself, as that cannon does go awry.
Yeah, still doesn't quite have the Shiv. That'll obviously be a big spike to help with the wave clear. In terms of CS, Team Willa have a bit of an edge, but in return, Keen about 20 ahead in this matchup, which you would hope to see, right? If you pick up connected into Ornn, you do want to be pulling a little bit ahead.
Not a lot of kill threat, though, or anything like that. And if this game continues to be extraordinarily slow, as we can see, I feel like it's kind of okay for Live Sandbox. Their Ornn is going to be so much more valuable than this Crocodile. And KT definitely wanting to be able to find some of these reset opportunities in more of these mid-game type skirmishes. So we're not quite there yet, right? Like, it's only 10 minutes into this game. But I think from here on out, it's KT is going to have the onus on them to get a few things started. Yeah. Or at least stack a Drake or 2. As aiming's going to cleanse and flash. As Kahel, he manages to land the Q and then throws out the ultimate. That is a very high-value ult here for Kyle.
And it makes aiming very vulnerable now. The wave is stacked up and pushing in. And Willa's waiting in the area. Lehens obviously can step up with the safety he has.
That is the grand entrance. That should get Lehens out of there, but has to battle dance as well towards aiming. Loses a fair bit of his health buff. Still has summoners. Is Keen once again on the dangerous journey past the turret.
Proxying the waves a bit now. But yeah, Obviously, not too much of an issue, that gank there, because obviously the Hens has so much safety in his kit, so much mobility, and the wave was crashing in, so just able to pick that one up because he's in the area.
Ooh. Yeah, Closer going to find some chains onto BDD, but with the build that he's gone, it's not like the chains really do all that much damage at this point in time. It's
Cuz left.
Those in as, yeah, Cuz did walk away. Slinks into the mist now, though, and they do have control vision in this area. Will is going to have to get that Dance of Arrows out and hop over that wall. And KT do manage to pick up the minion wave, which is pretty important here. Down 10 CS or 11 if you want to be exact about it.
Yeah, down a little bit and down a plate as well as a result of that play. So it's not super significant, but does make a difference. We now have the static shiv on LeBlanc, so...
Oh, man.
He helps a lot to be able to push those waves in.
As Conqueror being procced here by Keen, who's just trying to slice this on down to size. It's difficult. It's quite large. And is pretty happy to tank that one up. Bramble Vest is now completed. And he just knits himself a sweater here underneath the turret as well. As, all right, Lehens looks for Closer, but not going to be able to find that one. Distortion on cooldown. Cuz moving up here towards his top side, and let's see whether Birdle is going to be okay. Closer trying to answer as well, as they do manage to get the stun down. There's the Heartbreaker, and that's a very dead on, man. Yeah, just didn't seem to have very many options at all, and used his flash.
Oh, and that's a big injection of gold on the top lane. Really well played there, not only to layer the CC, but Cuz buffering the knock-up with his own ult. You see in return, Liv Sandbox trying to make something happen bot lane, but they're cautious about doing it. Again, Braum, not a champion with the best setup. Lehens has exhaust, has quickness, so they won't really get anything in the bot lane.
Ox, is this okay for Liv Sandbox? They're losing half of the health bar on their inner turret.
It's not ideal. I think the phrase I've heard is suboptimal.
Suboptimal, okay,
yeah.
Okay. So
nothing to do with submarines.
No?
But,
Has to do with optimals?
Somewhat.
Well, let's have a look at this play one more time. Birdle, we're sitting at 50% health. Not a whole lot he can really do. I mean, the Ruthless Predator comes out, and yes, you could try to buffer a Bellows Breath or something like that, but that's really your only hope.
Yeah, just kind of caught off guard. I think that's the thing. You know, you burn your abilities too early, and they don't take aggro. And I think Birdle just held them for a bit too long. That trade earlier we saw as well when Keen was chunking him down, actually significant there to make him in range to be killed. We see Dragon spawning up soon. Already a mountain for Liv Sandbox. Infernal, the next one on the cards. So they're definitely wanting to set up on this. And I think, you know, we talked about the lack of engage for Liv Sandbox, very reliant on Birdle. So getting on the objective.
We're teleporting in. Yeah, Keen wants to make something of this fight. Down below half is the Dragon, and KT are looking to try and pick up the Drake aggro. They're going to say thanks for the leash on that one, as Birdle just getting on in there, but that is a very dead Kindred. She couldn't do anything. Lamp's Respite was down. Triple knock up there for the Braum, but nothing really going to happen, and sweeps up the Ornn. Does BDD. KT, they will take everything. That's a double kill for the Emperor in the mid lane, and BDD asserts his dominance. Yeah,
Fantastic play coming out from KT, and the decisiveness they had. You saw Liv Sandbox really hesitating with the decision. They were on the Dragon first, they started up, but Birdle was walking away, and he's such a major part of their team fight. He is that primary engage, and I feel like they just gave too much space to KT, and KT took advantage of it.
They absolutely did. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, as Willa just didn't have the opportunity to use his ult. I think it's Ruthless Predator came through from Keen, as, yeah, he just flashes on top of him.
And as soon as he goes down, it really makes it difficult to team fight your way out. You don't have the extra safety level. Birdle also, you know, he was mid lane. He TP'd from mid to this side of the fight. Very weird set of circumstances. I feel like if you're starting the Dragon, you have to be ready to fight for it.
Oh, Lehens. Not in too much trouble. But yeah, as you say, and I think that they were, but unfortunately KT was more ready.
Yep.
We're able to take them down. Now, the Jinx not really a benefactor of that particular fight, right? So 0-0-1 on aiming. Quite binary, one could say. So he's not really going to be getting too much. But for KT, it's about the solo lanes, right? And Keen in a great position now. BDD in a fantastic position himself.
And this is so much how it is for KT, right? The solo lanes played around heavily, given these gold injections, especially Keen in the early game, because it's been leaning towards a lot. And then when it comes to team fights, aiming has to right-click, and then he gets a reset, and he right-clicks some more.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
And then Cuz right-clicks the champions that aiming just right-click.
Yeah, a lot of right-clicking.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is the general theme.
and then Cuz becomes them, and then right-clicks the next one.
Maybe a couple
and
of...
presses R a few times.
Yeah, yeah.
Really does depend. Shirley, going to be taken down here. Second Rift Herald. First went towards that top side, because we'll have access to the next one as well, as Liv Sandbox dealing with all of these control wards that are hanging out in the brush. Keen at full health now as Kyle going down very low. Super Mega Death Rocket just says, no, you should probably not head towards the river, is kind of how that one goes. As Closer, and, you know, got a bit of static shift damage there on the Cuz, but otherwise it's going to lose out on the trade against this jungler. And look at this, static shift absolutely working out here. 176 farm.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole rest of the game is a disaster.
But that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You know, a LeBlanc with that much farm. And that's the thing, you can stick the LeBlanc in a side lane, you can just scoop up waves, it's great. But there are some other issues, and losing that second Herald, a big thing when you're playing against a Zia, especially when there's a Jinx as well, it's pretty hard to take that mid-tier 1 with the amount of wave clear and safety they have. You kind of really want the second Herald to do that, especially since the mid-tier 1 on the side of KT is so healthy already. So Liv Sandbox will probably have to find a more creative approach to break that one down. But in the meantime, KT can probably just take down Liv Sandbox mid-tier 1 with that Herald when they get the chance.
Well, now we know that this 189 CS includes one less cannon that it could have included.
We also saw him miss a cannon earlier as well.
Yeah. So it's actually, it's not a real, you know, 193 CS, because it could be 195.
Oh, and Willer is on 1 stack.
All right, well, Cuz, he has no stacks, so theoretically Willa should have an advantage as far as that is concerned. Kyle chasing after him. Got some presents to deliver, and there it is. Hits Cuz in the head with one. That is not how you deliver presents, by the way. I would say don't throw it at them, especially not if it's precious, delicate.
Santa Claus has to get around a lot of houses pretty quickly. I don't think you can afford to be, you know, piercing handing them over, laying them in a tree. Rocket propelled is my theory.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen him, but they generally get placed under the tree, like, in a relatively organized fashion. It would be very... maybe he's got a lot of practice.
Yeah. I mean, he has.
Yeah.
So goes without saying.
Just knows exactly how to throw them at exactly the right angle to have them land beautifully on top of one another. Cuz still hasn't used this Rift Herald here. As...
this might be the moment.
Yeah. Kyle puts up the door. Don't know whether it's necessarily going to be enough there, as Lahens just happily tanks a Winter's Bite. And Elderwood Brom just placing a rock wrapped in a branch onto the ground, and that is going to be enough to help them at least deal with Shirley after the charge. Keen on the bottom side of the map will get rid of the outer turret, but same thing is going to happen in the top lane. Closer putting this static shift to work. So Mega Death Rocket once again just used for poke here in this mid lane.
Not much poke, let's be
honest. No, not exactly. But it is going to buy a bit of space for Cuz to get this Drake, and the Renekton going to be able to get this turret.
Yeah, I think Liv Sandbox so focused on not losing that mid-tier 1 that they just couldn't really afford to move any members towards Dragon. So KT will get Ocean Dragon, not super significant on its own, but obviously building towards that Soul. Closer still being a bit of a nuisance in the side lane.
Yeah, you can see the Static Shiv able to knock out the back wave, as Keen going to get himself a Demolish proc and then slice his way out. Ertl now finding another one of his inner turrets at about 50%. The Crocodile doing his job here in this mid-game. 19 minutes. We've got 40 seconds until the Baron is going to become a thing to worry about. We'll see whether KT can get into position around that one. The thing is, Closer does have this new technology, which does mean that waves are going to be continuously pushed up for Liv Sandbox, at least in sides. And that is certainly going to be good news for them for being able to get some control back around the Baron pit.
And I think it's why this LeBlanc is so obnoxious, because obviously so hard to punish in a side lane. And the big weakness typically of LeBlanc was that lack of wave clear, but now you have Shiv and Ludens, which both offer quite a bit of wave clear. So it just means that, as you said, constantly going to have waves pushed in, very hard to collapse on, very hard to punish, and just being a bit of a nuisance. And you can see here, Closer being the one to face check the vision, actually does get the root. It's a heartbreaker. Yeah,
Cuz ulting there is an interesting one. Was maybe expecting a little bit more follow-up, perhaps a Glacial Fissure or something like that that could have come through. Was very satisfying watching Closer obliterate these waves in a couple of moments. But still, it's like it's still 3.5K in favor of KT.
Yeah, still ahead. Is it enough of an edge? Maybe. I have said that I have concerns with the lack of engage on Live Sandbox, the fact that they need Birdle to be there, but as the game goes on, more and more often will you see Birdle grouped up with the team, so it's not a hugely substantial lead, but still an edge right now. And I will say a lot of that gold is on the Crocodile, who is going to fall off as the game goes on.
Well, it can happen. We have seen some Crocodiles just hard carry from this point. If he stays an item ahead of his opposition, he'll be all right. Not necessarily sure whether that is going to be a guarantee, though, as this game continues. But still, at the moment, doing great in these side lanes. And as you can see, has a lot of that gold, like you were talking about.
I mean, that's pretty much the entire lead is just the difference between top laners.
Yep. Birdle's like a glorified support in this particular game. And
hey, when he starts giving out those items...
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Actually, backstage before the game, we were discussing Static Shiv LeBlanc, and I was just thinking, we mentioned, like, you just put your top laner on some sort of tank that doesn't need any money, and then you go and farm every single wave, and that's precisely what he's been doing.
Yep. Yeah, and it's been working pretty effectively.
Okay, Cuz once again gonna ult away.
A lot of harass coming out, and that's another thing, you know, you W in, Q, maybe throw an E out, a couple of autos, and it's just frustrating poke. I think LeBlanc is always the most obnoxious when, like, she has so much unavoidable poke, and obviously Luden's a big contributor to that as well, so you can just dash in, harass, dash out again, which will obviously be limited if Ocean Soul comes in, so definitely some impact there. And once again, we get to see the satisfaction. It feels like the observers are really enjoying that.
Yeah.
And I think we are too.
I have a feeling that Jonas Strong has been playing a lot of it. You know, he's a bit of a savant in the champions that he plays in his spare time. And I think Static Shiv LeBlanc would really tickle his fancy, one could say. As BDD looking for closer. He's going to push him away. Double masks done here for the Azir. It's been a while since we've seen that particular build. Kind of like it. Once again, lethal tempo that we have seen before. Not going to find the stun on the closer here is Cuz. Wants to get a little bit of revenge.
I'm not
away.
Ambitious, I think is what I'd call that. Again, this is part of the problem that LeBlanc, just hard to track down, but the mobility on the W, I mean, I respect the attempt. There's not really anything else going on, but it is Dragon in a minute, so expect to see the team setting up for that. And Keen is just hiding in a brush, and Willa is probably going to face check him.
And this is actually how Crocodiles hunt. You know, they lie in wait and find someone who's unawares of the fact that there's a Crocodile waiting in the watering hole. So was being patient, but sees that there's minions to take down. He is going to do that, is aiming. Okay, not going to get caught out, but Lahen's not going to be so lucky, and they just take down the Rakan. Aiming has to Gale Force to get himself out of there. And Live Sandbox, great opportunistic play here, and they will move back towards this Baron. BDD with Teleport available. Teleports come forward here from Keen as well as Cuz. He's in the mid lane. This Baron's down to 50% as Keen looking for closer. He's going to have to get out of there. Does so at least. There's now Cuz and BDD in the area. Moonlight Vigil, I believe, flying forward there. Lands onto BDD as we can see. Aiming. Misses the Super Mega Death Rocket as Keen has to go golden. Teddy's tanking the Baron by himself, though. And it's starting to go a little bit haywire here. But Keen in a bit of trouble. Oh, the Emperor's Divide lands onto 3. And BDD's taking matters into his own hands. Lamb's Respite. It comes down, but there is the heal. Now Willa, can you get it done as he goes down solo because he gets into his mist. He's now a Braum of all champions as he flashes forward and doesn't quite find it. Lahen's, he could not run himself over there fast enough as Aiming in this mid lane managed to get a couple of turrets.
Such a scrappy fight there, and the Lamb's Respite coming in super clutch at the end. Honestly, I thought Cuz was possibly going to get a quadra kill off the back of that one. We'll see the replay, so great use of just the vision cleared out in the area, catching out Lahen's with that ult from the Fog of War. And then we see them move over to the Baron. I do think Live Sandbox are hesitating a bit much here. Teddy just stayed on the Baron for far too long, but they forced both the TPs, which is fantastic, and then they commit to this fight here. They managed to get the chains onto Keen to follow up, and obviously the threat is that Emperor's Divide, but the Kindred coming in clutch here. Even after all the AoE damage, the ult comes out, which just makes them survive for such a long time.
And Teddy at about 10 health. Was still able to get auto attacks working out for himself.
Such a good flash here as well. It would have been so bad if he hadn't dodged this Heartbreaker.
And gets the kill for his trouble as well. Very nicely done here for Teddy. 1-0-1 now for the Aphelios. And after all was said and done, aiming scoreline does not change. The Jinx was just hanging out in that mid lane, I believe, keeping someone busy. But it would be better if there was a Jinx in the last fight.
We were talking about like the reset potential of KT. Imagine a Jinx, all those low HP targets.
Yeah.
I think that would have been good.
Yeah.
I think that would have been positive.
I think that KT's team fight would be better if Jinx existed in the team fight.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, you know.
Thanks, man. I came up with that myself.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think it's a good call. So hopefully next time they team fight, they will learn from that maybe your team fighting AD carry should be there.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Right now, BDD and Closer just hanging out together. As Conquering Sand's going to get a little bit of damage. But he's only augmented the build with a book.
Closer's level 17, by the way.
Yeah.
No one's even level 16.
He's kind of massive. Closer's going to be able to get over that wall, utilizing his distortion quite nicely. As everything else is kind of slowed down, and it feels like that is great news for Live Sandbox. They just want to get this on to build his items. That is an even better Ludens now for Closer.
Yep.
It's like Luden's Echo, Luden's Pulse, Luden's something. Changed names about 400
Tempest,
times.
was it?
Luden's Tempest, yeah.
I don't
one of
know.
those.
I feel like the name of Ornn items is so hard to track.
Invent them.
But yeah, so a lot of power going to be coming in from Godot's. At this point, you know, it was a 3K gold lead for such a long time. Now only 2,000, and obviously that amount of lead is a lot less significant at this point of the game.
Well, Cousin, a little bit of trouble here as BDD comes on over. Closer now taking a fair bit of damage, has to go back to his previous distortion. He will be able to do so, though, so he's going to be all right. And this game did feel like it was just heading in KT's direction, but now that gold lead has shrunk a little. And as we get further and further on, the gold lead's going to be less and less relevant as these ornaments do start to come
And you remember,
through.
when we looked at the stats at the start of the game, KT had the fastest game time, fastest win time in the league.
Yeah.
And this game hasn't felt like that. This game felt like they got that early edge, and then they've kind of just meandered from there. And I do think part of it is, you know, this Static Shift LeBlanc. So hard to set up, to make pushes when you constantly have this wave clear available from such a safe champion, constantly in a side lane, just pushing up. Maybe a factor in why KT has struggled really to push things forwards.
And it's also just a product of their composition, right? Like we saw, this was at the height of the Gen G that we said was the slowest team ever.
Yeah.
Was this exact draft, almost. Like, honestly, like, maybe it's like Tom Kench instead of Rakan would have been better, as far as a perfect example of that. But this is how they're supposed to play this one out, in theory. I don't know whether it's exactly the way to win at this point in time, because right now Live Sandbox are looking very confident. And being able to get all of these lanes in order outside of this bottom one that a Crocodile is residing in. His teleport back available once again as well. In fact, teleports across the board.
I think they're going to want to force that now. So if they start the Baron, they're going to try and get the TP out of Keen here, and there it is. So good job. Let's see what they do from here. And that's enough. You know, there's the checklist. We got the TP, job's a good one.
Yep, stop his ability to split push. Closer doesn't have to use his teleport. He was residing on the top side, and so he can go back there anytime he would like. It's now KT with everyone together going to push out this mid lane. There is still an entire wave that's going to die to an inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. So, you know, somewhat of a negative situation.
This is part of the issue, is that you're so reliant on Birdle being there to have the Ornn Horn to start the fights off that you're kind of in this situation when you're overgrouping a bit. I honestly feel like they could just stick Closer up against Keen to handle the waves. That would make a lot of sense, and he can just be the one to scoop up these side lanes. But for now, looks like they're just keeping Birdle grouped, being that front line, able to help clear out some of this vision. And we do have Dragon spawning in 30. It won't be solved by the team, but would put them one away.
Well, do you know what? We actually now have, thanks to G-Sun, the names of all of the ornaments that are currently in the game.
Oh.
There won't be a team fight, right? No. BDD's not here. Closer not standing on a ward, as that one has been dimmed by the control ward. Keen going to face check Closer here as he dives forward. That's a lot of damage.
Wow.
Out from this LeBlanc as Keen says, no, you get out of here.
Yeah.
Closer's like, okay.
I think Closer was like, wow, I did so much damage. Let's go back in.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
No, that's not how it works.
Let's go back in to melee range with this gigantic crocodile. who's now standing on this ward, but he is just channeling that back as Cuz looking for Soul Point. Will be able to put that one together for himself. Closer now in this top lane will push the wave towards Keen one more time as B2D just throwing soldiers around. Cuz a very long distance away from this Baron, but you can see Liv Sandbox have actually taken a fair bit of poke damage here and will now look for a reset.
But I think KT can be happy, right? They got the Dragon essentially for free there. Able to stop Liv Sandbox from going for any Baron shenanigans. I did also see Willa still on 3 stacks, still not able to get that 4th stack, so kind of lacking in that department. And you know what, that 50-50 at the start of the game, that was a difference maker.
Oh dear. Well, Keen going to get the bad news that there are about 1 trillion people in here. This is why you always sweep before you set foot into the brush. Keen understanding this because he's been trying to catch people doing exactly that this entire time. As this Baron is going down extraordinarily quickly. Cuz now trying to get towards it, but this Baron is just done. It's gone, and Willa is going to lock it down. Super Mega Death Rocket is extraordinarily late. KT just caught napping.
Yeah, just not in position, not ready for the play. And Liv Sandbox make a decisive call that favors them pretty substantially. They are still down in terms of a Dragon, but now with this Baron in hand, I know the big objective they're going to be wanting to take is that mid-tier 1. It's been up for such a long time. They didn't get the second Herald to help take it out, and into Jinx's ear, it's just been a struggle. So now looking to group up around the mid lane, all 5 members, they want to take this down.
Yeah, Willa now pushing forward, does now have his Trinity Force upgraded, the Trinity Fusion, or the Infinity Force that I like to call it. That's not its name. It's a little bit silly. As we don't have the best name of like an actual Ornn item. Unspoken Parasite is fantastic. That is the name of the Jack show.
Oh.
Which I like to call the Jack Greaves, but it isn't actually Jack Greaves. As Liv Sandbox actually backing away here. They don't have their LeBlanc in position right now, as now the Ornn has been called. There's the flash forward from Bertle, but there's no follow-up. As Keen going down very, very low. He does have GA completed. The flash from Lance is going to catch him on the back end. My God, the reaction time from this Rakan is absurd. And Lance is going to be able to put down the LeBlanc, and now Liv Sandbox, they have no pushing power.
Did he see?
I don't know, man.
What? That was so fast. That was phenomenal. By Lehens, they get the pick, and now KT starting to move in. No Ornn available. Limitsy and
in goes Teddy. He's like, all right, well, I'm going to take this into my own hands. As in goes B2D. He finds everyone. Lambs for a spite, and B2D is going to use that in order to get himself out of here, and Teddy will go down aiming. He's now going to get excited, and how did it go from Baron being taken to KT being in a winning position, is now aiming, splashing around, but it looks like Bertle going to be able to find him there, gets the turnaround, and now it's on Keen to be able to find this moment, the slice, the dice, but they're just keeping him at arm's length. The dance of these arrows coming through from Willa is beautiful. And Keen, he doesn't have teleport, doesn't have flash, not going to be able to get on top of Willa here, and is now looking to try and escape from the situation.
Oh, TP from LeBlanc coming in.
Yeah, and Keen realizes that he's going to have to go a different direction. There's the Winter's Bite. Keen now just going to dive forward. That is the Gore Drinker, and in the end, it's a victory for Liv Sandbox.
I feel like that fight went one way than the other so quickly there. I'm going to see, so they know that LeBlanc's moving over, but I don't think there's actually any vision in the area.
Oh, then they
came out.
Yeah, they spot him in instant flash quickness.
Oh, yeah, so well played from the Hens to catch out closer. A really good start for KT, but then they just got a little bit overexcited. I feel like emphasis on aiming for that one. The BDD, obviously Teddy stepped forward and trying to assassinate the backline. The shuffle is good, but does put BDD in a rough position, but I think aiming here definitely oversteps and ends up, I'll say, a bit too close to that Ornn, and we all know how powerful Sunfire is. So, yeah, just kind of melting down here.
Yeah, and then having to deal with Bertle, who is very happy just to walk in melee range in front of a Jinx. So maybe not the best utilization of the amount of excitedness that aiming did have. And then I think just the Yakety Sax.
It's safe to say that cool kids don't panic, and that's Liv Sandbox, his tagline. So. Yeah.
I have a feeling that KT may not have as many cool kids.
Yeah, because they did seem to panic a little bit there.
Indeed.
In the heat of the moment.
Well, the reliquary of the Golden Sister has been completed. That's the Locket of the Iron Stellaris.
I'm really impressed that you know that.
I don't. Off the top, no, this is 100% written down, thanks to G-Sun. I'm never going to say that again. Reliquary?
You know, I look at it,
word.
I see it, and then I look away and I forget it immediately.
I know.
If I'm not reading it, it's just gone.
I know. We thankfully knew Typhoon already. That's actually a fun one. As Closer trying to get some poke damage onto Cuz. He's going to be able to find it here. And after all was said and done, it was KT taking an inhibitor turret, which is kind of good for them, I guess. But the Ornhorn's going to come forward, aiming, keeps himself safe. And now KT are kind of bearing down on them, but Closer still getting this poke damage through. This time going to be answered a little bit there by the rapid fire cannon. Cuz gets the flash out from Closer, who is really playing with his limits here. 8 seconds on this Ocean, but you can see that KT, they can kind of march towards this open inhibitor if they would like to. Lahen's getting the wraparound and will be able to stay out of vision of this control ward, aiming. Walks towards it. They spot out exactly what's going on as the Dragon is going to be taken here by Liv Sandbox. Willa now inside the pit. The Grand Entrance going to be there waiting for him as Cuz over the wall. They get the Lamb's Respite so incredibly early as Closer just dives into the open more of a crocodile. It's not exactly optimal, but it is still going to buy them some space and some time as Liv Sandbox just trying to get out of here. They will be able to do so.
I mean, no tower there, no tier 2, but they won't aggress any further. Liv Sandbox managed to deny the soul from KT on that play. Obviously, the Ornhorn didn't get too much value, but I think the big thing is they get onto the objective first. They make sure that they are set up, so KT has to move into them, and they just couldn't quite find the angle on that one.
Yeah, this has been a very strange game. Ox, I feel like it was KT in so much control, and then Liv Sandbox, they got some back, and then KT won a team fight, but lost the team fight at exactly the same time. Trinity Force upgrade is actually called Infinity Force?
That's cool. That's pretty cool. That's
I thought I made that up, but I didn't.
It was just on the same wavelength.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
You know, I'm going to say this.
No,
right?
I guarantee that I didn't actually make
point,
it up. I think I must have read it and then said, oh, that's really cool.
Well, you know, at some point, someone did make it up.
Yeah.
That's kind of how things work.
Well, nice work, guy Riot, who made that one up. You did a really great job. All right, Cuz, trying to find some vision here as Teddy just frontlining a little bit. Does have some utility weaponry on him as well. That Infernum ultimate going to be pretty scary as the Baron has been started once again. Yeah. Closer taking a bit of damage from aiming, though, as you can see. And these rockets are going to be frightening, and now the Ornhorn going to come through. Bertle finding a couple with it, but not exactly the highest of value, and he's going to headbutt a little bit early there as well, and he's going to go down. Super Mega Death Rocket will do it. Now aiming, he'll get excited, and Bertle, no! Oh, it's a bit of a disaster as Cuz, I don't know about that one, but he's going to dive forward as Lahen's has the quickness, gets on top of Teddy as Willa puts down the Lamb's Respite. Teddy gets exhausted there as well as the heal comes through. It's another kill here for aiming as Closer will be taken down. It's a triple for the Jinx, and Teddy, he can't do it without his team in the area, and I have a feeling that this is KT taking game 1.
Yeah, they'll have to be a bit cautious approaching Teddy, but they don't even need to deal with him right now. 4 members still alive. They have a minion wave to push in. Team's going for it.
Yeah, does have the Gale Force. Now had to use it, though. As Keen, let's see what he can do to try and get Teddy out of this area. The GA is going to be there, so they're not going to be diving a fountain to kill Teddy anytime soon.
10 seconds on Bertle. Hell, he needs to try and hold the wave.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's going to be able to do so, though, because he's down to the GA already. Aiming gets excited by killing these turrets, and Teddy will be taken out. That is going to be another kill here for this Jinx as the Nexus goes down. KT narrowly managed to take game number 1 over Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, super close in that one. It felt like it was KT favored, but they meandered a bit, didn't make anything happen. But in those clutch team fights in the end, KT came out ahead. Bit of a pivotal mistake from Bertle there that gave the resets over to the Jinx.
Very unfortunate. He went for the knockup, but I think hit his own Q instead of the wall that would have got a double knockup in that scenario. That's what it sort of looked like there, but we have to have a look at the replay to see exactly what went wrong. But a bit disconnected from his team, all things considered. Really nicely done from KT in a lot of those moments, though. I think Keen absolutely did what he needed to do on this Renekton towards the top side of the map, and then on the bottom side of the map for the majority. I think kept the wallets, kept the coffers full for KT. As you can see, it wasn't smooth sailing. That is not that linear gold graph that you are very happy about. This is, definitely feeling a little bit like a heart monitor, but one that's more on the KT side of things. BDD doing a lot of damage on his first game on Azir.
Yeah, and a pretty long game, considering how usually KT are getting those fast wins, so some good opposition from Sandbox there.
Very nicely done. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it is going to be the space, and then game number 2. See you there.
괜찮아. 그냥 다 같이 보면 넣으면 될 것 같아. 얘풀 있다.
나 이거 볼래 이거?
일단 풀 있어.
봐봐. 도핑 받을 거.
오케이, 천천히. 풀 있어, 풀 있어. 나 볼 수 있고 이제부터 다시. 기다려. 타워. 오른 15초인데 돼?
해보자. 나 이거 앞에 마크 해줄게.
앞에 죽으라 할 것 같은데? 오, 야, 타워만 깨자, 타워. 앞에 잡으면 끝나. 앞에 잡으면 끝나. 앞에 잡아. 앞에, 나이스. 다행이다.
내가 너무 못했다. 미안하다.
쏘리.
welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy game one we had here, and there's a lot to talk about with a few little time to do it. Huni, quick hit on the draft, a lot of scaling on both sides. What did you think about both teams' approach here?
Yeah, I mean, basically KT was trying to, they pick Renekton first of all, and like that's it. When you pick Renekton, you gotta get first hero, first rate, like just be able to impact the map. Like that's what they did. Actually, KT succeeded with it, and something happened. What happened, Mel?
Yeah, the LeBlanc pickup was something that we were calling for. Actually saw it. I want to highlight the Braum specifically just because it was a pick away. It didn't work out as well as maybe it could have. But this is a build that we've seen take over on basically every champion, but it started on LeBlanc, allowing you to stack fleets and Shiv to get the procs. You basically perma-clear waves, and as a result, Closer got a lot more space and room to roam around the map.
All right, yeah, this is a build you guys want to keep an eye on at home because I think it's something we're going to see again. But let's jump away from the mid lane and focus on the side lanes rather in the early game, guys. And let's roll the first highlight here because Huni
was happy.
Have a top dive on the side of KT. Not matched by Sandbox on bot lane, but talk me through what happened here and what KT did well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like actually a long time no see. Like when the LCK team picked Renekton, that they succeeded in having lead in all the game. But the thing is that you have to see like where the Closer going. That's actually like big points.
Yeah.
Like if Closer goes top to cover, like he has to cover or like just do something. He went to halfway through top and then back to mid, and not even committing to bottom dive.
And what's really big here is that because there's no counterplay, like Keen was already hard winning this lane. Like he was up 20-30 CS. We've seen the Ornn, when piloted well, actually can mitigate it, like stay down maybe a wave, but with Grasp, you definitely have the possibilities to do decently. But instead what happened was Keen already built a colossal lead, and I know he looks cute there, but it was a very scary crocodile. And at 20 minutes, this was the lead, and this was basically the entire gold lead, and it's what allowed KT to really dictate the pace of the early game.
Yeah, I mean, basically the game is over. Imagine that was not crocodile. Imagine that was a Jax. I think the game is actually just boom.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
Over.
Incredible lead in the early game, leading to the mid game on the side of KT, but then they slowed down a bit, and I got scared, if I may say, as a KT.
Oh yeah,
player.
yeah. If you're a KT fan, you've seen that one before, and it was particularly the fight. We ended up stopping away from it, but at 24 minutes around the Baron, because up until that point, KT were in full control of the game, but Lahens got caught. There was one big fight where Sandbox were able to trade very favorably, and then after that point, the gold lead kind of went away, and you got to remember, when it's Ornn on the field, gold leads don't mean that much, and Birdo got more and more levels, and it turned out into a truly even game.
Yeah, and you got to be careful when approaching these fights, because even though you have Azir, Jinx, Speak that scaled rather well on the side of KT, you have a decent scaling also on the side of Lee Sandbox. So what happened, and how did KT manage to win in the end?
Yeah, I mean, like, let's see, like, what happened. Like, I mean, I don't really want to pull out, like, what happened to Birdo. There's a few fights that, like, Birdo actually, like, wasted more than 3 times his ulti in this game, especially. And also, Coulter wasted his flash, like, more than 3 times as well. I think that's really critical.
And what I really want to highlight is the ultimate being bad from Birdo is salvageable. Him flashing in there is not, right? Like, if you throw away that ult, then KT probably gets Nash, but you get an opportunity to fight. Maybe you can find an angle somehow, but that's not what happens. He flashes in afterwards, and then KT, with really good teamfight positioning, is able to just close it from there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to see the enemy champion as well. Like, they have a Viego, which is who one person died, he becomes, like, much stronger, and also KT has a Wazings, which is, like, when she got excited, basically she's stronger than Felios. So, like, if one person actually goes in and then not getting anything, which is, like, pretty bad as a draft-wise as well.
Yeah, great positioning from aiming also in this
really clean
fight.
game.
Really clean game, as a whole. Who should be player of the game here?
It's tough because it depends on who you feel like. Obviously, Keen ran the early game, I think, because his team fighting was really good. But in the late game, it becomes about how the AD carry can kind of position, which is a hint towards what we went for our POG.
Let's reveal then, shall we? Who gets the player of the game for this one? And it is Keen. Huni, maybe.
Well, I mean, this is like well deserved, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I was actually kind of joking like all year, like before we like having conversation with the Mao. We were like, he made actually Birdo tilted in the game, and then Birdo was like, Birdo was like actually in the early game he was out of the game, but I feel like Birdo was actually out of the game whole game, and then that's like this is like a long time no see that top laner almost solo losing.
And it is also, again, an example of when given a lead, and I like the split vote here personally. I think there's a lot of elements that made the game work. Specifically, Kindo getting it again. Like, he got a lead, and then he didn't just use that lead to win his lane. He then went on, got a couple of great team fights, and actually pushing his lead in the way that the Ornn didn't ever come back. And even when Ornn came back in items, clearly the mental wasn't quite there. Really good game from Keen.
Yeah, I mean, you also forgot one thing. We gotta mention the aiming one blue trinket in the middle fight.
Yeah.
That's why we aim for it.
Yeah, that was such a sick presence of mind play, like especially in a team fight.
Definitely. We'll see what happened in game 2 here. So far, KT leads this series. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Law and gentlemen, on the space there. I do like giving the POG for that trinket, because that was probably the coolest play that we saw. The reaction then immediately afterwards from Lahens definitely warrants a few votes towards him as well. I actually think the KT has played well.
Every single player got at least 1 vote.
Yeah.
Which is very, very rare. So definitely a lot of split between who they thought was the most impactful player, but KT as a whole definitely was some muddying points in the game, but they came together at the end, and that's the important thing.
I agree. I think it depends on what you think is the most important, right? Was it Keen getting those early leads to allow KT to be in the position they were in the late game for those setup plays from B2D, and for, of course, Jinx to just shoot people and have a great time. Here we are into the draft, though, for game number 2. Live Sandbox remain on the blue side, and we'll have to see how this draft is going to deviate from the one previously, because it might just be a full run back and we can just play the video of game number 1 and go and grab some lunch or something like that, right?
Yeah, you feel hungry? What are you thinking?
I don't know. We'll just have to see. Our favorite place is closed today, which is a little bit unfortunate. So
I guess we'll stay around there.
Yeah, maybe we'll just stick around.
I think if it was open, we probably would have gone.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, we'll see if they opt. We'll see if Felios first pick. All the bands are the same, and it looks like Felios first pick again. KT went for the Croc and the Emperor on this rotation, and you know, if it ain't broke,
don't fix it. It might be that they don't go for the Jinx third, but actually I think it kind of just makes the composition work. I think they're just happy to do it again. As Closer also feels like he just wants to farm the map perpetually.
It went pretty good. I think it's second rotation, I think, is where they perhaps dropped the ball. I think the Braum and the Kindred, I wasn't convinced by.
No.
But I think the first rotation for both teams, you can be somewhat happy with.
I wonder what KT are going to change as far as bans are concerned. Last time it was Wukong Lee Sin, taken away from Willa, but I think Willa was kind of happy on the Kindred. He actually didn't look too bad outside of the fact that he didn't get any stacks at all. Yeah. But he might roll the dice a little bit better this time and get to 4 stacks instead of only getting 3
That could
stacks.
be the difference maker, right?
It could.
50-50, you know. How frustrating would it be if you picked Kindred again and he didn't get the 50-50 again in this game?
Oh, it would be very sad.
Yeah, that's just an unlucky day.
Ooh, Viego going to be priority picked here for Cuz. I actually kind of like it. I feel like switching up the bottom lane is a cool adaptation in this one. Aiming, of course, does have a relatively large champion pool that he can delve into if he needs to. So if Jinx gets banned, we're not too worried about it. That's Kindred, the first ban.
Interesting that KT, the team who won, and they're the first to adapt. Obviously, sends a message the game wasn't all smooth sailing, but I think without a doubt, Live Sandbox will be banning away that Jinx here. Obviously, the range, and especially when you get so slow team fights, the reset potential pretty big.
Yeah.
There is still the Zeri on the cards as a possibility. There's still Xayah as a potential. There are definitely options, especially Xayah would potentially leave Lahens to pick the Rakan again. So
yeah,
we'll see what they opt to go for. KT just targeting the jungle, though, taking away that Kindred first and foremost. Still have the Wukong available, which was banned last time, which they could take off the cards.
Yeah, the Lee Sin also there. Lee Sin LeBlanc, oldie but a goodie as far as mid lane combos, but it is going to be the Wukong that they go for instead, a little bit more in Willa's wheelhouse, despite the fact that Wukong has won 1 game this season out of the, what, 10?
Not a good win rate.
11 games or something
Not a good
like
win
that.
rate.
Not exactly the greatest, as Xayah going to be removed. So not going to have access to that one, means that Aiming can just head towards the Zeri if he would like to.
Yep, got to get the last game in. Well, not last, because there'll still be time on 13-11, but get it in while you can before she gets nerfed, then inevitably somehow it's still broken.
Yeah. get a game in until you have to choose a different build slightly, and she's still busted.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Is how it's going to go.
Poor Zeri players out there.
I know. It must be
struggling.
hard being a Zeri player. Really difficult.
We'll see what the adaptation is in this situation. Kha'Zix is something we've seen a fair bit. Also very good at playing towards the side lanes, right? We talked about the LeBlanc with the Shiv is a side lane menace. You can obviously use the Kha'Zix to try and catch someone rotating over towards the side, but not going to have as much impact in the team fights as the Kindred did. Now for the support pick, I didn't like the Braum before, and it looks like they're not going in that direction now. Looking towards the Lulu just to be able to buff up the Aphelios and make him as strong as possible.
Also pick it away from Zeri, which I think is kind of important. Lahens just says, no, I'm Big Daddy. This time around, as the Nautilus is going to be locked in. Hopefully, he goes for the Chandelure skin, my personal favorite. And Zeri Nautilus, oldie but a goodie. And we'll see how Aiming's going to be able to do this, because the composition is going to work quite differently now, given the fact that they have such a short-range AD carry instead of the very long-range one. So a lot of this is going to be about BDD, and can he cause the ruckus to allow Zeri to pop off in these team fights?
Yeah, a lot more dive potential, which I think is good for Liv Sandbox, because one of the things we said last game was the fact that, you know, their only engage was the Ornn. Biddle didn't really do a fantastic job of making those engages happen, and against the Jinx Azir, difficult to close the gap. But now the Zeri will be coming into you, the Nautilus, the Renekton, the Viego will all be coming to the Aphelios, so hopefully he can stand his ground with that Lulu to back him up.
Still, I'm a little bit worried, just because I feel like Kindred was pivotal to mitigating the teamfight prowess that KT had in game number 1. I felt like it was frustrating. It was, of course, banned first cab off the rank as far as the second round of bans were concerned.
That is a great
keen
story.
fan. I really like that thumbs up, Croc. Really, really good stuff. And sometimes we have like the really intricate drawings. I like the ones that are a little bit more basic.
Yeah, like that goofy chicken with the stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I think that's the best. That's the real art
It
there.
also makes me feel less insecure about my art skills.
No, exactly, or lack
Yeah.
thereof, which is probably both of our case. I blame it on being left-handed, but I don't know whether that is exactly correct. It is time now to head onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, fans, full voice here at Lowell Park for today's match. And, you know, Sunday, definitely a day where the fans do tend to come out in droves. And it is happening once again. See which fans are going to be the happiest. Of course, KT fans are generally happier when there's 3 games.
Yeah.
They like to see a little bit of growth and a little bit of opportunity for more League of Legends. That's why you're a KT fan, because you're a League of Legends fan. Because they're generally so inconsistent, we go to 3 games the majority of the time.
Yep, they just want more action. And
Yeah.
I think you're going to be pretty happy because we did get this Chandelier Nautilus skin.
There we go. Lahens generally can be trusted to do the right thing.
Yeah.
As far as like picking Singed and doing the best work
And I think
as far
Close
as skins
actually,
on Nautilus.
Close actually changed skin despite playing the same champion, which is...
And I was hoping Bertle would do that because he didn't have a very good game on the Ornn. I think like I'm allowed to say that. It was not great. And so then you just switch it up, right?
But he didn't.
And he didn't. It just stuck with the same one. As Lahens and aiming, lying in wait. As Kyle will move towards the Nautilus, and Lahens decides not to go for any sort of cheeky hooks or anything like that. And this should be a lot worse for aiming this time around. I think that his positioning is going to be under a little bit more scrutiny as well. Just because in order to do damage, he does need to be in harm's way a little bit more often. And this isn't one of those classic stand behind the Zeri, she's just going to carry style of compositions. I think this one has a lot more to do with a lot of the other picks around the Rift. As Lahens just barely missing onto Kyle. And
But
Kyle
the
looking
minion.
like he didn't really worry about it too much at all.
If the minion was the goal, then it was spot on.
True. Absolutely nailed that minion. And that's going to allow them to pull that minion a little bit out of formation, take it down, so that they will be able to get to that level 2 first, and actually sets up for this as Teddy switches to Sever him and ignores everything.
And does more damage in return.
Yeah, I love
So the lesson is, hit the minion next time.
that. Yeah.
Way better before.
And look, it's really good to have that lesson under your belt pre-3 minutes, I think, you know? Because Lahens is now thinking, I hit that minion, and we got a minion. And then I hit the Aphelios, and I got hurt a lot. So now we know exactly what to do as Viego's making his way down. Kha'Zix somewhat in the area as Kyle going to get pulled back. A little bit of a spectator bug there, but Kyle is still dead. The Viego locks down first blood. Cuz getting to work early this game.
And you know, we often see Cuz move towards the top lane, but I love that he's showing his presence spot. The Zeri,
oh, max range hook. Lahens just partying, taking a turret shot, having a great time.
you know what? That was just showing that he could.
Yeah.
He actually also got the ghost from Teddy, so there's actually a tangible advantage as well, other than just the mental advantage of saying, yeah, and what.
And he sent a message. That is the main thing. Sent a message and got to summon a spell. Phew. That's a lot of value that you're going to get from that hook. Let's check this gank out one more time.
Yeah, so again, we said the Zeri and the Nautilus aren't going to have too much presence. The 2v2, but this setup is so good. And the flash over Teddy from Cuz to land the stun to follow up. They get the kill, they get a shove in, they get a reset. There's all positive things to Zeri bot lane.
먹어.
Take it, take it. Yep, that's a very happy Lahens just in general. And I feel like Lahens is very important for every single team that he's on as a morale booster.
Yeah.
It's why I think that Genji was so powerful last year. Just because they had Lahens and Peanut, both of them just incredible mascots as far as keeping morale high. They also had Ruler, who's pretty good.
They're also pretty good this year as well.
Yeah.
You know, they did win in spring.
Yeah.
So, top of the table as well right now, so, you know. But they still have Peanut, as you said.
Yep.
They'll have.
So they don't miss Lahens quite as much as they could have, but Lahens doing good work here for KT as well in that department.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see late call picked up for aiming. Don't expect too much action going on towards the bot lane. Obviously did get that good setup for the gank, and Kale has no summoners, but not sure if we'll see a return anytime soon. First Dragon is an Infernal. So, especially with the Kha'Zix as well, you can take that out pretty quickly if you get the opportunity to do so. But mostly when we see Kha'Zix, it's just farm to 6 and get your revolve.
Yeah. And that looks like what Willer is trying to do here. A couple of camps in the lead over Cuz. And looking at this lane, it is actually just pretty sad for Bertle, just because if you're stuck in the same matchup that you got crushed in the game before, I think it's very difficult to then do a better job the next time of asking, because the mental gymnastics you have to do to get into a good headspace is also very difficult.
But also, you'd hope you'd learn from it, you know?
That's true.
Like, you can go into this game and say, hey, I just played this matchup, not 5 minutes ago. It didn't go so hot.
No.
Let's do better.
What kind of adaptation can I make in order to make this work out?
Well, I think a good one is the fact that Cuz ganked bot instead of top so far.
Yeah,
which
true.
isn't an adaptation from him at all, but it definitely makes things a bit smoother.
That being said, it's still about 2 waves, the advantage here, and Bertle's still sitting on not very much health underneath this turret. Closer having a good time in the mid lane, though, as we can see, despite the fact that BDD has been farming very well, as Willer making his way up. The Ram going to come out, and Keen just going to tank it. Does have Dominus, he's fine.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit ambitious. Wasn't quite in range to follow up with the E. Keen still had Flash, and Willer's still level 5. I don't think he wanted to jump onto that Renekton solo.
No. That was the epitome of cool story, bro.
Yeah.
Coming out from Keen there. Just, and what?
Completely unbothered.
No. Not phased even a little bit.
Nope.
As Teddy and Kyle having an okay time here towards this bottom side, but I think aiming after that early kill is certainly sitting pretty in this game. He didn't get the kill himself, of course it went to Cuz, but being able to get all of that extra space in the lane, that free reset that they were able to collect for themselves, certainly great news.
You know,
as Bertle holds on to the teleport, actually makes his way back.
I didn't get to see last game how much damage Demolish did, but I feel like Keen just basically procced it off cooldown for the entire game whenever he had the opportunity. So kind of following the same route here, and even without the support necessarily from Cuz yet, getting plates picked up, getting that advantage in the top lane that did earn him that POG.
Ooh, speaking of support for the top lane, here's that adaptation that you were calling for. It is move the bottom lane into the top lane. Back going to come through here from Bertle, and now we can see why he didn't use that teleport. He wants to use it to get down towards the bottom lane. As Keen's like, what? Why are these guys here? This is the wrong people in my lane.
So making a pretty concerted effort to try and get that Herald for themselves, with the extra members being there, and also getting Birdle away from Keen. Both things pretty positive. We do have level 6 for Teddy right now, so has the ultimate. But Lulu's still level 4, so... And pretty concerted. And this is the Zerg. Gaming is coming from base, and Birdle TP'd bot, so...
Oh, and the hook is going to connect onto Willer as well, who's going to try and leap his way out. Is going to be able to do so there. And I believe also manages to get the Rift Scuttler on his way out. Birdle going to be able to collect a plate here. But Cuz definitely capable of taking this Rift Herald. So it's not necessarily all working in Liv Sandbox's favor, but they're band-aiding their top lane problem relatively well.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it doesn't end up being a positive play for Liv Sandbox. They don't get the Herald, which obviously would have loved to. Oh.
That's an ultimate from Aiming. Of course, Birdle does have his ulti available, as Aiming's now ghosting after him. Pretty tanky is this on, and Aiming not going to be able to dive a turret by himself, but does deal with the wave quite nicely. And now Birdle going to have to try and deal with these minions as best he can. He breathes on them, there they go.
Just
Aiming very aggressive here.
Yeah, just everything though. You can just go in a 1v1 against the enemy top laner and just run them down.
Yeah.
So Birdle having to burn flash there. And the fact that KT got that Herald, and now... I was going to say Aiming might get some alone time with the tower, but Willer is in the vicinity, so perhaps not. But overall, it's KT with a 1,000 gold lead and still have that Herald in pocket.
And it looks like KT are kind of okay with just leaving this situation as Closer going to get caught out by Lehens. It's like he got his eye in, and then now he can't miss with these dredge lines.
And you know, Closer could have turned that around and chunked Lehens, but you never know. You're like, is Lehens got the whole team backing him up?
Yep.
Or is he by himself? You could just never have a read. But now we do see the Keen really struggling, obviously.
Okay, the Ram comes through. Cuz is going to put down the Rift Herald, and now Birdle in a bit of trouble because Lehens is in position as well. Knockup does a bit of work there onto Cuz, who's now going to tank up this turret. That is a kill for the Zeri. And now Willer going to dive on top of BDD. Oh, the shifting stance is so good as Willer will survive for a long time, but is going to be taken out in the end. A double kill once again for BDD. And this is why we see the bans on the Azir, ladies and gentlemen. He too good.
Such a good move from BDD. KT get the favorable play on the bot side. Liv Sandbox have to answer, have to try and equalize by taking out the Renekton, but BDD slides in at the perfect timing, and it is all gone wrong for the cool kids. Panic or not, this definitely did not go in their favor.
No, that was unfortunate as well from the ultimate out of Birdle. Nice to get the knock-up onto Cuz, but ultimately it just does not matter in any way, shape, or form.
I think he was just trying to clear the wave out with the ult and just couldn't get it in time, and then left him with less tools to use to defend. Obviously chunks from before, but here, BDD just making a great move over, and then the Streamer Shuffle coming in perfectly, sliding into the Renekton, who was, well, not only able to get the kill, but with Triumph, I believe, getting some healing as well, so it just makes it so hard to finish him off. And
hey, Static Shiv is done. Okay, Orcs, we're absolutely fine. The build is being completed here for Closer.
They were just giving KT a chance, you know. Now they finished the Static Shiv, it's...
Oh, it should be just done and dusted from this point. Welcome to Game 3 territory is how it's going to work out. You may have watched Game 1, and so you're like, Atlas, you're a silly Billy because they lost Game 1. But no. That was just a few user errors. Should have been a winnable situation there. As ignore the fact that it's a 3,000 gold lead here for KT on their way to a perfect game. And as soon as you say perfect game in a KT game, for them, you know
it's not happening.
That some chaos is going to ensue.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's actually pretty impossible to have a perfect game in this one, because at some point LeBlanc will go in a side lane and start taking towers, and it's going to happen.
I thought you were going to say because KT is at the beginning of
that's also valid.
Players' names.
That's also valid.
As, okay, BDD going to be chained up. Does actually even out the trade quite nicely there, as you can see. Went for the crown this time around instead of the double mask build that he put together in game number 1.
Yeah.
I hope he goes Nash's. I really like that build from Faker when he did play the Azir last time.
I wasn't a huge fan of the demonic follow-up, especially since there wasn't that many tanks to go through. But I think when you're playing into a Kha'Zix, the crown definitely gives a lot of safety. That being said, very easy for LeBlanc to proc. You know, it's a chained Shiv auto can do it.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Willer may die here, as the ulti is going to come through, and that is a dead bug, kind of squished by Aiming. 2-0 and 1. Oh, the certification squad going to need to come out here, as Wolf is at home, but I guarantee he's going to be watching.
You know, that's...
And he might just send us over the certification.
That's another annoying thing with Zeri, just because there's already enough, but the fact that, you know, when Kha'Zix goes invisible, every other AD carry can't do anything, apart from Zeri can, you know, fire at him regardless, so add it to the list.
Yeah, the list of things that she's surprisingly very good at and quite powerful.
Yeah, League of Legends.
Yeah, good champ.
Zeri's pretty good at.
Yeah, pretty good pick. Although I felt in this particular scenario, this was a Zeri angle that Liv Sandbox shouldn't have been too worried about necessarily, especially with how successful the Aphelios has been here in the LCK. Right now, though, I feel very silly because she's just doing the Zeri things.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that a lot of times we've seen Aphelios do well is when they get the momentum early. You get some alone time in the tower, you get some plates, and then suddenly Zeri can't step up to Aphelios when he's so strong. The problem in this situation is that they have fallen behind early. You've got some gold injection into aiming.
Oh, okay. Well, Keen going to try and look to avoid the ram and does so very comfortably. Okay, still has flash. He had to dominus, so
yeah,
just a huge
they got the
issue
TP
here
from
for KT.
PDD. Oh no.
Oh dear. Is Teddy going to be okay? Put your guesses in now. As Kyle going to move down, Willa is here as well, so it looks like Teddy is going to be okay. It's fine hanging out underneath his turret. And as you can see, as the plates do dissipate, a couple were picked up, but only the gold for one here for Liv Sandbox, and outside of that, a 1,000 gold injection here for KT. Augmenting their close to 5,000 gold lead that they have.
And remember, it's tax-free. You know, plate gold doesn't contribute to gold bounties, so there is a few gold bounties coming in, but mostly because the kills that we have had in the early game, and obviously that big farm lead that Keen's been able to pick up. 2 dragons in pocket as well. Mountain Soul, and the next one's coming up in a minute 45, which will be a problem if KT are able to get their hands on it. Especially when you have champions like LeBlanc, like the Kha'Zix, that want to try and burst people down, you're going to struggle.
Well, you are. And I can sense some anxiety from KT fans. Of course, Laura is
going
backstage.
a bit too well.
It is going way too well, and this is the perfect time for that colossal problem to arise. As Cuz going to stun up closer here, takes a fair bit of damage, slinks back into the mist, and that is just free. No worries there at all. As Keen, it's very frightening. Look at this, he just does not change his direction. He's just walking towards the enemies.
Yeah,
and Cuz is going to be able to take himself to Rift Herald.
So KT try to sneak this Herald as soon as possible. And I think the game plan will be throw the Herald down mid and use that pressure to lean into the bot river. Because right now, Liv Sandbox have complete control of the bot side of the map. It is lit up like a Christmas tree. And the dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. So if KT are wanting to contest this, which I assume they will, they need to start setting up for it as soon as possible.
Well, he goes closer, tries to get a bit of harassment down, but the chain not really going to do anything there, and doesn't have a lot of AP right now. So the abilities of the LeBlanc, you know, we're going to have to get used to this static shift thing where the auto attacks are what are scary, and everything else kind of does nothing.
But also, I feel like the 2-item spike is where you get a bit of AP, but also the Shiv scales with AP, but also you get a bit of pen as well, which helps out with all that magic damage. We have 5 seconds of the dragon, and you see KT have made a move over towards the bot side of the river, and Liv Sandbox have just reset, and it looks like they might just be giving it up in this situation. We're looking at the top side of the map, so dude, dragon for KT with a Mountain Soul, that is going to feel pretty rough.
It's going to feel pretty good for KT, though. They're going to be grooving tonight with their Earth, Wind, and Fire that they have now put together, or at least will when Cuz finishes that one off. As aiming skates over the wall, everything is going to be A-OK. Checking in on this one, Cuz soloing a Drake. Very cool stuff.
Those extra resists going to be pretty big when you have so many tanks on your team. You know, you have the Nautilus, you have the Nectar who's quite bulky, the Zeri, obviously the hyper tank on the side of KT. Going to appreciate those extra resistances.
And I want to admit something, Hawks. I'm a little bit disappointed because we got immediately after talking about it, we got the Shiv LeBlanc, and it's just really not like. It's been cool. Okay, Aiming's going to press his ultimate button. That is going to guarantee the turret, I guess. As Hook will connect there onto Teddy. Keen dives on top of him. They do get some knockups here as in goes Cuz. Looks for that backline as Bertle gets a knockup onto the Cuz. But oh dear, there goes the Ornn aiming. augments his already couple of kills with a third. And Liv Sandbox are going to have to back away. That perfect game still in position for KT.
See, KT definitely wanted a lot more than they got up that situation. Few flashes been trying to get Teddy. They do manage to get Beard all the back end thanks to BDD. But the mid tower was the objective they came for, and I think they're still happy with that play. Currently a 7k gold lead, but BDD might be in a bit of trouble here.
All right, let's see whether this is the end of the perfect game as the flash and the shifting sands, and it's not. He's fine.
I wouldn't want to be the first one to die in the game, especially a game like this. You almost 20 minutes. It's going to be embarrassing.
I don't know how many games have been KT perfect games as well. This could be a really historic moment.
You don't hear those words together.
No, you don't. You don't. As Lahens has been landing some really amazing hooks.
I think
this one, definitely not the greatest because there was wild growth there and Teddy is a deceptively tanky target.
I think the problem was he landed the hook and then he waited. I think maybe Keen was calling he was going to flash stun, but then he ended up ulting at the same time, so the CC kind of overlapped. I think if they laid it a bit better, they would have been able to get him. And also, aiming did completely whiff his ult like 2 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
So, a few things mis-executed there, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really cost KT anything. Just some missed opportunities.
Aiming didn't miss his ult. He just wanted to prove that he could team fight absolutely fine without.
Oh yeah, it was zoning ult.
Limit testing.
Yeah,
100%. Sometimes you gotta test these things
like
out
last game when he flashed in front of the Ornn.
Yeah, precisely.
HP.
And do you know what? He then got the information that is something that he doesn't ever want to do again.
Oh yeah.
And how many times did he flash in front of the Ornn this game?
Because look,
0.
we have a long season. Teams will get wins. But sometimes learning is a more important victory.
Well, Willer is on his way up. Kyle's going to be here as well as Closer may just die before that. Emperor's Divide is going to get a bit of damage as BDD secures the first kill, but there goes the perfect game. Lahens wants to get some revenge though, and aiming is here as well. Yeah, there's not a lot of places for Willer to go there. Oh my goodness, the Lulu is eaten by a crocodile. This has turned into a horror movie.
Oh, that was traumatic, honestly. Yeah. But KT very quickly clean up. It's one of these moments where, you know, Liv Sandbox see the opportunity for a pick. There's a big bounty in the Azir. You have to kind of go for these moments when you're this far behind, but it just all ends up going south. They will try and get the mid-tier 1 and fail, and they will lose Baron as well. And it's just in time for KT to set up for that Dragon Soul in a couple of minutes. So, bit of a disaster.
Yeah, and
Sandbox.
It did feel like Game 1 was somewhat competitive. I'm not getting much of that feeling this time around, Ox. It's just kind of, all KT all the time.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, Closer wanted to go back in to bait in for the rest of the team, but it wasn't necessary. Like, Closer was cutting off BDD. You could have just stayed there, and BDD can't run past you, right? So maybe a mistake in terms of the decision, but perhaps they were like, okay, we need to make this play happen fast because KT will collapse. And I mean, yeah, they do collapse, so.
Yeah. And then, we didn't have to show that one. That was very scary.
Yeah, that was a bit brutal.
Large crocodile,
you know,
and small little yordle.
I think this kind of just illustrates how desperate Liv Sandbox are feeling right now. Hiding in a brush together in the bot lane, it's not going too well.
No. Channeling some backs here as well as Bertel is at least going to be out of Bellows Breath. Closer going to limp away from this one as well as aiming with his Runon's Hurricane now completed. Very happily autoing this turret as much as he would like, throwing these burst fires through. So, yep, happy Zeri will be able to secure a little bit more global gold for the team. 4 turrets now for KT. And looking for another couple of inners before they start knocking on the front door of Liv Sandbox. And Closer fighting BDD. The crown is going to get popped here. And now BDD with a slightly upgraded build as Emperor's Divide is going to come through. You're not going to catch him out of position. Although, Will is going to be able to get a bit of damage. There we go. Isolates the Azir. And BDD basically feeding this game, honestly.
Yep.
100% of the deaths.
Yep, and the good news is they get BDD. They take out the Azir, take him off the map for a little bit. The bad news is they lose their jungler and Dragon Soul just spawn. So,
all right, let's not focus on you know, that side of things. Willer killed BDD on his Azir. Incredible performances. Oh, almost catches him mid distortion.
Very close.
That was mid mimic distortion as well. Doesn't really make a difference as far as the speed is concerned, but still, that's what it was. Cuz going to be able to lock down that Dragon Soul like you were talking about.
I get it though, because the soul is gone. It enables the Elder Flip. That's the play.
That is Willer's wheelhouse. As all right, teleport from BDD, gets himself back down towards his bottom lane as Lehens just likes pressing his hook button. Is going to be able to do so here. Lands it on to Bertle one more time, is now aiming, just cutting down this Ornn. The flash forward from Cuz, but he does get polymorphed. Aiming just blows him up. Presses the R button, and now Keen, in the face of the jungler and the mid laner, just seems unperturbed. He wants minions first, and then he might deal with you two, but the rest of KT are barreling down this bottom lane. They'll take out the turret, they'll take out the inhibitor, and Keen just on his lonesome. Crocodiles like to hunt alone. At least I'm pretty sure they do. And he's going to now group up with the rest of his team, so maybe I was wrong, as it's another decent polymorph there from Kyle, but none of it's really going to matter. Close is going to be flashing. Keen flashes forward. Oh my goodness, where did that Aphelios go? Keen goes golden, and now Cuz is the Aphelios. It's a double kill. He gets polymorph one more time. He's trying to get out of here, but oh, Closer just doesn't have the damage. Emperor's Divide, he sweeps him up, and it's an execute. Oh dear, KT, they will say goodnight to Live Sandbox, and honestly, it's a clean 2-0. There's nothing to see here.
Yep, very clean 2-0. I feel like it was KT going back to what we saw for them for the rest of the season. Fast games, they get the lead, they close it out, and they make it happen pretty swiftly.
Yeah. Honestly, just a bit sad is my reaction. I was trying to figure out a nicer way of saying it, but Live Sandbox, they put up a fight in game 1. They did not. Even a little bit here in game 2. It was a very similar draft. Adaptations were made by KT, especially banning the Kindred, I thought was very, very smart. But Live Sandbox, the adaptation just wasn't really there. They were like, we're going to do this cool new LeBlanc thing.
And
then they almost got perfect game.
It now has 0% win rate.
It does.
Which isn't too positive for it. I think the tech works, you know, but I think ultimately it just wasn't enough in this game. I think top lane struggled. Bot lane in this game as well did have a bit of a rough time thanks to the ganks from Cuz. And I think Cuz in particular had a really strong series, making the impact.
Agreed. Cuz has had a really strong season, a really strong year. This guy is really ramping up to be a definitive, at least top 3 jungler. And we'll see where we're going to place him in our power rankings as we get further and further through summer.
You can see all the celebrations coming through.
Yep, happy BDD gets to play 2 games,
2 games of Azir. That is infinitely more than he played in the last series, where he played 0 games of Azir.
And he plays the weird build first, and then plays a really good build, and it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just really good that we get to see the comparison, like, immediately, one after the other.
Maybe he was trying to make a point.
Yeah. He did die 100% of the time KT players died, though.
True, but then he kind of did that fountain dive at the end, which kind of said to everyone, I don't care about deaths.
Yeah.
I just want to look cool.
And he did look very cool.
He did look very cool.
They managed to get the Dragon Soul, no neutrals, went over to Live Sandbox. They weren't able to take 1 turret, even though they had this split push build on this LeBlanc, right?
But it wasn't a perfect game.
It was not. It was not. Unless you don't count kills on the BDD, in which case it was a perfect game. As that's a shout out to Quickshot, who really hates it when I say they're X amount of kills away from a perfect game. And he's like, oh, so you mean they don't have a perfect game, so don't talk about it. Yes, Trevor, that is exactly what I mean. As the Rift Herald here in this mid lane did get a fair bit of work done for KT as well, but most of it was just KT following the rulebook, aiming, showing everyone he doesn't really need his ultimate to win fights, and Bertle once again just struggling to find any sort of effectiveness on this Ornn pick. It's been a bit of a tale of woe for the top side of the map for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, and I feel like we've often, I mean, even the DRX series that we saw earlier this week, that was also an area where they really struggled against KT. I feel like Keen is just on an absolute tear so far this season. And the thing is, you know, you have games like Game 1 where Cuz will play towards him, and that will make it very hard to deal with him. He'll become super fed. But this game, they didn't play towards him. He just kind of did his own thing. And you can even see in this final clip, he was 1v2 in by himself, just vibing, having a good old time.
He was. And BDD looks for Teddy here. Good of Teddy to be able to get himself all the way out. But then Keen has Flash. Oh, man. This was a lot of wallet and gravity. That was happening here. And Cuz not dying there is the perfect example of it. Oh, that was just Cuz saying thanks, BDD, at the end there. Oh, man. Very, very wholesome stuff. And that is a big BDD grin. That is it. I spoke about it before the series started. Happy BDD makes a happy LCK fan. and we got happy BDD here today.
And you know, I think it's just going to be rough as well because you have so many picks that you want to try and ban away that are just super strong in the meta, but you have like the Sejuani Renekton, which is a strong duo, the Azir. There's not enough to ban away from this team.
Yeah, and the Annie ban that had to come through, we know, is a ban that's very, very necessary against KT as well. BDD has lost one game on it so far this season. It's just been putting win after win on the board. But now, it is time to throw it over to a very happy Law after that KT 2-0.
You love to see it. 2-0 here on the side of KT. Really great game and clean game too here, guys. I want to talk about the draft. No. Yeah,
just,
okay.
No, it was it was a complete blowout, right? Like KT is vying for one of the top teams in our region, and I think that when you have those expectations, you need to play like this, and it did so expertly.
This is what you want to see, but we'll talk about Sandbox crashing a bit here in summer so far. Draft. First, and to see the adaptations on the side of Live Sandbox, I was not a fan of the Kha'Zix pick. I really appreciate pairing Aphelios with Lulu, though.
Yeah, the Aphelios Lulu was nice, but Kha'Zix and LeBlanc is a really weak jungle 2v2. Like, I really don't like that one.
Yeah.
And when you look at the early pressure that you have on the KT draft with specifically Renekton, Viego, and Nautilus, like, your mid-game skirmishes are nuts. And then you have the two scaling elements, so it's not like your comp has to stomp early, but Zeri with a composition like this that enables her also works really well. So I think the KT comp, it's comfort, it works well, and it's placed to their strengths.
Yeah.
Well, I think generally the draft for, like, I think it's both teams are pretty playable, which is like, as you mentioned, Aphelios Lulu, like, pretty good comp, and it's like Orin has a really good balance, even though they kind of lost. But I think it's like more so about like this play was like actually really mattered, which is like we'll see the highlight one. Like I think they were trying to avoid like the Renekton strength, but they failed. Yeah, and that's the game.
I mean, we saw what happened in game one, especially Keen getting ahead on the Crocodile, and here you see them trying to prevent actually this from happening again. But this is not the swap that you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, Orin, he saved the Birdo, saved TP to like make this play, but the thing is like they haven't secured the Herald yet, and it's like the wave is not too big that they shouldn't be scared that Zeri's taking over like 3 play. Like here, Zeri's on the way from the base, and they're getting engaged first. Like already getting chunked, these Kha'Zix, like those kind of players are already lost from the sandbox, and the KTs are hitting the lifter first when they're getting the swap.
Yeah, and it could have been even better, right? Because aiming actually pathed up initially, could have ran straight to lane as well, particularly with Zeri E, can get there very early. So you lane swap to try and mitigate the impact of a Renekton, and the safe TP, which Birdo lost the blade for, doesn't lead to anything. Because, again, as Uni was saying, you don't mitigate the Renekton, you still get chunked because you're late to the objective, and you basically waste the time and opportunity cost the summoner. And then from that point on, KT, they can take leads like that and quickly run you over.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see the effort on the side of Sandbox to learn from game one and take these learnings and bring them to game two. And I want to look at the second highlight here because this is the opposite situation as we saw in game one. KT diving bot, Sandbox trying to match top lane, but it doesn't quite land the way they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like from the highlight one snowball. Like KT has the lift herald when they should not have it. And then they're just diving so easily. I mean, I think completely fine if Orin died, but the thing is, like, the other side of the map.
This needs to work.
Like, this has to work. I mean, I mean, there's probably, like, previous highlight one. Like, the Lulu is starting dying, and then they make really good reactions, like, from there. Like them actually swapping to the top, and they're avoiding the lane phase as much as they can. But the thing is, like, the middle game is not solid.
It's just a really good read from BDD as well. Like identifying, okay, we're diving bot, so what is Sandbox going to do? Keen's under pressure, he's underneath his turret, they swap towards the top side of the map. So gets there just in time. Wheeler, who leaps in, immediately gets boomed by that 2v2. And let me tell you, BDD's played enough games of Azir and Renekton to know when he can take a skirmish. And from that point on, the game is just a complete blowout.
I think he is familiar with the champion indeed. Let's take a look at the player of the game here. And I think we want to look at the man in the mid lane.
I love that.
It makes sense. It makes sense with the composition they have. And yeah, he's a cleaner game on his side as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely... I mean, this play, honestly, game is kind of over as well. Like, I feel Lulu must be like snowballing the very lane as well, especially when they have those kind of pick. Like it's the same thing. Like when you play utility support into tank support, melee support especially, you need to get a lead. Otherwise, you're gonna get the middle game in the scrimmage.
I also think Lahens is one of our supporters that's the best when he's on a champion like, even though I know how much he loves his Yumis and whatnot, like Lahens, roaming is one of the deadliest supports that we have in the LCK. Like the way he's able to play around the rest of his lanes, the way he's able to find these mid-game moments is something that is a really big part of why KT like to play away from aiming and why they like to open up Lahens. And yeah, I think the spread votes here make a ton of sense. Like Ox going for the support vote. I know that as a support main, you know, he's always going to be liking that. And good game from Lahens.
Bye.
Good game from Lahens, good game from KT also, who, looking at the schedule they're going to have next week, D+ on the first game and the Telecom War on Saturday. An interesting schedule for them, especially if they want to cement themselves as one of the top teams in the LCK.
And we have seen, obviously, although the Gen G series didn't really give us the clearest picture in game number 1, they were actually able to match, and we know, looking at their last playoff performances, they were the only team up until Gen G beat them who could match T1. And thus far, like particularly, I want to really shout out Cuz. Cuz's performance to me has been the most impressive. He's looked so much better than his last few years, and I hope it continues as we get further into summer.
Yeah, I mean, especially these today performances from them showing, like I think it's really solid and it was really good.
Yeah, really good. Let's hear what the winners have to say about this game as the interview is ready on stage.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation. We're here joined by Lehans and Keen on the side of KT roster. Congratulations, guys. KT, finally starting off a winning streak here in the LCK Summer. How do you feel? A quick day, feels amazing. I think it was a very comfortable series for us, so I'm happy with the result. Yeah, it feels great to pick up a 2-0 win. Feels amazing, but Kian, he was super fed in game number 1, but he didn't carry the game, so I want to say thank you, Kian, obviously. So Leons got picked up, you know, around the barrel, so that was a huge accident, but the rest of the KT players were able to carry him and win the game. You're having some banter already here at the POG interview. Keen, you are playing up against Teddy, your teammate from Kwangdong Freaks last year. What were you expecting the most going up against Teddy? I mean, he's a gifted player and he's so experienced. So I was pretty sure he will never get nervous before the game started. But it feels amazing to have such an easy win up against him. And Kian. So Xante was ignored today. And KT was actually focusing on Renekton. Why was that? Well, this is our secret, so I can let it out. But Renekton, to put it simply, he's having a great win rate, so we prefer Renekton right now. And we had back-to-back Renekton Ornn matchup, and sometimes we were able to see Ornn actually winning lane up against Renekton, but today you are just having a lane kingdom. What were your thoughts on this matchup? So Renekton is like a bruiser, you know, but Ornn is more of a pure tank. So they play a bit of a different role, but I was able to get ahead early. So I was able to play around the lead I had in the laning phase. Yeah, and the opponent top laner was not able to kind of reverse the outcome of the laning phase at all. And Lehans, your Nautilus was also doing a great job starting from the laning phase. And any thoughts on Zeri Nautilus comp? Zero synergy, I should say. No synergy between Zeri and Nautilus? That is correct. And we had Static Shiv LeBlanc for 2 games in a row today. You know, we saw that in the LEC by Humanoid as well. And I guess you guys kind of expected to see that pick, right? Not exactly LeBlanc, but if LeBlanc gets picked, we were expecting some Shiv build. Then what was your plan going up against that new item build? I mean, BDD, he's so good. You know, I was not worried about him at all, about what's happening on the mid lane. I was just like, let's go BDD. KT Roaster is now speeding so fast. Prior to today's series, KT was on top of all of the time kind of related stats in the LCK Summer. And Game 2 was also only took 23 minutes. Any tips to end the game so fast and snowball so fast? I guess, yeah, our snowballing is pretty good. You know, we're really good at it. As long as we don't lose early, everything would be fine. Linz, what's your thought on the KT speed? So I think we wanted to be proactive when we have to leave, and we want to take the risk. So being proactive and, you know, taking the risks are the key. I mean, KT, just like we saw earlier, you guys are having a great synergy and teamwork, especially the top side of the map looks super solid. Then what is the key to having such a strong top side of the map? I mean, I can't say we have a great synergy because it's all about the work, you know. We are just work related, you know. Co-workers, not friends actually, so we don't have any synergy at all. Well, if Keen wants to say so, I guess we are, but I think Keen is my family, so I'm a little bit hurt, but you know, what can you do about it? Next week, we have some big matches ahead of KT Roaster. You guys are going up against T+ Kia and then T1. We are on a winning streak right now, so I want to keep this momentum, push this forward, and we will do our best in the upcoming matches as well. And Lehan's, just like today, I hope we can showcase a very good performance. Well, our spring run was not ideal, but I wish we can end higher and reach higher this summer. And this will be the end of the interview from KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Wonderful translation and interview, as always. I'm trying to hide my smile and to not be excited about next week, but when I see KT performing so well, especially coming into the matchup against T1 next week, I think we may have a banger Telecom war on our hands.
And even when the matchup has not felt close, Telecom wars have been great for like the last year. So the fact that KT is in really good form right now, and T1, even though they are still winning and only losses against Gen.G, are still looking, when you look at the items, weaker than they did before. That matchup is going to be amazing.
And both teams are must win because to get the Gen.G down, right?
We'll see about this next week. But for now, we have a second series on our hands. We'll be back in 30 minutes for D+ Kia versus Nongshim. We'll see what both teams can offer and if D+ can come back after a difficult early game this week. We'll be right back soon. Take care.
자, 그럼 본격적으로 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작하도록 하겠다. 자, 우리 이번에 LCK 팀들도 로스터 변동이 꽤나 많이 있었어. 근데 뭐 테디 선수 돌아오고 뭐 이랬는데 LEC 쪽은 어떤가?
우선 LEC 같은 경우에는 푸나틱에 KT에서 활동했던 노아 그리고 코이에서 활약했던 트림비 선수가 바텀으로 합류했습니다. 노아 선수 같은 경우에는 LCK에서 활동했던 경험이 있잖아요. 그때의 경험을 어떻게 살려서 트림비와 시너지를 낼 것인가, 이런 부분들이 지금 주목을 받고 있고, 또 한 가지 더 있습니다. 헤레틱스에 유럽의 샵이라고 합니다. 베테오가 합류하게 되면서 새로운 바람이 불어날 조짐입니다.
유럽의 첩이 확실한가?
유럽의 샵이라는 소문이 있어.
말조심을 좀 하는구만.
아니 그럼 헤레틱스 갑자기 떡상 기대해도 되는 건가?
그렇게까지 막 올라가거나.
어쨌든 뭐 그 정도 변화가 있다. 뭐 크게 바뀐 건 아니지만 확실히 또 흥미가 가는 부분이 있고, 그런데 그러면은 뭐 그쪽은 어때? LCS는?
그쪽이라뇨. 국장님.
아니 이게 관심도 많이 떨어졌어. MSI 때 또
LCS가 그쪽 이렇게 되면은 좀 그렇지 않습니까?
긴장감이 많이 떨어지긴 했어. 그래도 LCS 어때?
많이 바뀐 건 아니지만 저희도 제가 항상 지겹게 얘기했던 또 플라이 퀘스트, 또 한층 더 발전을 위해서 플라이 퀘스트에 새로운 서포트가 등장했죠. 바로 베테랑 벌컨 선수입니다.
오.
이 선수는 사실 어떻게 보면 제가 키운 선수라고 좀 말씀드렸지 않습니까?
그렇지.
플레이 퀘스트 서폿이 평이 항상 애매하다는 뜻, 이런 평이 있었는데, 근데 여기서 그래서 바로 벌컨 선수를 영입을 해오면서 확실히 이번 롤드컵에 강한 포부를 내친 것 같습니다.
아니 그러면 요원 LA가 인정하는 플라이 퀘스트는 이번에 롤드컵 확정.
무조건
확정.
무조건. 이거 못 오면 이거 진짜 누군가야 문제가 있어. 그리고
또 있어?
그리고 또 헌드레드 띠브스, 또 썸데이 선수가 복귀했습니다.
썸데이 복귀.
그리고 젠지 아카데미에서 활약했던 퀴드 선수가 또 합류했죠. 한층 더 올라간 헌드레드 띠브스입니다. 그리고 또 여기서 상하이와 또 연이 있는 바로 리치 선수가.
리치. 어디로 합류했나?
이번에 디그니타스로 합류했습니다.
리치가 디그니타스로. 어때 그 상하이 리치 선수랑 또 인연이 있잖아. 리치 선수와의 뭐 어떤 뭐 에피소드나 뭐 그 선수에 대해서 할 얘기가 있나?
리치 선수 같은 경우에는 일단 열심히 하려는 의지도 굉장히 강한 선수인데다가 또 이게 또 해외에 간 선수들 단점 중에 하나가 같은 팀원들이랑 어울리는 것도 굉장히 부족한 경우가 많은데 이 선수는 그런 단점이 전혀 없습니다. 적응은 정말 잘할 것 같고 실력은 뭐 워낙에 유명했던 선수고 보여줬던 바가 많기 때문에
어쨌든 뭐 리치 선수도 LCK에서도 좀 치던 탑이었고, 어찌 보면은 또 전 세계를 돌아다니면서 또 월드 챔피언십을 만날 수 있는 거니까 계속 팔로우 할 수 있도록.
알겠습니다, 부장님.
여기가 중요하단 말이야. LPL 쪽에 뭐 큰 변화가 좀 있나?
RNG한테 엄청난 사건이 일어난 것 같습니다.
어떤 사건이지?
지금 바텀 듀오 LPL의 최고라고 평가를 받고 있던 갈라밍 빠졌습니다.
결별을?
바텀이 좀 중요한 메타인데 그 둘이 빠졌다. 어디로 간 건가?
LNG입니다.
LNG.
말씀하신 이 갈라 선수가 LNG의 원딜러로서 합류하게 됐습니다. 이 팀 같은 경우에 이제 익히 알고 계시는 스카웃 그리고 이 타잔 미드 정글 한국 선수가 자리매김하고 있고요.
그렇지.
만약에 월드까지 진출한다 그러면 저희 LCK를 가장 위협한 팀 중 하나가 될 것 같습니다.
에이스 라인만 따져도 타잔, 스카웃, 갈라가 되는 거잖아.
갈라 같은 경우에는 이제 또 유관 DNA, 또 국제대회 우승을 했던 전적이 있는 선수로서 이미 개막전 포함해서 첫 주차부터 엄청난 활약을 보여주기 시작했습니다.
벌써?
Bot lane, and you were saying it feels like Lucianami dealing more damage than ever.
야, 펠리오스를 잘 쓰는 원딜들 특징 중에 하나가 돌풍 아이템을 파고드는 데 활용하고 이런 게 유관 DNA 아니겠습니까? 원딜러가 앞으로 파고들어서 딜을 하는 장면을 한 번 더 보여줍니다.
Deception as Gala dives underneath the tower by himself and walks away full HP.
그냥 맨 정면에서 플레이를
he survives, but now goes down finally. Scout following up as well. But Gala.
장난 아닌데?
국제대회 유관 또 DNA가 있다 보니까 확실히 다르고 LNG가 위협적인 그런 팀이 됐어. 그럼 뭐 LNG 말고 또 화제가 될 만한 그런 팀이 있나?
MSI 우승팀 진동팀이 패배했습니다. 이 팀을 잡은 팀을 저희가 주목해야 돼요.
진동이 패배를 했다. 이 팀을 잡은 팀 누구지?
바로 웨이보 게임이에요.
웨이보.
진동을 패배하게 만든 장본인이 이번 출전을 하게 된 웨이웨이.
웨이웨이.
웨이웨이가 웨이보 게이밍인 줄.
그렇지.
그럼 트리플 웨이네 그러면? 웨이보네?
너네들 열심히 한다. 오늘 좀 분량이 없어서 그런지 열심히 하는데 둘이.
병풍대일 순 없잖아요.
They want to try and push forward with this Sion, get on the back Wukong, and just have the effect look for a full kind of engage. Shy is moving up. Kanavi not going to be there in time, and first blood goes over to Weiwei. Now for missing now means that Weiwei might feel like he can go for a little bit of a move, and it's exactly what he's going to go for. They're going to get themselves a lot of damage there, straight onto the Nami, and she is dead.
그럼 뭐 웨이웨이가 끝이야? 뭐 선수는 뭐 이 정도로 우리가 파악하고 있으면 되나?
이 정도로 끝냈으면 제가 말도 안 꺼냈습니다.
또 뭐가 있어?
모두가 아시는 양대인 감독이
웨이보로 갔다. 아하, 양대인 감독은 또 월주 우승을 차지했던 기록이 있는 감독이잖아. 양대인 감독 뭐 평가는 거기서 어떤가?
팀이 스프링에 원래 봤던 기대치에 비해서 좀 아쉬운 성적이 나왔는데 아무래도 그 이유 중에 하나로 이 베테랑 선수들이 워낙에 같이 여러 명이 엮여 있다 보니까 팀이 하나로 뭉치기 어렵다는 평가를 많이 받던 팀입니다. 근데 이 양대인 감독의 합류 이후에 뭔가 팀원들이 서로가 어떻게 게임을 해야 될지 방향성을 잡고 있다는 소식이 하나둘 들려오기 시작했습니다. 선수 친화적인 사교적인 모습들. 아직 중국어가 굉장히 부족함에도 불구하고 여러 카메라에서 선수들에게 굉장히 가까이 다가가는 모습들이 보이면서 해외임에도 불구하고 꽤나 빠른 적응력을 보여주고 있습니다.
확실히 이 감독 인싸력이 좀 있다 보니까 빠르게 적응할 것 같아.
이 상하이 같은 경우에도 저런 인싸력이 있었나?
감독이었잖아.
없겠니? 아유, 봐라.
기자님 잘 보십시오. 제가 인싸력이 없으면 이런 3부, 4부 이런 데서 말 안 섞습니다. 부장님.
왜 여기다
아시지
인싸라고
않습니까?
안 해? 왜
거기까지는 저도 좀 조심하도록 하겠습니다.
패치 버전도 많이 바뀌고 대격변이 일어났는데 요즘 메타가 어떤지 좀 궁금한데 LPL 쪽은?
현재 전반적인 메타 자체는 MSI 버전에 유미, 밀리오가 추가됐다? 이 정도 느낌으로 이해하시면 될 것 같아요. 특히나 좀 아펠리오스 밀리오 조합이 승률이 잘 나오고 있기 때문에
Coming out of three.
Oh, there's a
Nope,
TP
double
coming in,
TP.
the double TP. That's a really nice knockback. They're going to try and slow down Light, but he already gets cleansed back away from it. There's a TP from Xiaohu.
Millie still has the ultimate available.
Oh!
This is dead.
Sorry!
그 외의 부분에서는 뭐 탑에서는 크산테, 사이온, 그라가스, 나르, 잭스, 그웬
아유, 지겹다.
50 바이 비
아유, 지겹다. 패치하면 뭐하냐.
아무래도 아이템 변화가 굉장히 큰 패치가 있었다 보니까 이 3일체 버프로 인해서 아까 강조했던 나르가 좀 더 많은 등장 확률을 보여주고 있습니다.
나르는 좀 이제.
나르는 제가 데뷔했을 때부터 했었는데.
슈슈파다 고가마리 막사
뭐 해봐 계속.
까날루모
잘하는데
왜 이렇게 잘해? 왜 이렇게 잘해?
연습해 왔어 보니까. 마지막이 괜찮았다. 잘 살렸어. 그럼 나르 활용 가능성 또 생겼고. 또 그
그리고
밖에.
또 이제 원딜이 중요한 메타다 보니까 원딜을 물어제끼는 데 있어서 녹턴까지 최근에 또 추가된
녹턴까지 가능성 있네. 원래 뭐가 하나 뜨면은 그 카운터들까지 같이 뜨는 경향이 있어 계속.
그리고 여기에 또 많은 주목을 받았던 니코까지. 니코. 프로 선수들 경기 보다 보면 프로가 왜 저런 거에 당하지라는 얘기가 나올 수 있어요. 근데 지금 버전 니코는요. 프로가 왜 당하지라는 얘기를 하면 안 돼.
맞아.
There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's That's what you want to be seeing it go.
Run him down in a 2v3.
미니언이 왜 말이지? 뭐지? 큰일 났다. 근데 이미 늦었어.
Feels like it's worked out way more than it should in only 1 week of gameplay.
저렇게 의식하는 게 어려워. 4마리인지 3마리인지 상대 챔피언 보기도 바쁘지.
일단 니코가 나오면 게임 내내 모든 것을 의심해야 됩니다.
피로도가 되게 많이 올라간다는 소리예요.
저게 프로 단계에서 은근히 짜증나.
하지만 재밌잖아.
그렇지. 어쨌든 프로도 저거는 계속해서 메타와 또 맞는 챔피언이다 보니까 주목을 해봐야겠고 니코 잘 다루는 선수들이 아마 미드에서 또 활약을 할 것 같아. 자, 아무튼 수만 명의 이 요원들이 이걸 지켜보고 있어.
그렇습니다.
우리가 그때 또 라이브를 하니까 요원들이 아주 폭발적인 반응이 있었단 말이야. 나도 시크릿 보드에 들어가고 싶다. 그 지원자들에게 이 경기는 꼭 봐라. 이런 거 하나 얘기해주면 좋잖아.
LPL 쪽 요원을 희망한다면 일단 이 경기를 보고 나서 좀 고민을 해봐야 된다. 6월 17일에 있을 스카웃 더비라고 불립니다. LNG 대 EDG. 최고의 미드라이너로 평가받고 있는 스카웃 선수가 원래 속해 있던 EDG와 현재 지금 속해 있는 LNG 간의 대결인데 경기 결과에 따라서 또 이제 롤드컵에 누가 더 가까이 갈 수 있느냐 이런 부분들도 중요한 포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
그래, 그러면 이거를 내가 이제 미션 매치로 너희들에게 선정하기 할 테니까 요거 보고 이게 얼마나 그 LCK 위협이 될지 다들 조사를 해오도록 해라. 그럼 나머지는 어떻게 뭐 개막 어떻게 언제 하는 거야? 뭐 LCK 어떻게 됐나? 개막일이 언제인가?
유럽은 또 여유 있는 동네라서.
여유 있을 때가 아닐 것 같은데 하는 거 보니까 MSI.
근데 원래 그렇게 좀 힘들 때 또 여유가 필요하잖아요. 저희는 현지 시각으로 6월 17일 개막합니다.
6월 17일. 그러고 LCS 쪽이 좀 비상이라고
비상이죠. 여기야말로 더블 레드. 네.
어떻게 된 거야?
근데 들리는 소문에 의하면은 좋은 이제 중간점에서 잘 만났다고. 2주 안으로 뭐 개막 평소대로 할 것 같습니다.
북미가 없어진다는 거 말이 안 돼.
북미의 오랜 팬으로서
그럼.
그런 일은 용납할 수가 없어.
아무튼 뭐 잘 돼야 돼. 잘 마무리해서
그럼요.
빨리 개막했으면 좋겠구만. 아무튼 이번에 로스터 변화도 있고 또 대결판 패치도 있어서 다들 정신이 없을 것 같아. 그래도 임무수행 각자 잘 해주고 우리가 다음 주부터는 이제 매주 수요일에 LCK가 끝나는 대로 바로 집결하기로 했어. 너 표정 안 좋다? 수요일에 뭐 있어?
결의를 다지는 표정.
아무튼 우리 매주 수요일에 LCK가 끝나고 집합해서 또 회의하도록 하자고. 또 실시간으로 우리 요원 지망생들이 있어요. 그 지망생들하고 같이 소통하면서 또 여러 가지 이야기 나눠볼 테니까 그렇게 알고 있도록. 오늘은 회의 여기서 마치도록 하겠다. 자, 해산.
여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 서머에 새롭게 찾아오게 된 여러분의 리뷰메이트 벨즈입니다. 반갑습니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 리뷰 데스크를 찾아주신 선수분들 소개해 보도록 하겠습니다. T1의 오너와 구야시 선수 어서 들어오세요.
안녕하세요. T1의 정글러를 맡고 있는 오너 문현진이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. T1 원딜러 구마요시 이민영입니다.
와, 반갑습니다. 리뷰 데스크가 좀 달라졌거든요. 이번 시즌에는 MVP 대신 꿀팁을 듣고 오늘의 명강사를 제가 선정해 보려고 하거든요. 깜짝 선물도 준비가 되어 있습니다.
와우.
자, 그럼 이제 본격적으로 리뷰 데스크를 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 영상 보시죠.
모니다운이 있는 상황에서 미드 2차로 가는 거죠. 그런데 와우, 이거 라이커가 여기서 사라집니다. 아니 진짜 유미라도 살렸어야 되는데 유미도 못 살렸고 유미.
구마요시 선수의 리플레이를 보면서 한번 이야기 나눠볼까요?
게임이 많이 유리한 상황이어서
네.
5천 골드가 앞서고 있죠. 그 주도권으로 전령을 먼저 치고 탑 2차까지 순조롭게 밀고 상대가 바텀에서 안 올라오더라고요. 그라가 탑에 보이는 상황에서 제리 유미가 미드에 혼자 막으러 올 거다. 그래서 크 상태가 각 보이면은 바로 넘길게라는 콜을 했었고요.
토스가 본다 오면?
저랑 이제 밀리오가 여기서 호응할 준비를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 넘기자마자 바로 잡아내는 그런 장면이었습니다. 그래서 세주큐를 못 맞춰주고.
세주큐 왜 못 맞추신 거죠?
살짝 신났던 것 같아요. 살짝 신나가지고 어쨌든 잡아갔으니까 뭐.
자, 그러면은 1분 때 또 탑에서
네.
킬이 있었잖아요. 사실 초반에 이렇게 제리가 1킬을 먹고 시작을 했기 때문에 우려하는 시선도 있었거든요. 근데 이 부분에 대해서 어떻게 극복하셨는지도 궁금해요.
일단은 상대가 사이온 탑인데 여기서 사이온이 잠깐 보여서
네.
이제 저희는 이거 인베이드를 왔었나 보다. 그래서 우지한테 사이온 여기 보였어 라는 정보를 줬었고요. 그래서 우지는 이제 상대 레드의 와드를 박으러 들어가다가 상대한테 감쪽같이 당해버린 거죠. 그래서 여기서 죽었지만 괜찮다 이런 말을 해줬던 것 같습니다.
굉장히 든든했을 것 같은데요, 제우스 선수는?
뭐 그럴 수 있겠죠.
아니, 좋아요. 굉장히 이렇게 자신감 있는 플레이가 팀원들끼리 좀 믿음이 있었기에 가능했던 것 같은데요. 그리고 또 오너 선수도 혹시 보여주고 싶은 장면이 있으실까요?
저 같은 경우에는
네.
쓰지 않아도
이제 용 타이밍에 저희가 이제 미드 정글이 여기서 한번 싸워요. 유리하게 딜교환을 걸었다 생각하고 저희가 용을 친다고 했었고
바텀이 주도권이 있죠 현재.
써야죠. 네, 그다음 그래서 아랫개를 먹고 이제 용을 칩니다.
바텀 주도권이 있는 덕분에 칠 수 있었죠.
미드 정글이 그냥 박살을 냈기 때문에 이제 여기서 그냥 바텀은 그냥 논외로 그냥 무시하고 미드 정글의 힘으로 이제 이건 먹은 거고요. 근데 이제 사이온이 바텀 텔을 탔다고 이제 찍혀요.
바텀이 사이온 텔을 빼줬죠.
이제 용 때문에 바텀 텔이 왔죠. 이제 조금 위급한 상황일 수 있었는데 미드 정글이 엄청 유리한 상황이어서 별로 주눅들지 않고 그냥 싸워요. 이제 딜구까지 잡아냅니다.
이야.
그다음에 사이온의 궁까지 여기서 빼줘요. 그다음에 그래서 이제 잭스가 이제 편하게 이제 미드 정글의 힘으로 많은 이득을 봤다. 이거.
야, 좋습니다. 아, 2세트 깔끔하네요. 네. 자, 그렇다면 이제 이어서 3세트 한번 볼 텐데요. 완벽한 승리를 이끌어냈습니다.
첫 번째 딱 말라요. 어떤 각주는 싸움? 그러면 그 다음 그러면 잡아놔도 과연 제리 딜각이 나오나요? 제리 딜각이 나올지. 자, 펜커 한번 들어갑니다. 아니 매우기. 원어포가 들어갔고 이러면은 제리 딜각도 약간 애매한데요. 다시 한번 들어갔나요? 제리가 혼자 그리고 공이었네요.
와.
나 딜을 7천 넣었어.
그러니까 사기라니까.
와. 오너 선수의 리플레이 한번 보면서 이야기 나눠보도록 할게요.
일단 템을 보시면은 그림자 검을 갔기 때문에
네.
이제 상대편 쪽에서는 저를 마크할 챔피언도 없고 이제 제가 와드도 지으면서 준비 와드도 있기 때문에 상대 입장에서는 완전 답답한 상황이었을 거예요. 클리드 선수도 이제 화가 나서 살짝 아무미를 치다가 이제 상혁이 형이 잘 걸어가지고
이거 다 했네.
내가 다 한 거긴 하지 사실. 그래서 이렇게 좋게 시작이 돼서 상대방이 화나게 해서 이제 실수한 거를 잘 낚아채는.
너가 잘했네.
오.
그게 맞긴 하지.
따뜻한 칭찬까지. 자, 그렇다면 구마요시 선수 또 3세트에서 보여주고 싶으신 장면 있으실까요?
난 뭐
없을 것 같아.
처음부터 끝까지 스무스하게 잘해가지고 딱히 뭐 특별한 장면은 없지만 이제 상대가 우리 팀 2명을 자르고 탑을 공격하러 오는데
네.
마치 장판파의 장비처럼 듬직하게 여기서 다 밀어내는 모습.
아하.
상대가 구마유시 앞에를 뚫어낼 수가 없다. 이런 압박감
근데 이제
때문에.
이때는 이제 죽은 사람들이 오른하고 그라가스의 궁극기를 빼줬기 때문에 그냥 뭐 이런 플레이는 할 수 있었죠. 편하게.
장판파의 장비 같은 약간 그런 느낌?
든든한 플레이가 있었네요. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 저희가 준비된 영상을 다 살펴봤는데요. 근데 이제 저 같은 일반 유저들을 위한 꿀팁이 있으시다면 좀 알려주셨으면 하는 그런 생각이 있어요.
이제 저 같은 경우에는 그냥 뭐 카직스로 그림자 검에 이제 밤의 끝자락을 가는 게 상대방 입장에서는 조금 엄청 답답할 수 있겠다라는 생각이 들 정도로 좋은 템이라 생각해서
오.
카직스를 물 수도 없고 시야도 다 지워버리고 정비와드도 만들어버리고 대단하시네요.
여러분 적으셨죠? 그림자검, 밤의 끝자락. 이 아이템을 가면 좋다라고 합니다.
슬랭에서는 근데 그냥
슬랭에서. 그래요. 그게 중요한 거예요. 이런 거.
수면에서는 그냥 데미지 센 거 가는 게 좋아서
아 그래요?
그냥 뭐
뭐가
요무나
좋을까요?
드락사를 가는 게
소개하실 때는 요무나 드락사르 이렇게 가기로 좋습니다. 그리고 또 한번 알려주세요.
제리를 상대할 때 이속 관련된 걸 많이 챙기면 좋다.
아하.
룬 같은 거를 이제 김인한 발롤님의
네, 김인한 발롤님.
선신발을 간다던가 제리가 쫓아오는 거에서 도망갈 수 있어서
그렇군요. 자, 그렇다면 이제 진짜 한번 선정을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 명강사는 과연 누구일까요? 오늘의 명강사는
축하한다.
두구두구두구두구두구두구두구 좀 해주세요. 오늘의 명강사는 두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구 바로 구마유시 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 그리고 저희 깜짝 선물이 준비되어 있거든요. 구마유시 선수 눈을 감아주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 오늘 또 구마시 선수가 등장하실 때 목베개를 팬분에게 주셨기 때문에 목베가 없으실 것 같아서 저희가 한번 준비를 해봤습니다. 이거 모양이 귀엽죠?
네.
우리 오너 선수도 너무 좋은 꿀팁을 많이 알려주셔가지고 깜짝 선물을 같이 준비를 했거든요. 네, 그래서 짜잔!
너네한테 좋은 거네. 제가 사실 이걸 가지고 싶었어요.
그래요? 어때요?
마음에 듭니다. 감사합니다.
자, 오늘 이렇게 두 분 함께 해주셨는데 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
첫 리뷰 데스크에서 처음 명강사로 선정이 되어서 기분이 좋고요. 다음에 나오시는 분들도 이 새우 목대기 같은 좋은 아이템들 얻어갈 수 있도록 바라겠습니다.
오너 선수.
활기찬 베이지 아나운서님과 함께 하게 되어서 너무나 같이 텐션도 높아지는 것 같았고 재밌었습니다.
아이, 감사합니다. 자, 오늘 두 선수분도 함께 해주셔서 너무너무 감사드리고요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주 목요일에는 또 다른 선물과 다시 돌아옵니다. 그럼 인사드릴까요? 여러분, 안녕!
The next bit of weirdness was the fact that I had Quantum Freaks in 5th place. I just think that this team's gonna this is my hopium, and maybe I'll use Quantum Freaks as my switch. That might be the way. And now it's the order.
I didn't know I was going to be tilted by this today, but
sorry about
we have different opinions. We'll see how it goes. If they can,
I love Valdez is very upset. Valdez is wrong.
Just so you know, you don't need to agree with me. Like you have yours here. It's not like we're agreeing.
Play by play fight. Play by play fight.
I'm not agreeing.
Fight.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. It's the final match of the week, and we saved one of the matches till last. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs, and we're ready to get into what could be a very interesting one between a struggling D+ Kia and a Nongshim desperate to find some victories here in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, the fact we've seen teams like Genji, T1, KT we just saw pick up some comfortable wins at the top of the table. That is not DK.
No.
They are struggling right now.
They got broed.
Yeah. Yeah, that, I don't think anyone expected that. And obviously, Deft wasn't playing in that match, but I don't think it was Rahel's fault. I'm going to be honest. Like, Deft may have been enough to help, but there was a lot of things going wrong in that series.
That's exactly right. Let's have a look at the standings here as Genji still reigns supreme. You can see D+ Kia, it is their only loss, the one to Bro, but their strength of schedule has been pretty comfy thus far. So Nongshim going to be the next cab off the rank, and it's going to be, some would say, an improved Nongshim with the change that they have made. And yes, Nongshim not necessarily finding too many victories, but D+ Kia falling to Bro does kind of put this match in a contentious position. It is Kenyon's birthday, though. Does Kenyon lose on his birthday? We'll just have to find out. It was his birthday yesterday. But,
so good. So he can lose today.
Yeah, he can lose today.
Okay.
But it is the closest match that he's going to play to his birthday this year.
Well, that is true.
So it counts as his birthday match. Yeah. But this is the change I was talking about. Jiwoo is making his way in. Jiwoo is, of course, on the Challenger roster that one Challenger in that 5-game series, the 5th of which game was the 0-7 Jax split push to win Dun Dun performance. But Jiwoo was pivotal in this match, and Jiwoo is a really fun player to watch. He plays Neela like a beast. He builds a different mythic every time he plays her as well.
I find it hilarious that T1 play one Neela game and Nongshim like, get you in.
We need him. We need him. And the change that D+ Kia have made is that Deft will be participating in today's match. He's going to be playing from home, but thankfully for D+ Kia fans, the whole band is going to be back together. But let's get to know Jiwoo a little bit better and hear from him right now.
안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 LCK에 올라오게 된 지우라고 합니다. 이번에 LCK에 올라오게 되었는데 정말 좀 떨리고 좀 어려운 무대라고 생각했지만 이렇게 올라오게 되어서 정말 기분이 좋고 한번 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다. 그 이후에 좀 라인전이나 한타 능력 같은 게 좀 보완이 됐던 것 같습니다. 부담감은 좀 있는데 그래도 좀 재밌을 것 같아가지고 좋은 것 같습니다. DK전 좀 상대가 강팀이라 좀 떨리는데 그래도 한번 열심히 해보겠습니다.
All right, Jiwoo. Just some pretty standard words here. A little bit nervous about the fact that, D+ Kia is a pretty intimidating team, but what they have to remember is that Bro did it.
Yeah.
And also, they can do it too.
Jiwoo will be, he'll be playing, he'll be looking across to the side of the stage, and he'll see, well, he won't see the opposing AD carry. So
no, he'll see an empty chair.
Yeah.
And he's like, I can beat an empty chair. Any day of the week. Easy peasy. By the way, it is actually Kenyon's birthday today. I was right the first time. So Kenyon probably not going to lose on his birthday. Right?
It would be a rough week and a rough birthday.
Exactly.
If that's the outcome.
And it does mean that, D+ Kia fans are going to have to raise your voices in Twitch chat or wherever you are for Canyon on his birthday, And we're going to be introducing them first as, Lonely Kellen. They're in the back, but Deft will still be joining this team from afar. And hopefully he's going to be feeling better. Of course, you don't want a player to play sick, right? Yeah. So even if given the opportunity to play remotely, if you're not feeling well, I don't think you should play. I think it was the right decision to put Rahel in last time around. We all remember seeing game number 1 versus Bro. He performed extraordinarily well. I think other things went wrong to cause the loss.
It's a given. Deft is a phenomenal player, and not having him on the roster will hurt. But it was not down on Rahel that they lost that series.
No, I would say no.
Many factors that came into it. And D+ just haven't looked to be in that good of a form after the...
Hi, Deft. I was hoping for a wave. Do we get a wave? Oh, almost. No, we get a wipe of the eye. And that's
Here's Shed.
Yep.
Here's fully stacked.
Yep. There we go. And Showmaker fan in the audience here, and I believe a Canyon fan there as well. Because, of course, if there's a bear, it's probably a Canyon fan. But now it is Nongshim Red Force's turn to make their way out into LoL Park, and that is a grinning Jiwoo as well. That is exactly the mindset that you need as you make your way out. And Peter, of course, always just a very happy gentleman. Quad, let's see whether he has a good performance here. Of course, big test up against Showmaker, but the best friends are back together. They used the power of friendship to take down D plus Kia's challenger roster to become champions. So, you know, anything is possible. Of course, they weren't able to do it last time of asking. D plus Kia, now the current reigning champion.
You need the power of something, right? OK Bro had the power of Giga Chad, and now Nongshim with the power of friendship.
Yeah, exactly.
You need something in your chord.
And that is Dundun's dad and Dundun's mom, or Dundad and Dunmom, which I think makes a lot of sense. I believe Sylvie's mom also here in the audience today as well. She was holding up a sign earlier on. So a lot of family support here for both of our teams. It's Canyon, a lot of firsts. The guy, pretty good. Spends a lot of time farming in the early game, as you can see, participation at 14. Not fantastic, but I think the other stats kind of make up for it.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvie beat him in kill participation.
Let's not look at that side.
So, you know,
not look at that side.
No.
You know, key player matchups are sometimes a bit of a troll. That one was a little bit unfair to Sylvie, and his mum's in the audience, so I don't think we should have said that. Should have put that one up there. It's not very nice. His mum's here.
Hey, we're just setting the stage, you know, for the underdog story. David vs Goliath.
I'm imagining like Sylvie's mum just got up out of her chair, walked over to Custogen and said, "You should have taken that down."
That wasn't very nice.
In Korean.
That was implied.
That's what I assumed just happened, and that's why we left it. We got off that screen as soon as we could. We'll see whether Sylvie can have a turnaround, because we joke, but he has had a rough start to the split.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, especially Nongshim with their first win against Rion. I think people saw that and it was like, you know, positive vibes, feeling pretty good. But it has been a struggle. It hasn't been smooth sailing. And as much as, you know, we talk about the fact that D+ haven't looked as good as they have lost to Brion earlier this week, which was obviously a big upset, it's still a massive uphill battle.
It is. And the mid lane matchup going to be part of that. Of course, Quad struggling a little bit here as, the lonely Kellen, once again, hanging out with no one in the seat next to him. But he should be all right, you know. Of course, Deft is
maybe he can put his legs up, right? You know.
Hey, that's true.
Use a little foot
if we see that he's not necessarily as responsive in lane, that's when we'll have to do a little bit of turning around and seeing how he's positioned in his chair. As Jiwoo has not found too much success on Zeri, which I think is a positive as far as getting some fans for Jiwoo is concerned.
Hopefully means he's going to bring out some of that spice we're used to seeing, some of those exciting picks. That's what we're hoping for. I feel like if you bring in Jiwoo in, you're bringing him to add, you know, an extra level, an extra layer to your drafts.
I have a feeling that they might leave Zerio open. I think that they might just do that and then have that Neela sitting in the back pocket. Maybe, just maybe, not banning away the Yuumi.
That could be the strat.
That could be
also, he's willing to play mages in the bot lane.
The
Veigar's a big one as well.
See what he wants to do. Oh, maybe he'll just play LeBlanc bottom lane.
Ooh. Maybe he'll bring out some Shiv AD carry.
Yeah, right?
You know?
Very excited. And this is where we're going to find out. We're in the draft.
I feel like we're hyping up so much, and then we'll just be so disappointed.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna 100% like play.
Debut
He might play Zeri. He might actually just play Zeri himself. Oh, it'd be very sad. Vi going to be banned away here first, though, as the Lucian taken away from Deft. An understandable ban there. And K'Sante, one of Dundun's better champions, is no longer going to be available.
A lot of solid bans, but I feel like there's so many champs that you'd like to be able to ban. I feel like maybe if each team had like 5 bans in the first phase, we'd be able to get rid of all the OPs. There's always something getting through.
Yeah.
Milio will get taken away, Yumi's still open, Zeri's still open, Aphelios is still open. You know, Maokai, Sejuani could often see first rotation bans. The Azir is something that's been really high priority recently, but not necessarily banned first rotation.
See what DK can actually take away as their third ban. The Annie has been one of them if you're not planning on first picking it, but they do like to first pick it. Showmaker has been pretty good. Sejuani, like you were talking about before, is going to be taken away here as the final ban. And now Nongshim, let's see whether they do have that dark technology cooked up. as the Yuumi may not be banned away here. I hope it is, because like even if you do have a strategy into it, not seeing that champion is great.
Yep.
But also like
Annie, but actually over the
there it is.
Yuumi, so,
and this is why they're a fan favorite.
Yep. You know, it means those supports won't be able to back up the likes of Aphelios, so it does kind of drop the priority in a first pick Aphelios here, as often we see him paired with the likes of the Yuumi, but we'll see what D+ opt to go for. The Hover and the Maokai in this situation. There's still a lot of 80 carries open and available, so I think taking the Maokai and leaving the 80 carry trail.
Nico was up.
Oh yeah, that's something we didn't...
Yeah, that might have
Just so used to seeing a band.
I know.
So...
but the Garen counterpick.
Oh, yes. What? How could we forget?
I know.
Garen 80 carry?
Exactly.
Oh,
it should be it. As the Azir being considered here by Quad. Let's see whether they do take that one away. Because Dundun is our resident top lane LeBlanc player, he has actually played Static Shiv LeBlanc in solo queue. It was about 12 hours ago now. As Jiwoo getting a bit of a shout out there, a bit of a grin because he is the Neela guy.
But you're
very good at that champion. But he's played, he hasn't played it so far this season, and he's played a lot of Aphelios, and that's up and available. So they are going to lock that one away. Oh my goodness, Deft comes back, and we're going to see Deft Jinx.
Quick.
And Leona's locked in for some reason. I wonder whether Kellen is going to be the one to play Beryl's skin that he got for this champion and never uses.
Maybe.
Because it's for the right team.
That's true. We'll see. In terms of picks here, you could take a jungler in this situation if you're Nongshim, but Braum makes a lot of sense to Leona. We often see him traded off into things like Leona, like the Nautilus.
Are you ready for Q to be maxed on Braum?
Oh, I hope not. I really hope not.
It's going to happen, isn't it?
It probably is going to happen. I feel like D+ can be really happy with how the draft has gone so far, right? They have the Nico, which is pretty strong. Although, in fairness, we see it banned almost all the time in the LCK. It does get through in the LPL. It is super high priority over there, but it does get played a lot more than in our region.
Yeah, we've seen one. It was the Chovy Nico, the one where he collected the enemy team by just shape-splittering and running into all of them, and then they all died. And it looked a little bit like it was missing a thing. Like, what was that counterplay? Didn't have a lot of that, which I think is generally good.
I will say, I do think Azir is a pretty hard target to get onto. And also, Braum can obviously block like the route through to follow up, which is pretty potent, but still obviously going to be problematic. We do see the bans coming through. D+ targeting more junglers with the Maokai ban, whereas Nongshim going for that Renekton and then going for that Kha'Zix himself. Likely going to see a jungler on 4 for Nongshim and then give counterpick Dundun in the end. Hopefully give him a good matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the Viego to get a little bit of a look. We'll see whether Nongshim do lock it in. I haven't really enjoyed Sylvie on the pick, but Canyon is very devastating on that champion. And they will take it away themselves, actually. So D+ Kia just not going to give them the opportunity. And now I guess Wukong stocks are kind of through the roof.
You know, 4 jungle bans from D+.
On his birthday.
I'm just getting this thought that, you know, when you ban this many junglers, maybe you have something up your sleeve that you want to play instead. Maybe you're like, look, we will ban all these junglers because we don't care. We have something new. Maybe it could even be the Nico jungle.
Nico jungle?
It is
a long time since I've seen that one.
It's actually been a thing since you got changed. They buffed the damage to monsters, so we were sitting here assuming it's a Nico mid.
Well,
it might end up being that Nico jungle.
Could be Nico jungle. This could also be LeBlanc top. We don't necessarily know.
We have no idea at all.
And I was expecting Dundun to be the one in the kitchen, but D+ Kia are the ones that are there. Okay, so it's also going to be Static Shiv LeBlanc probably.
Yep,
and so therefore, like, you're going to be autoing a lot, and so maybe the double magic damage isn't a problem. Who's jungling? Ox, who is it? I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know, because Sion can go jungle as well.
Yeah, no, we've got triple flex on the whole top side of the map.
I have no... We'll put this one on the shelf, and we'll come back to it later. Okay?
Tell you what, I do really like Leona jungle.
Yeah?
Yeah. Big fan. Yeah, it's not very good at killing the minions. However, you land that Zenith Blade, someone generally dies.
Yeah, you'll eventually get some fire, then it kills them for you.
Gwen.
Yeah, Nongshim's gone a bit more standard. We kind of know where everything is on the side of Nongshim. I mean, I don't think they're going to go Gwen jungle. That's not a thing, really, and hasn't been for a while. But I guess we'll get to see what D+ do, because...
Well, I don't think they're going to put the Sion in the top lane.
Really?
I would assume that Canyon is going to
I think this is the arrangement I expect most. With Psy on top, Nico jungle, and LeBlanc mid, because LeBlanc's a good matchup.
Wouldn't you try and get the Scion out of the Gwen matchup though? Isn't it not great?
I think it's okay early. You can survive. It's one of these matchups where the Gwen will scale well into the matchup and eventually shred you, but you'll be fine in lane.
Wow, and we missed out on the Jinx jungle.
Ah, what a shit. You know, they were thinking about it. You can see they pondered it.
Obviously, I mean, Def doesn't really like playing Jinx these days. His win rate took a bit of a hit. You know, it was hovering above 85% and then started to plummet. And so he doesn't really like playing it. Now he's forced to. Oh, dear.
What a shame.
Yeah, it is.
I guess they'll just have to win.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that, because that has been a difficulty. The last couple of games for D+ Gear have been rough ones. Their game 1 against Bro was fantastic, though. And so game 1s are generally where they tend to find some success. There are certainly some answers on the side of Nongshim as far as this draft is concerned. They've got Poppy coming out of the jungle. We know that there have been some heroics from her, from other teams, and otherwise it's a very, very well-rounded composition that Nongshim have put together. See how they can pilot it as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. That was a really cool floating health bar.
Yep.
That I saw on the screen there.
One of the towers had just fallen off the Rift.
Yep, really enjoyed it. It was almost like a Sith Lord's lightsaber's light had fallen off and was just kind of hovering around. Seems like it might have been a bug in a Star Wars video game.
Yeah.
You know? You just might have a lightsaber vacate the lightsaber.
Just throw it, it never comes back.
Yeah, yeah.
It'll get stuck on some terrain or something.
Something like that. If Twitch chat was a composition, would they be a scaling composition? Would they be a poke comp? What kind of composition would Twitch chat be if it was a League of Legends composition?
I feel like they'd be one of those early game, like you have to be doing something composition because
like mono red, Renekton,
yeah,
Italy.
Because they're very impatient, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
You know, yeah.
Okay, well, Canyon just making sure that he's stored up the minion.
So he can. I mean, this is how it is when you play against Jungle Nico. It's basically just a counting game.
It's so cute.
It's basically...
Look at him go! Look at him go! Oh, I love it. Chovy didn't do enough of this when he was playing it. Canyon just having a bit of a good time here. And he's just going to bloom the burst all over this Gromp and have a great time.
Yeah, it is basically going to be Canyon turning into minions, walking up with a wave, and you have to work out, is there an extra minion? Is there one too many?
Mm-hmm.
And so it'll be very important for Nongshim to be counting each minion wave. Like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 melee minions? That's not right.
That's a bit wrong. And the problem that we saw, and this is something that I didn't really put as much time into figuring out, when Faker discovered Chovy and that play in the mid lane just did not work at all, is the fact that there are the minions conga line out of Fog of War, right? And so you count 1, 2, 3, and then when you get to the 4, that minion in the front is pretty close.
Yeah.
You know? So you don't actually have that much time to figure it out when, you know, you're looking from the spectator client and you're like, oh, well, I mean, obviously there's 4 melees and that's wrong.
So what you have to do is you have to stand far back when the wave comes in, but then you'll be paranoid about every wave when really Canyon's like top lane or something clearing his Gromp.
Precisely. Well, Sylvie making his way around the jungle. This is, of course, the first Nico jungle that we've ever seen here in the LCK. We've had Lulu jungle. We've had all sorts of crazy things. This is the first time we've seen the Nico variant. As Canyon going to turn into a little Krug.
Oh, it's so cute.
It's so cute. Look at him go. He's like, I'm hiding.
Wait,
I'm hiding.
Why is there a baby Krug there behind the tower?
Why is there a baby Krug there? Well, it's actually a Nico as Jiwoo's on fire. They are going to get first blood, though, on this Leona, and Deft is now going to get excited, start throwing some autos around. And Peter, who was, of course, Deft's teammate in the pre-season match that we did see earlier on in the year, is, just going to have to deal with this
you know what that is?
by himself.
That's welcome to the LCK, Jiwoo.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jiwoo does manage to get first blood, so it's not all bad.
Yeah, I think the Braum, super relevant here. Peter does a great job of blocking the abilities from Nico. Obviously, G would just flash anyway, but just soaks a ton of damage, allows G to get that kill traded back. It's still a net positive for D+ because they do deny that minion wave. They also get all of the summoners from the bot lane and Nongshim apart from the Ignite.
Well, in comes Kellen, question mark. Yes, it is. You never, like, when we come back from a replay, I'm going to be confused, by the way, everyone, because I just don't trust anything that I see on the screen. I should know because there is, of course, the bar underneath and stuff and things that just show that it is
take a moment to
Canyon.
reorient yourself.
Yeah, but it is hard. It is hard to really get it all locked down. As kind of having an all right time against Dundon here towards the top side. It gets worse before it gets better, generally.
I think
kind of like Korean summer. It feels like it always just gets worse. It's just hotter and hotter and hotter.
Yep. I will say, I feel like a big part of the Nico strength is the paranoia. Is the fact that you're always...
Isn't that part of Nocturne's strength?
Yeah, it's a similarity the champions have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I just feel like you're just going to be so hesitant, so distrusting of everything.
Yeah. It's difficult to have the same levels of trust. And for a team like Nongshim who rely on the power of friendship, trust is very important when it comes to friendship.
Yep.
I think you might be onto something here. As Deft, as the Jinx into Aphelios, is going to be having a good time. As let's see what Canyon's going to turn into this time as he makes his way down. Oh, max range Zenith Blade. And he manages to land the Flame Chompers as well as Canyon gets so much value out of the Blooming Burst. And Kellen going to be able to help lock that one down without falling. And this time Peter is not going to be so lucky. Canyon will take his share of the kills as well. And this is starting to look a little bit iffy for Nongshim fans.
Yeah, I mean in that situation, it wasn't even a disguise. Well, there was two Jinxes. I don't think it really fooled Nongshim.
Well, Dundon is not worried at all. He just gets a solo kill.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be real. This is obviously a matchup that's favored Gwen. Don't get me wrong. And that was a good play by Dundon.
As soon as level 6?
No, that's not supposed to happen. This is uncanny on that one. I'm gonna be honest. But at least Nongshim getting something positive on the top side of the map. You see Sylvie trying to move in and contest this dragon.
Yeah, Peter coming on over as well. Some honey fruit is going to be consumed. DK, relatively low health bars as Canyon standing his ground. They want to go for a bit of a 50-50 on that one. It is the Drake secured by the Jinx, understandably, of course. As now, Peter is going to be the second one under fire. Sylvie just kind of falling flat on his face.
Yep. Just didn't even find the opportunity to get this. It was actually the Jinx who secured it in the end. And Nongshim seemed really hesitant about contesting it in that situation. We'll see the replay in the top lane. Just disrespectful from kind of just recalling in a dangerous spot with no mana as well.
Yeah, Dundon. Great capitalization on kind of just a little bit lax.
Well, that was so 24 HP for the smite there. So a bit unfortunate. The D+, things are going pretty fantastically in the bot lane. And Nongshim, the only saving grace really is Dundon right now, but it is not feeling good. And Deft, you know, he's not feeling well. He's not here in the venue. But
yeah.
He's 3-0-1 on Jinx, so I think he's doing all right.
I think he's probably feeling better than he did watching the last series. Yeah. Absolutely. Man, this is probably the greatest Jinx feeling that you can have. This incredibly fed in the early game. Like, this is not the time that Jinx generally shines. But this time around, having just a phenomenal time. Canyon will be able to get some damage onto this Rift Scuttler as Sylvie's going to try his hand at ganking the bottom lane. Let's see how he's going to go as Jiwoo. Can you get any gravitum towards this DK bot lane?
Part of the problem is Peter kind of needs a W to a minion and then land a Q on a Kellen.
All right, there is the Moonlight Vigil. That's how you can do it. Get some stairs, flash out immediately from Deft. Now Kellen just soaks all of the damage forever with Eclipse.
Yeah.
The good old press W and ignore everything strat.
I think this was a bit of a mistake though, trying to focus Deft because he still had flash. I think the right call would have been to get the Q on the Leona, stack the passive, and then you can get Poppy to slammer into the wall. That was probably your best chance of getting a kill. But Kellen's
they might be able to do that. You're exactly right. As Winter's Bite is going to miss. Does press that W as Canyon's moving himself in. He's transformed into Deft as now Jiwoo in so much trouble. Pop Blossom comes down, picked up, put down. There's the zap. And Deft locks down his fourth.
Well, if it was bad before, it just got a lot worse. They managed to kill Leona, but now 4-0-1. Deft already has Kraken Slayer. That is a little bit insane at this point of the game. And Jiwoo, I'm not going to fault him for this, but he's not been having a good time so far in this game. He has managed to pick up 2 kills, fortunately, but you're going to be dealing with a fed Jinx very soon on the other side of the team.
Yeah, it is, it's mainly Canyon having a good time. In goes Sylvie, and it's Quad that locks down the kill there. Very nicely done. The flash heroic charge working out beautifully as there's a Gromp in the brush. Ganked by Gromp. As Canyon going to get Emperor's divided, but I don't think he's too worried about it. Red buff's going to tick down, and that is another kill going over to the birthday boy. 2-0 and 4 on his birthday. That's a very happy Nico and a very happy Polar Bear.
You know, things are looking pretty good for the Nico win rate, and also probably for the Nico ban rate at this point, with how successful it's been. Even if Nongshim do manage to bring this game into their favor, this Nico has been such a problem already in the early game.
Absolutely. And her ban rate didn't really need too much help. This is the second time that it has ever gotten through the first round of bans.
And now we really see why it's banned so much. A bit unfortunate the Q missed, might have been able to get the kill a bit quicker. Maybe Jiwoo wouldn't have taken a tower hit as a result. But yeah, I mean, once Jiwoo's moved into range of Canyon, there's just nothing really you can do. And Canyon once again leaving the kill to go to death.
Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate. The Showmaker just smacked against the wall.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do that, because even if you did manage to W, Sylvie has his W as well. Did have flash, but just wasn't able to react in time. But then Canyon once again just gets a pretty free kill under the Azir.
All too easy. No Pop Blossom required. And I like that he was a Gromp for no reason at all. That was my favorite part.
It's just because there's a split second of momentary confusion. Like, if you see Nico come out, you're just like, okay, it's Nico.
Yeah,
if you see
true.
Gromp, there's a split second that you're like, huh? And then you're like, oh.
Yeah, and you think, like, Gromp doesn't do that much damage. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And so maybe it's like messing with muscle memory or something.
You know?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work like that.
No. And Canyon has the largest gold lead out of everybody on the map right now. Currently ahead by almost 1,200. Going to be taking his chickens and then moving around. See where he can keep influencing this one. As Jiwoo going to have his back stopped by a Super Mega Death Rocket.
You know, Showmaker completely ruined it, because Canyon switched to LeBlanc and then was going to walk in lane. Like, oh, you thought LeBlanc recalled, and then Showmaker instantly TP'd in, and Canyon's like, fine, I'll be Leona then.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
now there's 2 Leonas. Think about how much vision is going to be cleared.
Yeah, think about how much CC that is.
Oh, man. Think about how many eclipses that is.
Oh, and
that's like a Tatooine eclipse, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, 2 suns.
Yeah, there we go. Well, that is going to be the second Drake being taken here for D+ gear. Last time it was Death that cleaned it up. But this time, I think the Canyon might just smite it, or not even do so, because there's no contest. As Canna, I've seen this one before. It's a tough time being a Lumberjack in this lane. He's just an honest working man who's been solo killed by Dundun.
Being replaced by a lady with scissors, which apparently is working better than your axe.
Yeah.
I would be frustrated if that happened to me. Oh.
Well, Canyon, he's doing it. He's doing the thing, which is just wandering up the lane and not being a minion because there's no one there to trick.
Yeah.
As Rift Herald going to be able to get a really nice charge onto this mid lane outer turret. Almost getting a couple of plates, but Quad in a little bit of trouble. Static Shift now completed here for Showmaker. He wants to get another auto as he goes back towards his distortion.
He's determined to get that auto.
Yeah, he's like, I really want fleet footwork. It's up. I need. And he got it. So there we go.
Yeah, for anyone who missed the first series, Static Shiv LeBlanc is a thing.
Yeah.
And it's a really strong first item, has an AP ratio, so you just build AP after this.
And don't blame us, it was Humanoid's fault.
Yep, Humanoid did it last night, so it's on him. It's also been played a lot in solo queue, so I think it's just generally popular. But yeah, you'll see Showmaker get a ton of farm this game, which isn't typical for a LeBlanc, and look to farm up, be a presence in side lanes, and generally be annoying, which is what LeBlanc likes to do.
Yep. And the reason that we see Sion and things like this picked as well is that he's not exactly the greatest in a side lane, and it means that LeBlanc can get everything. Oh dear. Quad really did take all of the buttons that Showmaker had and some autos. No.
That was a 0 AP combo.
But it was a lot of lightning.
Yeah.
Or at least a proc of some Static Shiv. Now he's just searching for the Azir, and that is another plate. In fact, money going over to, I believe, Canyon as well there.
We had this matchup, because I said in the last series, we had this Azir against LeBlanc matchup, and I was saying, like, it's a good matchup for the LeBlanc. And then BDD was just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
This is how I expected it to go a little bit more so. It's pretty rough for the Azir, because you can just constantly be harassed by the LeBlanc, and the safety means so little.
Flare, only going to get the slow onto Jiwoo here as the snare connects onto Peter.
Sending a message saying, you know, we could have, but we didn't.
Yep. I don't think Canyon had anyone fun to transform into.
Yeah, he needed to switch into like a mini Krug or a Grom.
I think Rift Scuttler is probably one of my favorites. Just watching it scuttle into lane sounds really fun. Double back.
You could believe that they're like bugged out. You know,
Yeah.
Weird scuttle. You're like, oh, maybe he just came over here.
And also, if you transform into Rift Scuttler, you can juke things way better than anything else.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how do you hit a Rift Scuttler with a skill shot? It's really, really difficult. As picks the gap, 6 points.
Goal
in my country. Really nicely played.
But still, Jiwoo's recall got stopped, so it's a thought that counts.
I mean, you can throw a rocket or a lady with the chains that Showmaker has. And that is going to do it. The game's somewhat slowed down. I mean, Deft was getting, a kill a minute at the beginning there. Not happening so much at this point in time, as Dundun lying in wait, looking for Canna, who does have full health, and this time has the ultimate available. Deft takes a turret shot that is just getting aggressive onto his opposite number. I did see Vital here at Lol Park today, so it's not like he's not here or anything like that. And just a bit of experimentation here by Nongshim, but right now it is looking very, very rough. As far as a debut game is concerned, though, facing off against an angry D+ here, and you know that they are after their loss against Bro. This is a difficult one to come into.
Yeah, and that's the thing is sometimes, even against the lower teams, like you see like T1 have these games where, it goes a bit back and forth, it meanders a bit, and then eventually like they close it out firmly. I don't think D+ is in that mood. I don't think they're in any sort of mood to mess around with games after that loss to OK Bro. They really want the 2-0 today, especially as it is Canyon's birthday, and he's been having a very strong performance in this Nico, and just been securing objectives consistently. This is now the second Herald. They've had both Dragons, both Heralds. Well, soon they can secure this one.
And Showmaker chilling out in the side lane. We'll be able to take this turret. Does have teleport available as well if any shenanigans do break out. There's the Flash Keeper's Verdict. Gets rid of both of them in Canyon. Oh no, Canna! He turns up at the wrong time. Does have to flash away, but he will keep himself alive. Dundun wants to alleviate him of his life. Isn't going to be able to do so.
Yeah.
As Showmaker's continuing to push.
Canyon managed to hit the eye and then smite before he got knocked away, so they got the Herald kill. They won't be able to pick up the eye there, but they're still fine with that, right? It's 4,000 gold lead. Showmaker's pushing in the side lane. They have 2 dragons. Next one in 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. He's going to find the snare. Oh my goodness, the Blooming Burst. Not able to hit twice. That would have been almost devastating. He's 2,000 gold ahead.
Can't trust the minions. Can't trust anything.
No, you can't. There is trust issues abound on the Nongshim side.
And with Quad T being top, I think that makes it very clear that Nongshim are not going to contest this. And look, Infernal Dragon.
Super Mega Death Rocket. What? I mean,
Infernal Soul is a strong one. I think everyone's pretty clear on that. But it is really strong with the LeBlanc.
Chain, and Showmaker just having a really good time. Showmaker is one of our LeBlanc players that weaves a lot of auto attacks.
Yeah.
Him and Faker do play LeBlanc a lot, like around her autos. A lot more, less of like the combos and things like that. We did see it from Closer a lot, that he was kind of struggling to play LeBlanc like her auto attacks do stuff.
But I think Showmaker, because he hasn't gone towards the Ludens that we've typically seen, I think he's going towards Night Harvester.
Or with that Ash Cannon.
I think could do. I think Night Harvester makes sense because you know the auto with the Shiv, it procs on the the electricity that hits them. It's like any damage.
Oh yeah, true.
So you can just chain, like if the enemy team are clumped together and you auto and it ripples through, that's a lot of Night Harvester procs.
Well, let's see how much Night he's going to be harvesting.
Well, Knight's in the LPL, so probably not much today.
Yeah, he's also pretty good. It's hard to harvest that one. They didn't have the opportunity to because they didn't make it to MSI, but not very many other teams were able to do so as well, as he did kind of win the tournament. Okay, yeah, good point. D+ Kia. Now just setting up around the Baron by the looks of things. It's going to be spawning in 2 minutes. They already have Soul Point. It's going to be an Infernal Soul. We haven't really been talking about the Drakes outside of Deft being able to steal away the first one, but Infernal Soul is something that also I think works quite well with Static Shiv LeBlanc.
I think it
and
works
any
really
champion
well,
doing damage.
and I think it's super obnoxious because she'll just W in, she'll auto you, and you'll lose like a 30 health from an auto.
Yeah.
From a LeBlanc. You can't really do anything to her in return because she'll just snap back.
Yeah. And Deft will also do that with an auto, and then if he kills you, he'll do more and run real fast. This is looking like a very difficult game for Nongshim. A lot of it to do with just snowballing as Showmaker just pops on over with the distortion, clears out the outer turret. And he's doing, like, this is exactly what we expected when we saw the LeBlanc in every game so far today. Every single game. It's just static Shiv LeBlanc. That's all we're seeing. As Canyon is Scion. Oh, 2 Scions. What is it?
2 Scions?
Man, those
no, they
trees.
just swapped.
Oh, they are.
It's
That
too
is
high health.
so cute.
It's too high health.
Yeah, that's clearing out the wave.
Yeah.
Oh, but can it press the ult button?
I think because essentially because he wanted to try and do the switch out, like, you know, one of them walks into like a wardrobe and then the other one comes out, but you think it's the same one.
Yeah.
But I think because Canyon had switched to Kana and then Kana took a bad trade, the healths were different. So
He didn't take enough damage from the Krugs or whatever was the last camp he took or something.
Yeah. So doesn't pull one over on Dundun. He's able to.
No, he's a savvy guy. He's a savvy guy. Hard to pull the wool over his eyes. But I'm glad that he went for it, right? It's very similar to Chovy doing the very silly wander up the mid lane and die strategy.
Yeah.
T1.
But he didn't
because
die.
they still won the game, right? Yeah. But it's good to go for these strats. That's what you can do as
Look
Nico.
at the cooldown on Nico, by the way. It's almost back up again. What the heck? And it was just used, like, however many seconds the cooldown is ago.
So how incredibly hard is this champion getting nerfed in the next patch?
I don't think it is.
Cool.
Very disappointing. And it will be the Night Harvester coming out for Showmaker, so...
Look at how thematically it works. Like, he's got green shoes, green lightning, green axe thing. What is a knight? Is a Night Harvester an axe? It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't looked very closely at it, but yeah, it's an axe. Okay.
I wonder what you could build next to keep the theme.
So Nico has a 64-second cooldown.
Wow.
Thank you, Ji-Sun, for giving us the exact number of that one. As Jiwoo takes a lot of damage here from Death to avoid the Winter Spite and shoots Peter a few times.
It's not very nice.
No, not very nice at all. Canyon and Canyon here in the jungle. They're going to join Showmaker. Both Canyons, or at least one of the Canyons.
What are you doing, Callan? Oh, it's not Callan.
What are you doing, Canyon? Oh, it's not even Canyon. Never mind. As Canyon going to run towards Sylvie, who's going to get snared. It is really annoying. It's just really annoying.
Yeah,
right?
it's irritating, it's frustrating. And we're from the observer perspective. Like, I feel for Nongshim right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating for me, and I can see the giant purple
that one. Okay, that one was Canyon. How are you supposed to know?
Exactly, because it's not been Canyon the last 11 times. Oh my goodness.
What a champ.
Well, maybe we're letting Lucian go through in our next draft as
I
almost Canyon.
What is the cooldown on this W as well? It feels like every 2 seconds there's just a random Leona in your jungle.
I mean, when his ultimate is on like half a second's cooldown, obviously his W and his E and all of the other annoying abilities are in way worse situation. All right, well, Dundun taking a little bit of damage here as the zap, that had landed. He could have just been dead.
The thing is, you have the real Leona, you have the Canyon Leona, and you have the fake Leona. And it's so much to keep up. Okay, and once again,
there's another Leona. As they are going to get
that was good.
Verdict away. Very nicely done. That is going to get them their first Drake of the game. Is now Deft and Canna standing here in the jungle of the enemy team. That is 2 versus 5. I don't know whether they like those odds, but Deft says that he's kind of into it. Quad goes golden, though, and they take down the Jinx. Pop block onto 4, though, as they have another 80 carry. Her name's LeBlanc, and Showmaker's going to show them how it's done, as Sylvie underneath this turret is going to be able to lock up Showmaker for a bit of time. And man, this Nico is really a problem.
Yeah, Nongshim finally get a favorable play. It looks like things are going in their favor. And then we get a Nico moment. And Canyon says, not on my birthday.
Not on, well, yes on his birthday. This is just Canyon. Like, have you put down the POG? You may as well put it down now.
Yeah, I could probably destroy it. I mean, I was thinking that, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
I think Def did a good job surviving for as long as he did, but then...
Quad as well. Actually, I like the stopwatch usage. It was very good. But this Pop Blossom, fair bit of value.
Yeah. And then LeBlanc comes in for cleanup. I do think Showmaker doesn't quite have the damage from the shield that comes in, and obviously doesn't have as much AP as like your typical LeBlanc build. But yeah, actually going for the Lich Bane third. So really going for that. My auto is going to chunk you.
Lich Bane third and then Nash's fourth, right?
Maybe? Probably Rabadon. I think he wants Maybe to back it up by that point.
No, it's not about that. Need a Void Star.
It's about sending a message.
It is indeed. And then you sell your shoes. Showmaker, not really too worried about Sylvie here, whose Steadfast Presence would have stopped him from distorting, but that's only if he had have distorted. As Keeper's Verdict going to get rid of the Scion. It's not going to get rid of Canyon, though, who's just going to smite the Baron, as now the Chains are going to loop past the Unbreakable. And do they know whether that's Kellen or Canyon? Who knows? I don't know. The top one was... There's 3 of them. Look at how many... There's so many Leonas this game! Oh my goodness, well...
Yo, I feel like that's, you know the 2 Shens meme?
Yeah.
It's now 3 Leonas. It's what they've one-upped it.
Yeah, they certainly have. Shout out to Monty and Doa. It's a lot of Shens. Man, imagine if we did have blind pick back again. There was a Nico on both sides and a Leona on both sides. We could have 6 Leonas. 3v3. Twisted Tree Line Leona battle. Is Solar Flare. He's going to come fight some real Leona. My goodness. Well, one is going to get very frightened and run away.
They're recalling... Okay, yeah. You know, the lighter pink one we know. But
yeah. Do we?
Maybe?
I don't. Canyon going to press some W.
I'm losing track at this point, honestly.
He's having such a good time. Oh, Sylvie is going to take a little bit of damage, but he
know what?
The Poppy, so he's all right.
I feel like this LeBlanc, this new build, and this Nico jungle, it's obviously been effective this game, don't get me wrong. But I feel like more than anything, it's annoying and it's tilting to play against it.
No, 100%. And I actually think that it's gonna do like emotional damage to Nongshim heading into game number 2.
Yeah.
Like it's done it to me.
Even if somehow Nongshim come back and win this game, they are banning those champions. They are not gonna want to deal with that. It's just once again, 2 Leonas.
How many Leonas do we need? As Canyon going to chase after them. They do manage to get the flash out of Sylvie here as Dundun takes a turret and a Q. And then does not care. He's got his Riftmaker, he's got his Nash's Tooth. This is a very happy Gwen. The only happy member of Nongshim, because he hasn't had to deal with this many Leonas in his lane. As look at all these Leonas throwing abilities around.
There should be a limit on Leonas. I think
there's
really just been far too many.
And if there's 2 that close, you probably know that it's not the real one, especially when there's one in the mid lane as well. So that wasn't exactly optimal use.
I feel like that's the thing. It's like
games.
It's not like it always fools you. It's not like every
Well, all of the health bars disappeared.
I think they were trying to make it more confusing for us.
Yeah, I think they were.
Thank you.
Carson Jones like, stop that, and Jonas Strong's like, oh, I was having a good time.
Cut it out.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the thing. It's like, obviously, sometimes Canyon's been creative with how he approaches it to make it sneaky, but often he just launches so many Leonas at you that it's just like, overwhelming.
Yeah.
You know?
Overwhelmed by the just sheer amount of Leonas.
Yep.
And now I think he's defting. I think there's just a million Jinxes, as he's actually Nico.
But how heartbreaking would that be if you go for like this perfect engage, you land on top of the Jinx, and then suddenly they just like Zhonya's and
or they just lift you up and
just
kill
like,
you. Oh man,
I just feel like that. It's a go.
That's a go next. That's definitely it's a big old go next for me.
And you know it might end up being a go next because in 5 seconds it's Infernal Soul and Nongshim. It's now or never.
No matter what happens, we are going to go into the next game though.
Yeah, that will eventually happen.
Regardless, that is going to be part of our ploy. As there's a split pushing LeBlanc. Showmaker just living his best life, having a really great time.
Wait, he's actually doing so much. He's doing so much damage as well with the Lich Bane.
Well, yeah, he's just continuing to get up there.
Oh, they have to recall. Now there's Infernal Soul, so like that LeBlanc will auto you, and it's just over. It's just over.
It is feeling a little bit like that. Super Mega Death Rocket again is going to connect. My goodness, that was a lot of damage there from Canner. Zap is going to miss. Dundun now going to have to do some real shenanigans to get out of this one, as he's just running around. Deft also getting ran about a little bit here, as Dundun is trying to be immune as best he can, as Pop Blossom comes in, picks up 3. That is going to be a couple of very swift kills. The Gwen's going to go down as well, as Kellen was trying to flash on top of Jiwoo. as Canyon's running for his life, and Quad is going to be able to lock him down. But now Showmaker, a lot of damage available. The Emperor's Divide goes to Narnia, and Sylvie in trouble as well. A few more autos, and Showmaker's going to be able to do it, although he is Poppy, but Kellen's going to be there to lock him down. Jiwoo still walking. Oh man, we pan back to see the end of his hike that he went for here, as D plus Kia are gonna probably finish off this game pretty soon.
GB was like, oh, I'm debuting in the LCK today, it's gonna be really fun. I'm against, you know, a World Championship organization.
Well, okay, he's gonna be hit by everything in the kitchen sink, as happy birthday Canyon. He got his too much fun. He had too much fun on that Nico, but I'm glad that it's his birthday because I don't feel bad about it whatsoever. Happy Polar Bears. That should be an 11 out of 11 for him, I would assume, on the POG.
Yeah. And
after Dominance, I never want to see it again.
I think we learned some lessons.
Yeah.
Ban Nico.
Yep.
Yeah. Shiv LeBlanc is legit.
Yeah.
Despite what the 2 previous games might have suggested. And also...
Little Krug. Little Krug is the best transformation.
Yes.
That's also
so adorable.
It was very
stumbling
cute.
over. And it didn't offer anything when they went for the play.
Oh no!
But it was just
it was
adorable.
very cute. It was very, very cute. Maybe it's like less easy to see. It's not. Well, what a game. Which Canyon gets the POG?
The real one or the fake one? Or maybe it's...
Or Kellen.
Kellen, I think Kellen should get it. Because all I'm going to say is Canyon was pretty invisible this game, but I must have saw 3 Kellens in the end of the jungle constantly.
Actually, it should say Canyon, but a picture of Kellen on the POG graphic. Oh, it has to. I don't know whether we're... Oh, it's exactly double. Showmaker exactly double the damage of his lane opposition. Very cool, very cool. Canyon needed to do 100 more damage to do exactly the same thing. Which I'm a bit miffed about, but honestly, it's good to see D plus Kia back together again. Of course, Deft missed out on their last match, and so some dominant performance here in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason they lost that previous series is there wasn't as much agency given to Canyon, given to Showmaker. So I'm glad they've gone back in this direction, right? These picks where they can really step up, make an impact, and they made that impact.
They absolutely did, but it is now time for us to throw to a short break. When we get back to Space, game number 2.
천천히 빼면서
오케이. 뽀삐 너플. 나 말렸어.
나 풀게
아지르 너플. 자, 이 3초 뒤에
빼면서
자, 3초 뒤에 텔드 3초.
내 위치 봐
자, 이제 뒤에 텔 박을게. 앞에 루스펠이 앞에 루스펠.
끝날 것 같은데 이거
좀 멀긴 합니다. 잡았어.
앞에 로스펠이야
뭐랄까? 버티기 가능?
난 상관없어 난 가능해 풀 하자 할 거 없는데
버티는 거야
그냥 지키면서 하면 안 질 듯?
이미 누웠다. 나 눕는다. 나 자세부터 누웠어. 딜라이트 자세 간다.
페이지 바텀 다이브 본다
피 좀 많이 걸렸다.
나 이거 보였어.
당할 것 같은데 이거? 당할 것 같은데. 파이팅. 일단 포션 빨아봐. 얘 때려봐. 때려볼까? 노틸만 데려가봐. 데려갈까? 되네?
미드도 쏘리랑 천천히 하자.
바텀 빡세게 하겠다. 천천히 해. 그래 다쳐.
천천히
노틸
볼만?
세주 노플 노틸 세주. 나 근데
야 천천히 봐봐. 바루스부터 와봐. 바루스.
이겼다. 갈게.
세주 봐야 돼.
가는 거야 그냥. 가는 거야.
왜?
실수로 랄레 팔았는데 신발로
뭐해? 얼마 손해봤어?
개손해봄 800원?
위기인데?
다시 다음 오브젝트 보자. 오브젝트 하면 안 질 것 같아. 나 쌈 본다. 나 쟤도 해볼게. 나이스.
먹자.
바로 섭키 자신 먹어도 돼. 바로 너고요?
바루스 때 조심할게.
쌈 보자. 바로 대주 갈렸다. 바로 너고만. 잘 너고.
야 지켜볼래?
나 불 빠졌다.
야 남이 좀 지켜봐.
나불 빠졌어. 이게 안 죽어? 나 죽일 사람. 죽었다. 잭스 잡아. 초식에 있어.
야 지켜봐.
초식에 있어. 집 탈증하면 끝난다. 탈증할게. 끝날 때. 세레모니 해주고 춤추던가. 나이스. 버스 받았네. 나 중간에 나 날라이프 한거 레전드네. 해프닝이야. 1판 이기면 걔 있었어. 그리고 저번판도 충분했어. 바나나로 당 한번 흡수해주고. 사이언 POG 탑서로 한 번씩 POG 받았네. 잘해보자 이거. 저건데 뒤에가 노플. 불초 노플. 대박기. 집중 계속 하자 얘들아. 이길만 하자 이거. 진짜 이길만해. 싸움하면 더 좋은 거야. 그래. 둘만. 야 맞아. 야 뒤에 텔. 일단 먹자. 야 뒤에 텔. 일단 먹을게. 먹고 텔 보자. 이거 안 좋은데? 안 좋아. 가자. 야 볼만 돼. 다 피해줘 텔. 근데 너 애니 텔 되거든? 천천히 가보자. 야 공을 끊어요. 그러면 안 될 것 같아. 빼. 너 혼자야. 나 이거 암흑시에서 끌려가지고 안 좋게 됐다. 진짜 할만해. 내가 캐리 줄 테니까 계속 해보자. 끌렸고요. 나 봐줘. 밀려 공조. 볼만해. 비에고 노플이야. 형. 괜찮을 것 같은데? 이거 비에고 잡았어. 가자. 보자. 불치 노플. 잡아. 매혹 조심해. 아래 노플. 애들 용 가져. 야 이거 제리가 너무 세가지고 한타 계속 할만해. 그래. 천천히 하면 될 듯. 용 버스트 좀 해줄래 이제? 일단 먹으셔. 먹어봐. 쌈바우드. 야 아리 노플 좀 아리 노플. 내가 잘못했어. 야 그래 노플이야. 그래 잡았고. 좋아. 끝까지 가. 야 제리. 가인이야. 안 죽어. 비워 노플. 가자. 드본 노플. 나 먹게. 이거 줘야 돼. 나이스. 끝내. 서라 뒤졌다. 이거 근데 그렇지 너무 잘했어. 나이스 이거야 젠지. 나이스. 대전에 나이스. 서라.
And welcome back to the stage as D+ takes game 1 here against Nongshim and a beautiful birthday win here for Canyon, guys. Wow. So, okay, Huni, let's talk about the draft first, please, because first pick Nico, not something we often see. The champion is banned most of the time. We could think he would go in the mid lane, but Canyon takes it in the end.
Yeah, and they actually talked about this on stage beforehand, where they were saying that we can actually flex it. You saw the casters as well were expecting it, and it's the double whammy of you also get the LeBlanc, which is very highly prioritized. We see the new build and the power that it has, but you also get the playmaking of the Nico on Canyon, and he really ran with it.
Yeah, I mean, Huni got the really good point, which is like, I like the re-highlight the Nico pick. Like, this is why that there has to be perma event. It's like, there is so much. It make the games like really tired. It's like everything that you need to like make one more time, like look it up again. But the thing is, like I think pretty much this game's like all set. Like as soon as they lock it in Rico with the Leona, and then they make a early game plan perfectly, whatever they want it, and Zings, as soon as Zings is ahead on Affiliates, it's like there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, definitely a really difficult champion to handle, especially because we don't often see it in the LCK. And Canyon decided to say welcome to the LCK Jiwoo here in the bot lane with gank after gank after gank, just nullifying the impact of the Affiliates here.
Look at the little Krog roll up to the gank. And as mentioned, it's Canyon from the get-go. This was no trickery, just a great timing. And also credit to Deft and Kellen. Kellen in particular, I think, having a really good game around the Leona, but it was Canyon's continuous play towards the bottom half of the map that got so many leads, and really a rough but necessary welcome. You gotta play more respectful when you're playing against a player like Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't only done until the first dive. They keep abusing the like, oh, they have no subs, let's keep abusing. And even these play, like they play so perfectly, like I think they got ganked previously, but still it doesn't matter because like they didn't actually die. They have to accept this situation that he just got a base, like just not the death, and there was no like critical mistake at all.
Jiwoo was saying that he was nervous playing against D+ here in his opening match in the LCK. Nerves showing here, you would say?
Somewhat, but it's always tough because things like this aren't necessarily mechanical misexecution, which I think is what you often expect when a player is nervous, but more so just where they are at which point in the lane and not keeping good track of Canyon, which definitely is something that Nongshim as a team, I think, struggles with.
Definitely. And let's focus a bit on what Canyon did here and play a bit of a game. Is it Canyon? Is it not Canyon? Who knows? Because seeing it from this side, it feels easy, but actually you have to role play as much as you can. Look at this.
Yeah, this one is easy, because if Gromp is walking into your lane, you're like,
something's wrong.
Doesn't seem right.
You know the Nico's already walking in there.
But here, right, like the amount of pressure that Canyon was able to put out consistently, and this is again with us already seeing the plays and knowing what happens, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he wasn't walking towards the downside, and as like he finally, oh, this is not the actual Leona.
No.
Like me. Yeah. I'm Chronicler.
Yeah.
And I'm
I mean, there's no doubt on this, honestly.
No, you wouldn't get
no
tricked.
doubt about this.
You didn't fall for that easily.
No, I think the chat is the chat is confused as well.
Yeah, I don't know what chat's confused. I want to talk about top lane for a little bit because you can't get solo killed. I was very mad, because getting solo killed aside because of a greedy back, it's not okay, Chronicler.
Yeah, I mean, Huni, like, as a top laner,
I think I would do better.
Right?
Yeah, I think I would do better. I would log Rumble and I would not die there. I would roast that Gwen.
That's my boy, Huni. You got this.
I lost control here completely. Player of the game, guys, for this one, I think.
Oh, come on, Laura, you know.
Huni, what do you think?
I mean,
I'm going Canyon.
Yeah, we have to go Canyon.
Well, I like being like 10 out of 11 sometimes, But we voted Canyon.
We voted Canyon.
Yeah.
All right,
okay.
let's review.
Okay.
Not
I
this
see
time.
how it is.
Because there's no Zeri.
There you go. Canyon, aka Nico, aka Leona, aka the Gromp. He does it all.
Where's the small Kruggies?
Where's my small Krug at?
That was a small, but it was the strongest Krug I've ever seen.
It was perfect. Canyon running the game from start to finish, really showcasing why this pick is literally perma, and it wasn't even in the mid position where it's had the most success. It was showcasing, as the casters were saying, the amount of damage it does to jungle camps is more than enough. And Nico taking over the game completely. This is the real highlight.
This is the dream play.
Wombo combo, bam.
At the beginning of that, it looked dicey.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we didn't end up going for this play because we wanted to play a game, but if he doesn't get that ultimate, like Deft was already down, they might have gotten in some real trouble there.
I was about to say, they got a bit greedy, I feel, at some point, D+, especially around that time in game. Having fun, maybe a bit too much, but there was no way Nongshim would come back here.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about Showmaker, who's like just PvEing with his Lich Bane and his static shift, just like autoing turrets.
Yeah, I mean, these days LeBlanc becomes just, Pikachu.
It's like a top laner.
Yeah.
You just go top and push.
Last words on Canyon, though, because we've been talking about Nico. We knew that it was a champion that could be picked in the jungle. I'm just wondering how actually strong is the champion against a team that would be more.
I think it's mostly the fact that you can flex it. Like, I think obviously against Nongshim it's going to look a lot better, but it's the fact that you don't know where it's going in draft. And even the casters are saying this, like, there were so many flex potentials. And when D+ has looked good, they've really used that fact.
And regardless, I think the team fightings are way too strong. They make it like completely different the champion that it doesn't even matter of the scaling. Like these days the meta is like about playmaking. I think Nico is one of the best champions.
Great point, Chronicler.
Yeah, with the, with the rework of the ult, you can't really flash out the ult now. I think Nongshim should ban the champion, but is it going to be enough? We will find out in Game 2. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law, Chronicler, and Huni. Or was that Huni and Chronicler? I am not entirely sure. As happy birthday, Canyon. You'll never get to play Nico ever again.
You got the one.
Yeah.
If anyone leaves it open again, then I think we can very much condemn that decision.
Yeah, I don't think, it's just, I feel like we've tested it out. It's like once a week we do the Nico experiment.
Maybe once a patch, right?
Yeah. And Nongshim were just like, oh, we're the last match.
Do you think they draw straws for this? Do you think all the teams get together? Someone has to leave it open and Nongshim got a short straw?
That's a really short straw.
Yeah.
That straw was basically non-existent. Speaking of non-existent, Deft, of course, still playing from home. Guys, just to let you know.
But he does still exist.
He's not invisible. Yeah, he's not invisible. Oh, man. Okay, so Nongshim on the blue side this time around, and they can ban some different champions. And D+ Kia are going to ban Nico, as we can see here.
This always happens when like one team gets like a super broken pick on blue side, and then as soon as they go to red, they just insta-ban it. They're like, yeah, we know how broken this champ is. Not a chance, Nongshim. we don't want to play against that either.
Oh, man. And now Nongshim, they do get first pick. We'll see what they're going to be gunning for here. As the Maokai did actually make it through until the second round of bans last time. This time, it is going to leave first cab off the rank. Vi, another one of these bans. Oh, the Azir.
Good ban, interesting. Lucian's still open as well, which is something that people have frequently been banning against D+, but also just like Maokai, we have seen a bit as first rotation banned, Azir not so much, but like there is still a lot of power picks open and available. Milio's still open, Yumi's still open, Lucian's still open, Kasante's still open, Sejuani, there's still so many picks available. And as much as you might think, well, Nongshim get first choice, with that many picks, D+ will have a really good 1-2 on their rotation, so Nongshim have to be really careful, really deliberate with what they ban.
Yeah, last time it was Vi, Kasante, Sejuani that D+ took away, and then Lucian, Milio, Yumi. And so, I mean, a whole host of those champions is going to be left up. And the Draven ban is curious. I think that does that kind of give away a potential Yumi first pick here for Nongshim?
Maybe.
Not sure.
You know, if you go Yumi, D+ could go Lucian Nami or Lucian Milio. They actually banned the Lucian themselves, so I was concerned about the Draven being a good matchup. Maybe a counter into Lucian, so I want to get rid of that. We'll have to see what Nongshim go for the first pick. So much open available. It really could go in so many directions. You could end up seeing like a Kasante first pick just because there's so many bot laners that they're still going to get a pretty good one.
Yeah.
But it would give them that super broken top laner. But it looks like they might just go towards that Milio in the end. That pick that is just banned so frequently for how strong it is. And now D+ have some choices of what they want to do.
Well, they can go for the Yumi and the Zeri if they would like to.
Yumi and Aphelios?
Yumi Aphelios has been a little bit more popular
yeah,
here in the LCK.
Yumi Zeri would be risky because if they go Aphelios Milio, you're going to have a rough time in lane. You're going to end up securing something else, though, as well in a different direction. I think the Aphelios, though, makes sense.
You could just lock something like a Sejuani at that point in time, but it looks like D+ Kia do want to keep their third pick on red side more flexible, and I like this, right? Like, sometimes you'll leave it up being like, I can priority pick this thing, but then you lose the opportunity to do any sort of counter pick on your third rotation. So I do like this. Just grab the bottom lane and see what happens. Speaking of which, Nongshim going to do the same thing as this Jinx is being hovered, so the other side of the matchup going to be played by Jiwoo here, but it's a different story. A little bit. We've seen especially weaker bottom lanes fall prey to the Aphelios Yumi so many times. This week especially.
Yeah. If you're playing the Jinx Milio, you have prior on lane, you need to be applying that pressure and getting ahead because this bot lane matchup is very snowbally. If Aphelios gets ahead, it becomes too bulky with the Yumi attached and can just run up to you. Whereas if Jinx gets ahead, then she's the orbital laser cannon with Emilio buffing her range.
Yeah.
Using the Sejuani locked in for Nongshim now. D Plus could go in a lot of directions. They could take the Cassante here and then obviously ban away things they don't want to deal with. If they want to grab that for Canna or potentially as a flex, they could grab a jungler to match. They could grab something like the LeBlanc again for Showmaker. There's a lot of options, and it looks like they are very convinced on the strength of that LeBlanc, not just as its matchup into Azir. Obviously, the 3 times we've seen it so far has all been into Azir.
Yep, just happy to pick it up. I wonder whether it is going to be the same Night Harvester build for Showmaker, or whether he deviates away from that one. Annie going to be taken off the board here, and I think that might have been what they were deliberating. You saw Gorilla was crouched next to Showmaker. They're having a bit of a discussion about what to play.
I like this because I think one of the problems with Annie into Milio Jinx is you really are reliant on your flash to get close enough, but also Milio ult can just remove the stun.
Yeah.
So I think makes a lot of sense going for that LeBlanc. Also, Milio is someone who sometimes ends up being pretty easy to pick off when he's isolated alone. Now to continue the train of bans, Nongshim have targeted the jungle some more, and D Plus go for the Jax ban. They could go Cassante on 4, but again, Dundun could just take Gwen into it.
Yeah, I kind of hope that that is not what's going to happen. Renekton taken away from Canna here, and they might just save counterpick for top. I kind of hope that they would do that. Canyon can now lock away Trundle.
The problem is
perfect into Sejuani, am I right?
If they leave top to last, Dundun could just take Cassante, and I'm not sure I trust Canna to pilot like the Gwen into it. So I think this is the right call for D+. I think Cassante, even though like Gwen's a good matchup, I just think the champion is so bonkers, so broken. I don't think it even matters if it loses lane a bit. And again, Gwen is one of these picks that takes some time to come online. Although, saying that, Canna did get solo killed level 6, so...
Yeah. But what D+ can also do is flex LeBlanc top. It was Dundun that showed us that LeBlanc is a top laner as well. So there you go. The Gwen being locked in here for Dundun. No surprises whatsoever.
Especially with the Sejuani, that is very potent. Now, it also means they have a lot of AP in the composition. They could end up going for something like a Jace in the mid lane if they wanted to have that extra source of long-range AD and also syncs to the Sejuani, but it could end up also just being a return to comfort for Quad, the resident Cassiopeia player. When you have a champion like Cassante who dashes, I think, approximately 7 times a second.
Also makes Yumi's life just the worst.
Well, I will say new Yumi just sticks on one target for the most part.
Yeah, that's true. But if she ever hops off, miasma can be a problem.
And isn't this a birthday treat?
Yeah.
You know, Canyon's like, it is my birthday. Can I play the Lee Sin? Go on.
And I like that he sees Cassiopeia and he's like, Lee Sin. He doesn't dash.
That sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, challenge accepted. And Canyon needs no introduction when it comes to his Lee Sin play. He's absolutely phenomenal on this champion, and we know that the 1-2 punch of Lee Sin LeBlanc, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. These two champions have been best friends for a very long time, and Showmaker and Canyon together have certainly been absolutely fantastic on the duo. So, certainly a lot of power that has been picked up, but a lot of comfort on the other side. Some good lane matchups as well. We saw Dundun manage to get that solo kill. Maybe the state of the game won't be as out of control for Nongshim in game number 2, and therefore Dundun's performance will be relevant. We'll just have to see.
And honestly, Nongshim have a naturally winning top lane matchup, they have a naturally winning bot lane matchup, they have really strong team fighting, and it sounds like I'm saying all these good things, but D+ have Lee Sin, LeBlanc for Canyon Showmaker, and that is a problem.
It is a problem. But Melio and the potential Fountain Laser here of the Jinx. Jinx into Aphelios has been doing relatively well here in the LCK as well. But like you say, it is very, very difficult to look at this composition and not just say, oh, well, good luck. Nongshim, you're going to have a tough time. Especially looking towards that bottom lane as well. I mean, Def is going to have so much agency. Oh, man. Let's see whether Nongshim can do it, though, as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, D+ Kia fans, voices raised. Really hoping that they can get a swift 2-0 here, get themselves back on track, right? Losing to Bro was a big surprise for so many. And a swift 2-0 here would definitely help D+ Kia fans feel like this squad is heading towards the top of the standings, heading towards a potential Worlds berth as well, which is probably like getting to Worlds is like the lowest expectation that you should have for a roster like this with these names on it.
No, I absolutely agree. Would be a pretty heavy disappointment. I think that was the story of spring as well, right? Losing that matchup against Honor Life Esports. And Honor Life Esports is obviously a team that has some big names, but they haven't been consistent. And the expectation was D+ should have won out that matchup. A lot of predictions went that way, but they didn't manage to bring it through. That's just cheeky.
Oh, that is
welcome to the LCK.
Huge advantage.
Jiwoo. Welcome
huge
to the LCK.
advantage there. He like manages to get a bit of health off Jiwoo there.
This is what it's like, right? This isn't challenges anymore.
No, you just get auto. Ren. And he's going to continue putting that pressure on. As you can see, Kellen just hanging out as the cat. And we can see that Jinx versus Aphelios is, like we were saying, continuing to be pretty good for the Jinx. Nameplates do need to be respected, though. And we'll see whether Deft and Kellen can demonstrate exactly why that is the case.
And I just feel like that's why it's so important that Canyon and Showmaker have a good game. They're able to make the impact bot lane, and if you get that Aphelios ahead, it makes all the difference. All the ghost has been popped.
Yeah, Jiwoo not going to quite find the zap. But Cozy Campfire was put down.
Goes for heal. In terms of the impact in lane, the heal is a lot more impactful, especially since there's no ignite on either side. So I think Nongshim could still be happy that they got that. But something to note is that we do see Sylvie pathing up towards the top side, wanted to join in with that Gwen, whereas Canyon is on the bot side of the map, and he very much made his presence known in the previous game.
He did. We'll see whether that's going to continue as he is lurking. There is a good ward here in the bottom lane, just to make sure that Nongshim are not going to be surprised by any Lee Sins making their way down. At least they do know that it's Lee Sin if Lee Sin does turn up, as Jiwoo walks over that ward and is going to now go for that.
I wonder if there's going to be some like remnants from the previous game where like Nongshim, she's a champion, like is it Nico?
Yeah.
Is it the real one?
I'd be
But
scared.
There's no Nico anymore.
I'd still ask whether it's the real Lee Sin, to be honest.
You start counting minions, you're like how many minions was on that wave? Was it 3? Was it 4?
Exactly. Was one of them Lee Sin?
You start hyperventilating.
Solo queue has been a problem recently. It is very true.
Recently?
Well, more so than usual. Canyon will fight for this Rift. Scuttler, as we can see, is going to be secured by the Lee Sin. Says thank you very much for that one, as Dundun and Canna are just fighting this one out. Dundun does manage to get the dash out of the way, as he's going to lose out on the trade. Kasante, as it turns out, still pretty good. That's a solo kill. Gets Sim 1 back. Nicely done, Canna.
Gets the Deft emote coming up, but again, in a matchup where you pick the Gwen to be able to scale into this and win against the Kasante, you just got solo boloed and kind of redeeming himself for that game 1 where he was on the receiving end.
Yeah. Does have to use the flash. Dundun still has his available, so
maybe Dundun should have used his flash then. Maybe that's the lesson here.
Yeah, there's a few ways that you can think about it. As Deft pressing Q with the remainder of his Severum. Let's get a bit of his health back. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a nifty combo when you have green, purple, is you get the auto down and then you root, because you actually switched over from the red gun. The red gun got the initial one. Lots of layering of damage. Peter does blocking here, but now we see Sylvie actually making his way in.
Yeah, there is cleanse available here for Deft, but gonna have to use those zoomies to try and create some distance. Arctic Assault not quite going to find him here as Canyon moving on in. Deft trying to keep himself alive and does make it to relative safety as Canyon in amongst everyone, and the gravitum value is just gigantic. Happy birthday, Canyon. There's a first blood for you. He's gonna miss the Q, but it's his birthday, okay? Keep those comments out of the chat.
Yeah, he's allowed to miss it.
Absolutely. You're always allowed to miss at least 1 or 3.
And actually, I think he expected Jiwoo to sidestep on that one, so Jiwoo making a great decision just to walk it straight. But still a great counter gang coming in.
Well, what about a counter kill? He gets the shield! No way! Canna! All right, this champion's busted, but Canna played that really nicely. That is flash disadvantage.
The clutch shield and dun-dun, that is devastating.
That's tilt in a nutshell. Right there, that is a very unfortunate scenario.
Do you know what you do at this point?
What?
You run it back to third time.
Oh yeah. I mean,
nobody solo kills Dundun 3 times.
He needs to get to his 0-7 power.
Hey, look, now there's a bounty on Canna, so he can get that money back.
Oh dear. Well, I also said that it was first blood there on the bottom side because I didn't realize that Canna got first blood by solo killing Dundun earlier on. So we're going to check it out from his perspective.
Nice little flip back. But then, yeah, up close, so much power from the Gwen with the Q there.
There you go.
But just the cooldowns coming up, they're so short for the Cassante.
That looked easier than it looked when we were spectating.
Yeah.
제발.
That's how I would feel.
Oh, come on, please, is what he said there.
He's saying that to his teammates who made him play against Cassante.
Yeah. And it's so funny because in times gone by, we would have said very similar things about Gwen.
True. How the turntables.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful root from Def there.
As Jiwoo does not juke.
Hey, we've seen this before.
Yeah, we have. Picture in picture is the bottom lane.
His shield and the Bami Cinder. Sunfire's broken.
Yeah.
I've said it.
It is, and it's broken even before it turns into its final form.
Yeah.
Even the beginnings of the item are too strong, as it turns out. Well, turns out Cassante also is just silly. It is the Gwen with a CS advantage, and Sylvie is going to come towards the top side and try to help out. 2 heads are better than 1, it's absolutely true, and they do have the permafrost availability as well.
If this was a solo queue game, I definitely know that the Gwen would have typed jungle difference and said, why aren't you top lane?
Yeah, 100%.
Which is why Sylvie's up here.
He may have actually done that. That might be why Sylvie's up here right now, yeah.
Yeah, but Canna has a wave in a really good spot. Not much they can do with him that close to tower. And remember, if you try and take a 2v1 against Cassante, he will just turn it into a 1v1.
Yes.
Because that's what the champion does. And actually, it is a Chemtech Dragon, which is a fantastic daily pickup.
It is?
It means there's no Chemtech Soul.
I wonder what if this next Drake is an ocean, then I'm very, very happy. No, it's going to be a cloud, so I'm extraordinarily sad.
I'm sorry.
Wow, that was an emotional roller coaster. I went right from the top to the bottom, very, very quickly. But that's all right. We could see Hextech Drake, Hextech Soul, which is a lot of fun.
Well, not when you're playing against it.
No. Well, yeah, if you get the Soul, but the Rift is also very fun.
Oh, the Rift, yeah. I mean,
stuff.
Hexgate's one of the greatest additions to the game since some other edition that was good.
Trinity Force. As Q going to connect, as Canna goes all out. Dundun does have some needlework, but he's going to need a lot. Oh my goodness. Canna is going to avoid it though, and that is a 3rd solo kill.
I'm sure he'll get him the 4th time, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, normally 3rd time's the charm, but if 3rd time isn't the charm, 4th time definitely.
This is no longer about the state of the game. This is about Dundun making a point, okay? And he has to keep trying. I don't know. I've lost track of that.
Okay.
But he's going to keep trying to fight Canna because you can't never quit when you're behind.
Yeah, no, I think actually he also noticed that he was ahead on farm. He just forgot to take into account all of the kills. That was the issue, as Jiwoo going to get slowed down here. Def not looking too worried about anything as he gets Moonlight Vigil down. That is a lot of damage onto this Jinx. As Ghost is being popped here, but I don't know whether they really want to do that as Final Chapter comes through. It is just kind of giving them a massage. And otherwise not too much happening as Canyon looking for a bit of a kick here onto Sylvie and just get himself out of the pit and to relative safety. So the Rift Herald is going to be secured by Nongshim.
Which is impressive given that their top laner got solo killed 3 times.
Yeah.
Good job, Nongshim.
Nailed it. As Def is going to be able to find that Q for the Moonfall.
And that other Q, the Gravidum thing.
A lot of Qs.
Yeah. And that plate.
So the Aphelios and Yuumi is once again proving to be an issue. We saw this throughout this entire week. Aphelios Yuumi is something that we should not really see all that often. It is extraordinarily strong, and people often go for this handshake, this Melio Yuumi handshake. And the unfortunate thing is the red side gets such a benefit because they get to choose the AD carry in the scenario. And when it's Aphelios, it's so dangerous. We're going to have a look at, I mean, how many of these have we seen? I'm starting to lose my mind.
Yeah, just the 3rd ult. I think maybe predicting a dash at the end. I'm trying to suggest things. It was a miss.
Cassante.
It was a swing and a miss. Yeah, I think we can give Dundun a pass because Cassante is broken. we get it. Like, a lot of people might be flaming him in chat, being like, you know, Dundun's playing like a noob, but this champion's not okay.
Yeah. And Gwen is now okay.
This is I feel like this might be a protest, you know?
Yeah. Well, this is also Kana just redeeming himself in a pretty large way. Yes, he's on a pretty busted champion, but it is good to see that Kana is not feeling too bad after... Oh my... Huh? Okay.
That was nearly number 4.
Yeah, wasn't able to pick up Dundun there.
Yeah, if he picked him up, he would have just ulted. He would have been number 4 for sure. So,
oh dear. I mean, he might just... No, he doesn't go for the dive by himself. We're not at that point yet.
Which, honestly, I respect.
Yeah.
That would be an easy way to throw away your lead.
This is an optimistic Rod of Ages pickup here by Quad. The game may be a little bit out of their hands.
No, I like it. It's like when you buy Medjai's when you're like 0-7. You're
oh,
like, look,
yeah.
either I stack
can only go up from here.
Look, either we've lost, or I'm going to stack this and we're going to win. There's no in between.
Understanding when to all in, very important. As Kana pressing a whole bunch of buttons.
Oh, it looks like...
And Dundun may die for the 4th time. There's a flash. And Dundun's going to be able to get himself out of there. I don't know whether it's necessarily good because it's a trade of flashes. Needlework is going to come through here as Showmaker dancing around in the mid lane. We're going to look at the bottom lane as well. As Canyon's turning up, grabbing him once again. Going to get some work done as Glacial Prison going to be used onto Def, but it's almost like it wasn't as there's a flash forward. Oh my goodness, the Sejuani just gets eliminated. Canyon goes down as he tanked a turret shot. He may not have wanted to, but Jungler's not allowed here on this bottom side as... Oh dear, once again chasing each other around the rift are Kana and Dundun. This time it's Dundun that wanted to pick a fight.
Dundun just never gives up. Never stops.
Never surrender, and once again, he's into this brush as Kana gonna find him yet again with the dash forward as Showmaker finds that his Cassiopeia friend that he was playing with earlier on is in the bottom lane. And so he's gonna get some free time with these turrets. What a funny game. It's an interesting game, you know? And the top side of the map has gone entirely in the opposite direction to what we saw last time.
It just reminds me of a joke.
What's that?
Cassante walks into a bar. There is no counter.
Yeah. Then how do you get a drink? Where do you put it? Just hold on to it the whole time?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I've never really understood that joke. As Canyon going to get the smite onto Quad. He's going to get slowed down. Taps crippled. Canyon doesn't have kick, of course, so some Twin Fangs as he makes his way out. And Rift Herald going to be utilized here in this mid lane. Gets a couple of plates, as we can see there. They go into the hands of Jiwoo. That is definitely good news, but he's still 27 CS behind. And D+ here remain... Oh, no. Okay, Dundun. He's just a few more autos. Wait! Do it, but the turret exists.
He has ults, just not enough mana.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's the needlework. And is it going to be the counter solo bolo? I think it is. There we go! 4th time's the charm for Dundun.
Nobody solo kills Dundun 4 times in a row.
And this is the beginning. Oh man, if only Dundun had have been able to buy his Medjai's in time. That's the thing. As we get the Hextech Drake, as Glacial Prison is going to go the wrong direction. Sylvie now tanking up this turret, but doesn't really want to. Still, they're going to grab the kill onto Deft, and Sylvie just has enough health to tank up that turret.
Nice heal from Peter there to keep Sylvie alive, and some good plays coming out from Nongshim. A little bit of redemption there. Big shutdown for Dundun. I wonder where that bounty came from for the Cassante.
Oh, do we really want to? Oh, yes, we do.
You know, it looks so. It almost looked like Dundun's given up, but he never stopped.
No, he never surrenders.
Every moment he's looking for the opportunity. He gets a bit of health back, gets the mana back for the ultimate, and is able to turn it around. And this is the lesson to everyone watching. Never give up.
No.
Never stop trying.
Never stop believing in your own ability to win in top lane.
You know what's funny? This happens in all my solo queue games. At the top.
Yep.
0-7, we're running it back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I misplayed. I misplayed. 0-8.
I'll get him next time.
I misplayed. I got him next time. I'm better than this guy. Well, in Dundun's case, only took 4 times. Now he has a Riftmaker done. Kana is about to complete the best item in the game. And as this is all happening, as we're having all of this funny business on the top side of the map, Deft dying, certainly great news here for Nongshim. Jiwoo now goes up to 1-0-1 on this Jinx. His Kraken Slayer now completed. Looking for that Gale Force's item number 2, an item that Deft already does have in his back pocket. He's still going to be very scary, but it's the LeBlanc in the side lane that's going to be the problem. I've seen this movie before. Man, it's a lot of reruns in today's LCK as Super Mega Death Rocket goes slightly wide.
And they're now setting up for this Herald. You know, I feel so much more confident about Nongshim now. The early game was kind of getting away with them, but they have stabilized a bit. It's only 1,000 gold lead. Their comp does pretty well in these 5v5s. D+ are lucky to contest. We do see the TP from Dundun mid. They are wanting to secure this Herald.
And now DK can just kind of back away, can't they? Because there is going to be Showmaker there towards the bottom side as Canyon does have his pet cat. Couldn't really see what was going on there, as of course he is Lee Sin, but thankfully he does have some vision available via the kitty cat on his shoulder. First Terror Blood going over to Showmaker though, and that's what we're kind of talking about, you know? You see the teleport come through from Quad, and then don't really mind if the Rift Herald goes over because you can take the turret.
Yeah, and I'm going to be real. Showmaker's got a lot of farm, which is kind of the point of the static Shiv. LeBlanc has just got a farm bounty actually off the back of that. But I expected a lot more from Showmaker and Canyon, and Quad has kind of gone pretty unchallenged in the mid lane. And if this game remains even as we get later in the game, it is going to be difficult for DK. So, you know, still hope, but it is a Hextech Soul, which is obviously the most broken one, and D+ have 2 dragons in pocket, so Nongshim need to work out how they're going to approach this one and be confident in those 5v5s.
Indeed. However, they do have Hextech Rift, which does allow you to make resets and rotations much easier, things like this, so getting over to try and contest said dragon could be a possibility that they could work with. But it is looking a little bit doubtful, just because the coordination has looked slightly better here for D+ in this particular series. Still, there have been shenanigans, and there have been a lot of shenanigans for this D+ Kia roster. It's not like watching KT in our previous series, right? Like, and this is a weird example, but they have looked very consistent from game to game, or at least did in every series outside of the Gen G one. And so you look at D+ and their first game, always just a stomp. They're having a great time. They look coordinated and happy and good. But then you get into the weeds a little bit in these games 2 and sometimes 3.
Is it fair to say, I feel like D+ have inherited some of the KT energy, honestly.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like that sort of vibe.
It does. Deft is the only ex-KT player, right, on this team? Curious. Although they had most of it when Deft wasn't playing. So I don't know what to make of that. As Dundun here in the side lane dealing with the static Shiv. LeBlanc does have a Merc Treads now completed as well.
Quad has the Seraphs. 3 stacks away from having the Rower, but it's going pretty good. It looks like it is going to be the Night Harvester build again from Showmaker that we saw last game. No Sork Shoes this game, though. Has gone for the Merc Treads, so a little bit less damage. But still a potent threat in the side lane. I will say you do have the Gwen, who should be okay at holding up in theory. You have a lot of sustain on the wave, so I don't think LeBlanc can poke you out too hard.
But she can always kill the wave, right? True. So it does make the whole split push conversation that we normally would say is in favor of the Gwen against almost anyone. Makes that a little bit murky as in goes Showmaker looking for some targets here as Jiwoo takes 50% of his health bar. Sylvie fighting with Canyon here, will take a Q to the face. Showmaker gets in one more time. And look at him, he's diving past the front line and just smacking down this bottom lane as much as he can. Okay, Quad taking a bit of damage there as well. Showmaker playing like a man possessed here in this particular scuffle. Gets over this wall as well as him and Dundun shoulder to shoulder. Q comes over, but they do manage to clear out that ward. Quad taking a bit of damage here from Deft. Red White guns now equipped for the Aphelios. They're fighting around this soul point availability for D+ Kia. Nongshim do not want to give that one up. That is so dangerous as the chains will get the snare, but Sylvie,
especially on LeBlanc with Shiv, you get the double effect.
There is a lot of Shiv happening. Like, it's the most Zeri game without Zeri that we've seen. You know?
And they're giving it up. It's rough. It's rough for Nongshim to give this one away. They try to get some pressure in the top lane, but they won't really get much.
And we didn't mention it as well, but the Herald kind of did nothing there as well.
Yeah, they did kill it. They managed to take it down before it got anything.
And so that meant that it was just a full outer turret for no real answer outside of the local goal.
Not ideal for Nongshim, but in other news, Pot of Ages nearly stacked.
There we go. I said that might be a problem. Probably not going to be a problem.
Yep, the game lasted longer than 21 minutes. Well, it seems, unless they ended the next 30 seconds.
Jiwoo is going to take a few buttons of damage, but thankfully, with Night Harvester completed, I mean, there is still a fair bit of damage availability, but it's not all item damage with the Static Shiv in the back pocket. So, you take a bit, but not all of your health bar there with the combo. Deft seems to be having a pretty good time here on this Aphelios, though. As we move further into this game, we'll see whether he can have that carry performance as well.
Obviously, when someone's feeling unwell, it's always like concerns, like how will they play, how will it affect them. Deft has been on point.
Oh yeah, he's looked absolutely amazing. And it feels a little bit like he's the savior of this team as well, right? Because that was the only real change that we saw between D+ Kia and them in their Bro Series. As speaking of which, he throws down the ultimate. And this is just Deft kind of by himself, pushing Nongshim all the way out of the river.
You know, I said it, I don't think Rahel was the reason they lost that series, but I think Deft is the reason they are doing, part of the reason they're doing so well in this one. And this bot lane matchup is very momentum-based. It feels like he's just had Jiwoo and Peter's number, and now he's playing with such confidence. The Bruiser style of play, when you have this Yuumi attached to your Aphelios, where you just play so aggressive.
And Quad there takes an auto attack from a LeBlanc, and it does more damage than I am really okay with. Honestly, as a commentator that's been doing this for a great many years, and I'm used to seeing what happens when LeBlanc does an auto attack button, it should do less than that. That's all I'm saying. Okay,
I agree. I think that's a fair one.
I'm normally like, oh, is it a Q? Does it do lots of damage? If yes, it's a Q. But that was an auto attack, and it did more damage than a Q.
Yeah.
That bothers me.
Yeah.
That messes with my ratios in my brain. And there's not a lot of those. Anyway, Sylvie taking a bit of damage. Infernum in hand here for Deft. Does have a decent shield. Nice Gale Force gets out of the way of the Glacial Prison. And Deft is going to be A-OK. Holds onto the flash, the cleanse, everything. They have that for the next potential team fight that could come up in about 2 minutes' time, or if D+ Kia decide to go for a Baron.
This is part of the problem with this LeBlanc with Shiv. Showmaker's 50 CS up, and he's a level above Quad, but Quad has stacked the Rod of Ages for an extra level. That's how big the gap is, and now, Nongshim, you got the TP, just get out of there. It's not worth it.
And they do manage to get it as Canyon gets into the pit here. You can see keeping this one leashed as best they can. Canyon decides instead that he just wants to get out of there. As Dundun, he's immune, but he's limping.
But he still lost like half his health bar.
Yeah, yeah.
Not so immune.
No.
Oh, and your recall gets stopped because you exist.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, so I don't know if you just saw there, but Showmaker autoed with the Static Shiv, and then W'd back, and the way it stacks is based on how many units you travel.
Yeah.
So by teleporting back, he instantly restacked Shiv, and he autoed the wave again, and it procced it again.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
It is disgusting. I feel like it could work a different way that would be a little bit like...
Yeah, I think they should just say, no, LeBlanc, you're not allowed to build it.
Yeah.
You're banned.
Silly. Yeah, silly Billy.
Just stop it.
Don't do that. We don't like it. Just like no one should pick Yuumi and that sort of stuff. D+ doing a couple of things that we would probably put in our please don't do column. But Melio's there on the other side. You know, Gwen has done some Gwen things in the past. But still, it is certainly a lot of champions that are very broken. Because, like, I mean, there's Cassante as well. I mean, it's three. Three of the please no utilized right here by D+.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's some villain energy. It really is villain energy, isn't it?
It really is. And I feel like it's just how the draft went, that like we saw the Maokai and the Azir band, which kind of left all these broken champs open. It was a bit of a gambit from Nongshim.
Yeah.
But I just kind of feel bad, because game one they played against Nico, and now they have to play against Cassante, Yuumi, Aphelios.
Yeah. But not all teams that have played generally have to do that, right? As they're going to start off this Baron one more time. It is getting taken down extraordinarily low, as Canyon wanted to try and find his way in. Deft now trying to do it. There is the kick away, and Canyon just easily secures it. It was a gambit, like you say, but it's not one that Nongshim are going to find very good, as Deft is possibly caught out of position. He flashes forward. I don't know about that one, as it's Jiwoo that locks him down now. Canna trying to get some work done. Super Mega Death Rocket sails by gracefully, but isn't going to be able to do any damage. And now it's Showmaker. He is the AD carry of D+ Kia, who now have a Baron, but they don't have an AD carry or a jungler. Still, Canna is fighting this one out. They get an exhaust as the cat is still here. Low health bars, but a dead Cassante. And now, Showmaker, can you do this by yourself? Static Shiv getting some work done. Look at these health bars. Is this one kill, one Shiv? The Q comes through. Peter is dead if he gets shivved. All right, Showmaker. But this over the wall here. He's still looking. Oh, there it is. He gets shivved. Then he's dead. Oh no! In Hearthstone, that does 1 damage. And you draw a card, and it kind of just did 1 damage, and he died.
Yep, and now they're gonna get Hextech Soul. You've lost your support. Everyone's recalling. You can just go straight over the dragon. And now you'll have the double lightning. You'll draw 2 cards, do 2 damage.
Oh my goodness, upgraded Shiv.
Yep.
I don't even know what that does. I haven't played that game in a million years. As Showmaker is underneath the turret, and Dindin is just like, please, Mist, save me. And if you have a look at the top of your screen, it is a gigantic gold lead, but the kill score is not necessarily there. But now, with Hextech Soul, with Baron, it is going to be very, very difficult for Nongshim to do anything.
This was the right call from Nongshim, because if you leave it down to the dragon fight, it could go horribly wrong. Even if you win the fight but don't secure the dragon, you're doomed. And you could just lose the fight and only secure the dragon and then they get Baron. So I like the call, but unfortunately Canyon clutches it. Deft a bit over aggressive here and didn't hit the ability strategy on the return side. We actually go back to live, and with the Hex, oh my, look at Showmaker.
Shiv. Look, oh my, this is not okay. Look at how much lightning there is. We should actually stop the game because of bad weather.
They need some like rubber boots or something.
Yeah, no, 100%. You've played Breath of the Wild, right? You know, you need the rubber thingy so that you can actually survive in those areas where it's just always lightning.
Nongshim needs some.
Yeah, does feel like Nongshim are trying to climb in the rain.
Yeah.
It's looking very, very... Oh, Showmaker, stop it!
It's just bullying!
Wow, and we watched it lose 2 games in a row, and now I'm wondering how the heck that happened.
What? Did you see that auto?
Yeah, no, it's dumb! It's really silly! As that's a final chapter.
Sylvie is a tank,
Kellen, yeah.
And no one's actually really hit him apart from Showmaker just autoing him.
Yeah.
And he's nearly dead.
Well, now Canyon's going to get a little bit of a kick into the wall onto the Gwen, who is going to get Q'd back. Nice Q there from Canyon is going to land, but they spot the fact that Quad is making his way over. Let's land a few Qs. It's an undercanner here as he's now chasing him down, but another dash and another escape here for the Cassante. This time he's fine as Showmaker's going to get salted, but
he just held.
Yeah,
not okay.
Not all like. Yeah,
and especially with the Yuumi as well. Like normally you see the Yuumi Aphelios pair and just stick it on the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
For the extra, like safety, that extra shielding, make it so you can't even poke her out in return. It's just obnoxious.
And think about it, it's kind of like a theme park, you know, you just go on a bit of a ride. As the Yuumi, just having a great time. As you can see, Kellen here.
In quad, the betrayal here.
Ow.
And yeah, that's the example of the Shiv proc and the Night Harvester.
Oh my, he is absolutely 100% chaos, is Showmaker.
I'm glad Showmaker's having fun, because Nongshim on.
I mean, someone needs to, right? Like, if no one's having fun and this is happening on the Rift, then something's very wrong, right?
Jiwoo, in his LCK debut against D+, is 3-0-2 on Jinx and having the worst time.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
No, it's not. But, I mean, this is actually, it is the combination of 3 very broken things.
Yeah.
At least 2 that are guaranteed. The LeBlanc will be even if Showmaker does win this game. 2-2 on the day for this Static Shiv LeBlanc. But her winning definitely does look more convincing than her losing. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, whoa! What the? What?
Hang on!
That's not okay!
I want to pause.
No,
I want to pause.
Someone needs to check his PC.
We need to chrono break this game and tell him to sell his Shiv. It worked last time. Oh my goodness.
I'm glad after the first series, because we were talking about how the Shiv LeBlanc is this cool new tag. And people might have watched that first series and be like, nah, it's not that good.
Overrated.
Yeah, no.
Well, now we know. Now we know. Can you ban items? Can we put items into the ban?
Well, they did when KT played.
Oh, it was a good call. As look at this, it's so obnoxious, and a lot of this is the Hextech Soul. As all right, Petrifying Gate is going to come through there, but Deft is just going to say goodbye to the Snake Lady. Doesn't want any of that. As Canyon's just going to go golden. You know, you're not going to kill him on his birthday. Yes, they are. as it's going to be Jiwoo getting excited now as well. Gargoyle Stoneplate comes in as Cannon now trying to turn it. I think he might die as Jiwoo's going to die as well. Oh! He takes him with him. So nicely done. You and Me comes through, and now the real AD carry is on the Rift. Showmaker trying to get into that mist to take down Dundun as well. But maybe he's just finished with this game. Could be going home early, as we know he very much enjoys that one. As oh my, this is revolting! As Dundun wants to kill Deft, he is going to be able to do so. No one can kill Showmaker, especially not when he has a kitty cat as, yep, shock Teemo indeed. And he's going to emote a little bit before getting that 50 gold from the Nexus and going home with a 2-0. D plus Kia, welcome back. Absolutely fantastic performance here. And Nongshim really feels like didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, a very convincing win. We said D+ needed one after the upset against Rion, but I think D+ looking to redeem themselves. And also, we learned a very valuable lesson. LeBlanc added to the permaban list. That champion, not okay with that item.
Yeah.
Not allowed. I don't want to see it again. It was cool. We had a day. We had a whole day of it. Yeah. Next week's a new week. No more.
Do you know what I'm doing? I'm straight into practice tool. I'm finding a bug. I'm finding a bug. I'm getting that item banned again.
Maybe get a few, just for good measure.
Yep. Just gonna try my very best to try and figure that one out. But
you're watching at home, maybe look for.
Yeah, I think because we did see that it didn't look completely broken in our first series. It wasn't as ridiculous. It was largely Nico's fault in game number 1, but that Static Shiv LeBlanc plus the Hextech Soul is the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life. That was just disgusting.
I feel like I need a shower now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and have one. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Well, happy birthday to Canyon. He definitely had a really good time. Got to play Nico and Lee Sin.
Yep.
There is no better birthday than that. But alongside him, I think Showmaker also had a really good time playing this new and improved LeBlanc build. And we had a good time as well, because we saw Canna get 3 solo kills and then Dundun killed him back.
It's still crazy that happened in this game. Like, so much happened. We're so focused on LeBlanc, but yes, that is how the game started.
Yeah.
Just kind of things, you know?
It is. Sometimes things happen, and we just go along for the ride, right?
Yep.
That's how it works. Deft, still there, having a great time. And honestly, like, welcome back, Deft. It was really sad not to see you here. I think Rahel, like you say, didn't exactly have like a series losing performance last time, but the team looks so different without their man in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, with a player of the caliber of Deft, definitely makes a difference. And hopefully he does recover and feel back up to tip-top shape as soon as possible. Get some replays of the game. And Sylvie really tried to make things happen in the bot lane, knew that getting this Jinx ahead would be super important, but Canyon was there to match consistently, and Deft was just playing with such confidence across this game.
He was. And he almost didn't need to, because so much of this, what feels like this series was the story of Showmaker and Canyon just having some vintage Showmaker Canyon performances as well.
Yep.
And it is really great when you see D plus Kia that are firing on all cylinders, right? Like, the game gets so much easier when, you know, not that part of the Canna versus Dundun matchup is happening, but the first 3 kills that happen, it just means that their ability to snowball that they have so expertly done in the past makes it so much easier when all of their lanes are accounted for, and Deft really does provide that. The amount of consistency that he has is very impressive. As I say that, of course, he just dies in the middle of 4 people, but it didn't matter.
Good timing, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a caster curse.
I like how this is the 3rd time we've seen this, and just reminding us what COD did to Peter.
No. I don't know. Let's have a listen to how much fun that they're having. Does seem like business as usual for the most part.
I think I'll get a bit more excited going on.
Yeah.
Jiwoo will try to pop off. Honestly, pretty solid Jinx performance in these team fights, but just so hard to play.
And Jinx is one of Jiwoo's champions as well. We do know him for things like Neela and stuff like that, more of the fun picks, but he is definitely a bit of a Jinx guy also. Showmaker. Yeah, Showmaker having the best time ever. He's like, this is the best, I'm having the greatest time. So, we were asking, is anyone having fun? Yes, Showmaker times 1,000,000.
At the expense of Nongshim.
Yeah, at the expense of probably everyone.
It's like this reverse correlation. The more fun.
Look at him. He feels guilty. It's like I feel like this shouldn't be allowed. I'm having too much fun.
Hopefully we get a public apology towards Nongshim. I'm sorry. I am Showmaker. I'm sorry I played Shiv LeBlanc.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that does not surprise me.
Oh my god!
Not even slightly.
Oh, okay. Well, no, we'll ignore the fact that Kellen did like more than 10 times the damage of his opponent, because of course it is Melio, but still that is a funny thing to look at. My gosh! I've never seen 80 carry damage diminished by that much in a very long time. It was metas past that things like that have happened. And do you know what it's time for? It's time for Law, Huni, and Chronicler to break down what was such a chess match of a game number 2 between Nongshim and D+ Kia. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. No, that's not okay. Like, nerf these riots, please. What is going on? Like,
oh
completely illegal. The combination of the Drake plus this item. We'll talk about this a bit later. First, the draft to see if there was some improvement on the side of Nongshim. Did we like what we saw here?
I am ambivalent about the Casio specifically. I know Wolf has been very vocal about not liking it. I think Inter specifically, the D+ comp, it is pretty good because they're fairly short range. And they're going to be forced to try and play into you. A lot of dashes, so the BSB gets a lot of value. But I think it's amazing. But the rest of the draft I did quite like. Melio Jinx can definitely win the matchup on bot side, so you can have prio if you execute well enough. But it didn't come down to execution. Well, or maybe it did. But
fundamental, rather,
for one,
would say,
for how the bot lane played out, it didn't.
Yeah.
And for how the game played out, it was.
I mean, honestly, like for a Nongshim draft, like they had a blue side draft, but the thing is, I don't really feel like they have actually like advantage like to take like from the first big Melio that like they got Melio, but they got enemy team got Aphos Yumi. So like I feel like both team kind of happy with it, and it's like the LeBlanc, it just went through it.
Yeah.
Like you know how LeBlanc is OP.
Yeah, and we went from a day where like obviously it was picked in the LEC. We went from a day where like the pick did not get picked, and even though it was already rampant in Korean solo queue, we've seen this before, the LCK, where like just any pro anywhere needs to pick it, and then they're like, it's time, and then you do what Showmaker did in this one.
Yeah, a beautiful game, honestly, from him. We'll talk about the man in the mid lane a bit later, but I appreciate the fact that Nongshim was trying a bit more than in game 1. D+ was having fun as well, leaving them opportunities.
I really have to give credit. Obviously, didn't end up mattering as 69 health there on the
That's
Nash.
sad.
And if they get that, there might be game 3, and we might be going to another game, because I do really want to shout out specifically Jiwoo. I think that he really did a great job, even though there were like some individual mistakes, Deft not quite hitting the mark there. Obviously, Dundee not doing his best, or doing his best rather, in his own special way. By getting triple solo killed. But these team fights and this moment specifically, this is where it starts. This is where it begins. This is where we start to see what this combo can do, and from this point on, it just keeps on going.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, only LeBlanc can do it. And it's like, there's a Yumi that who can actually boost the LeBlanc even more OP.
Yeah.
It's like, he's so mobile, and then you can never catch this boy. And it's like, Showmaker playing like perfectly well. Oh, that's sad.
You hate to see it.
The tragedy of Quad flashing into his own teammate and him dying, right? It's just...
Yeah.
I mean, also previously, like, he was doing like these exactly the same, and then the Drake was just completely free.
Yeah.
But what I think is sad is that when I look at Nongshim and how they play, for me it's a symptom that a team that lacks fundamentals, in the sense that the way they approach these big objectives and how they should play around the composition they have, this is what is missing here.
Yeah, so specifically, if you look at the even with Showmaker being as good as he was on the LeBlanc, and the build obviously being completely bonkers, and people not knowing how to play around it, if we can. Again, I expect it to get nerfed very soon, hopefully. What is Nongshim's problem is that even if they are in a position where they have like a fat 80 carry that is playing well, in case of Jiwoo, what happens is they walk up to an objective and they're not quite sure what to do with it. So we see that D+ in particular is a team that when they're playing well, which I didn't even, second game wasn't necessarily showcased that, but even then, right, like they were pulling them apart, they were getting macro leads, and Nongshim would just kind of walk up, get chunked by either Deft or later on Showmaker, and then have to back off. And that type of killer instinct that was lacking for them is something that they need to have if they want to beat better teams.
Yeah, I mean, for the future, but like, I think that Nongshim need to focus on basic, the fundamental first of all, and it's like, to win against like a Western team especially, like, I think they have to just train better about like the skirmishes as well. Like, they
pull the trigger.
Yeah, they need to pull the trigger, but the thing is like even like when the Dundun was playing really, really well in the previous game, like, the team fight was so close when it should not be, you know, like, those kind of thing that it's really cool, but like, if you actually see like, in real what happened inside, like everyone was kind of making mistakes, like those kind of thing has to be cut down.
Approaching mid-game is not easy when you're not a top team because you're not used to either knowing how to play from behind or snowballing the lead you have. So for me, that's what they should focus on.
It's also, this is a team, and now obviously Quad is here, but he's not a really experienced player by any means. Like Peter was the most experienced player. Peter, the guy who debuted last year, is the most experienced player on this team. And it's something that a lot of LCK teams have also realized, trying to get an experienced player to kind of counteract the fact that when it comes to some of the laning moments, obviously, you know, some Dundun solo kills notwithstanding, we've seen that Nongshim can actually often do okay into some of the better teams as well. But then when it comes to post lane, you need someone that actually knows what they're doing, how they're moving around the map, because a 5-10 second window somewhere in rotating too slow against a good team, you lose.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, it's like usually like probably one person has to just take the leader, the ship, and it's like as a role. Like it could be wrong, but that's a part of the progress, right? Like you have to keep going, and you're gonna fail no matter what. But eventually, you'll find the answer. How can you actually, figure it out? That's how it works.
Moving on from this segment, I think it's pretty simple. Let's talk about Showmaker and the amazing game that he had here on LeBlanc. We know that he's really great on the champion, being a little bit busted with the itemization right now, but still, you gotta appreciate this man's ability to navigate this champion quite well.
So something that's really cool, Showmaker is also the guy that started building Longsword into Galio on LeBlanc to try and harass, and now it's a full-blown build.
Yeah, it's a real build right now, and he's actually doing really well.
What's about to happen here?
This is only LeBlanc can do this.
Oh my god.
I mean, the thing is, like, by doing this, like, there's no consequences. Like, it's a normal build. Static Ship has become a normal build for LeBlanc.
I got nothing.
Yeah. We'll see what Riot does with this one. Obviously, there's some stuff to do here, but let's talk about the player of the game here, because I think still Showmaker should get it rightfully. So, great game on this part and insane damage from LeBlanc.
LeBlanc is notoriously a champion who is very high impact, but doesn't have necessarily high DPM numbers because she's very bursty.
Yeah, I mean, DPM, like,
not
1377. I feel like this is like first time I've seen LeBlanc just consistent damage, like putting as much as possible.
Yeah, it's unreal. And it's team-wide as well. And obviously this game was an extreme example because there was also the Hex tech, and that is important to talk about.
And Yuumi.
To give him even more agency. But nonetheless, Showmaker having fun is something that I feel very, very great about, because this is a player that we know has been very vocal in interviews. One of the Kang did recently were like, sometimes, you lose a lot of what makes the game fun. And it might not have been fun for Nongshim, but Showmaker was having a great time with this one.
Any positive words, though, that I would like to share through the Nongshim AD carry just stepping in, Jiru, today? First time playing in the LCK, playing against D+, not an easy task, especially against Deft, but I think he had a good showing, though, despite the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he had pretty good impact. Like, I think he was not, I don't think like he was like actually having like any nervous. Like, he just need to be, like just more like the communicating with the teammates, like how he can be playing better, like playing around when he's like really having hyper carry moments, like those kind of needed. But the thing is, like, those kind of things are like based on experience, based on time.
Yeah, it will time. It will come for him. Of course, great experience to have playing against D+, and they are already on stage for the winners interview. Jason, take it away with the translation. We'll come back after this.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview, and we are here joined by Showmaker and Canyon. On the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations. Showmaker, how do you feel about the win? Yeah, we lost our previous match, so we really wanted to win today. And we worked so hard for it. So I'm glad that we got this 2-0 win. Canyon, happy birthday! I think winning the match and winning the POG would be the best gift possible. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm having my birthday today, you know. My friends are sending me so many birthday wishes, so I really wanted to win today. I'm so glad I got to win 2-0 and I got to play some of the fun picks today. Showmaker. You know, we had a chat before we started this interview, and I really wanted to ask you about the last match up against OK Savings Bank's Brion because it was a crushing loss. How did the team take the blow? Well, we had a lot of issues, and we were actually, you know, facing a lot of issues in that series particularly. So we had a lot of communications around many different topics. I cannot really go into the details, but we did have a lot of, you know, conversation after that loss. And Canyon, you know, you just mentioned that you got to play a lot of fun picks, and you eventually were able to get your hands on that champion, Nico. What came to your mind once you saw that let through? I was like, we have to take it, we have to take it. We all just said it, you know, we have to take Nico. And we were, you know, trying to decide who's gonna play Nico, and then Showmaker said he's gonna play LeBlanc, so I got to play Nico in the jungle. So at the second phase of the pick and ban, you know, we were still talking about where should Nico actually go, and we decided jungle. Why do you think Nongshim actually let Nico through? Especially to you, Kenyon. I'm not sure. Maybe it was my birthday, so they gave me a birthday present. Yeah, I guess it was my birthday present. Compared to other jungle picks, right now, Nico is way more fun to play, so I really liked it. So we have this Nico highlight where we were able to see some outplay pulled up by you. The Pop Blossom almost had 5 members. We were in a very rough spot actually there. So I actually had to kind of send it, you know, flash in order to keep the balance of the game, and I thought I was in a perfect angle to use my ult, and I went in for the ult flash. In the previous PUG interview, Canyon, you were pretty confident about Nico. Is there any tips to act better as other stuff on the Rift? As being Nico, you have to have better understanding of other lanes, and you have to know how would that champion want to kind of act in that particular moment. Sounds pretty complicated, but thank you very much for the tip. And Showmaker, last time we also had interview from both of you, and Cannon said, I'm better at Nico than Showmaker, and we just saw a performance from him. What do you think about his performance? Yeah, I actually wanted to play Nico mid too, but how dare I play Nico in front of Canyon, you know? He's way better than me. You know, Canyon, he acted as if he was a Scion. I think that was a miss, but other than that, everything was way better than me. And Showmaker, you know, we had Static Ship LeBlanc just all around the Rift today, even in the first match. Did you get some inspiration from Humanoid of LEC? Well, in fact, not exactly from him, because I have been practicing that a lot previously, and then today I finally got my chance to play that. And then you built Night Harvester instead of Ludens. Why was that? There are so many things like related to that, so many details, but to put it simple, you have to use your ability or skill in order to get the Ludens proc, but you know, Night Harvester, you can even just auto to get the proc. So just like we saw when I killed the Milio, I think getting the auto proc is a really good advantage playing LeBlanc. So I decided to build Night Harvester. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the exact replay where you are able to get a kill in a 4v2 situation. Prior to that, I was playing so bad, you know? When we were just dancing around the Baron, I was like, oh, there's no way we're just letting them go all, just run away with that. But I got lucky to actually avoid the W from Cassiopeia, and I got the kill. So we had your reaction cam after that kill, and also at the end of the game, you were just obviously having so much fun today on that LeBlanc. I mean, I feel you because you had over 1300 DPM, and with the static shift itself, you did 11,000 extra damage with that item. You were having a lot of fun, right? This was my first time playing this build on LeBlanc competitively, but this is so fun. You know, everyone, you should try it, and you will never be able to forget about it. You know, you're gonna be addicted to this Shiv LeBlanc. And also, Kana got 3 solo kills in the top lane by himself. I think that was also a huge kind of start to DK's lead early on. I was keeping my eyes on that, and he was like winning every single time, so it was really good playing, you know, with that top laner as a jungler in that game. And then at the end, he was like over pushing a little bit, and then he got solo killed in the 4th attempt. That was a bummer, but still, yeah, it was awesome. And today, Theft was playing remotely. I guess he's having his last day of quarantine. How is he feeling right now? A lot better. So we have to wear a mask because of him, so it's uncomfortable, but Deft is sitting alone in his room, you know, no mask, chilling, you know. I'm pretty pissed, you know. I mean, he got off work already, like, this is a joke. I think he's like lying on his bed at the moment.
팬분이 치어풀도 써주셨는데 아직까지는 지금은 이제 함께하지 않고 계신 걸로 저희가 확인을 했고.
And some fan signs for Theft in the venue as well. And I will do my best to send you up home early, you know. Last question. You'll be going up against KT Roaster. They are having a great momentum as well. What kind of worries you the most? Everyone, I think lanes really well, you know. They know how to win the series. They know how to draft. They sometimes, you know, bring some new picks. So I think they're good at everything, you know, a very well-rounded team. So we have to prepare really hard. What about you, Showmaker?
이제 KT의 BDD 선수가 되게 요새
BDD,
잘하는 것 같아서
he's popping off these days, so we're gonna do our best in order to put up a great fight that day. And this will be the end of the interview from D+Kia, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. We did not see Deft, but we hear he's feeling better, so that's what matters here. So let's take a look at the standings to see where we finish week 2 of LCK Summer, as D+ come back from a difficult start of the week with a victory today against Nongshan.
There's 3 teams in second place. You know, we've seen this before.
And I still feel like that top 4 can end up looking anyway. Really, we don't have any team, I think, definitively breaking. I'd actually argue that out of those 4, D+ look the weakest right now, right? T1 and KT we're actually going to see next week. I know it's a spoilers, but I want to talk about it. For Nongshan, we continue seeing some good things, but unless they can fix some of their mid-game issues, they're not going to get wins, particularly not against teams like D+.
It is going to be an interesting next week for the top 4, indeed, when you look at the matches we have, because guys, we're in for a treat with a showdown on Saturday. Genji versus D+. We're going to have T1 versus KT. KT versus D+ as well earlier that week. Great week ahead, honestly, in the LCK.
That's Saturday.
It's a great day.
Saturday's
It's
gonna
a big Saturday showdown is gonna be dropping.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's also going to give us a lot of intel because we don't really have a good idea, right? Obviously, Gen.G won over T1, but outside of that, still a lot of question marks. And D plus Gen.G always delivers.
Yeah. And also more answers as to the bottom of the standing as well. But LCK Challengers League is also back, Chronicler, tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be Veldis and Wolf.
Oh.
And I think there are some more lopsided matches. But in Challengers, you never know. It's Challengers, you know, that's the beauty of it. You never know what's going to happen at the start of the day.
Yeah, but we keep on seeing players rising from Challengers in the LCK, so you guys don't want to miss it to see the next and up-and-coming legends in the LCK. But that's all for us here on this side of Week 2. It's been a pleasure being with you guys. We'll see you back on Wednesday for the LCK. Challengers back tomorrow. Until then, take care, stay tuned, whatever.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. Standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.